coconut is 2 cedis. Or is it 3 cedis? Yes. And our coconut in Ghana is how much?
8 cedis.
9, 10, depending on the location. So if it's
You know.
so if it's Tesano 8, 9. If it's you know what I'm saying, depending on the area you're living in. Like I'm sure if you go and buy coconuts at cantonments, it'll be like 10
20,
cedis.
20,
Oh, 20 even. You get it. So that has sparked a whole online debate. I saw her hold, she ate fufu, kinke.
Yeah,
The
kinke,
kinke in Togo was 1 cedi.
Wow.
How much is kinke here in Ghana? It starts from 5 cedis, I believe.
7.
Yeah, 5, 7, exactly. So this has sparked a whole conversation, and data is now showing that Accra's living costs are 22% higher than Lomé, with one person's expenses at $927 compared to $759, and restaurant meals 36% pricier. Users express frustration over food, rent, cars, and trips in the capital, blending surprise humor and worries about affordability for average residents. If you go to the restaurant and they bring you your bill, then your heart coots.
What happened, Charlie?
Because sometimes it's not even the prices that are expensive, but it's the taxes.
You know? I think that contributes a lot to the prices of the food. Yeah, that's true. VAT, NHIS, you know.
At one time we had COVID levy and everything, even though that has been scrapped. But still, it's quite expensive. Ghana, or should I say Accra? Because when you leave Accra, sometimes you can get things
different. So yeah, you wonder, like
relatively cheaper outside Accra. Everything in Accra is overpriced, expensive. Oh, have you even seen there's a cake, tiramisu?
Yeah,
have you seen it? 300 Ghana cedis, or is it 600 Ghana cedis?
I think it starts from 3 or so, 300 thereabouts.
Why? But so who are you making it for? Not the average Ghanaian.
Yeah,
maybe those from the diaspora.
They have their target customers.
Yeah, but even how often or how many diasporans would they come to your particular restaurant, purchase from you, you know, just so that you can even break even, not you know, make a profit, but just to break even. How many of them will come there? They're pricing all of us out. I mean, they'll say, "Oh, it's not you're not the target market." I am a target market. I'm Ghanaian. So far as I live in Ghana, I should be able to afford certain things or certain foods.
I'm a prospective customer.
Exactly.
But honestly, the prices of food here in Accra.
If you're buying coconuts at 4 cedis, please, I'm going to Togo.
And me, I don't know how many you can take at a go, but one is not enough for me because mostly I don't take mostly I don't take the fruit.
Yeah, I also like the water.
So
better than
the water I can take like 3 at a go. So growing up, they used to say when you take
330, wow,
it's a drip that they give at the hospital. So for some reason, I just ended liking it so much. So I can take like 3 at a go. And if the water is really nice, I can even do 4.
Yeah.
Interesting. Prices of food actually are
They're
very
too expensive. Let's see what you've been saying on social media. Okay, coconut in Togo costs 4 cedis. That's 200 safer. That's Chef Abby's, the one who's doing the tour. Nungwa Cardi B, she says, why are things in Togo generally cheaper than Ghana? Is Ghana expensive? Are you asking us? Or she doesn't live in Ghana, perhaps. Coconut price for Togo, 4 cedis. Coconut price for Ghana, 8 cedis. Why Ghana in own? God do wanna assort it or what?
Assorted coconut.
Assorted coconut in Ghana. No, it's a regular one. Gemfi _01. Coconut is 5 cedis in Nkoko, by the way. It be you people won't buy coconuts in Accra. You see what I was talking about?
Oh no, even from some of the areas, right? That's they mostly go and source now because they know that those who buy them bulk also sell it at higher prices. They do same. Like from where I come from, Asamankese. Back then, they used to, in Sawam area, you know, that stretch, they used to go bring a lot of coconut from there. Now, 7 cedis, even from there. Yeah. And when they come to buy, it's like they group them like 10 cedis. So they get it from the source, 1 Ghana cedi. Well, it makes sense. Transport, and all that.
Yeah,
That's
but
it's
even
too
if you
much.
calculate transport and all your other overhead costs,
It's still
you
too
can't
much.
tell me that story.
You know,
You
it's
can't
too
tell me that you
much.
bought coconut from one city at Nkoko, and then when you brought it to Accra, you just slapped some extra 9 CDs on it
It's too
and made it
much.
10 CDs. So come on. Give us a
All right.
break. A break. Oh, we have more comments? All right. Well, how do you want to take this?
Right, so forever bright 77 underscore forever underscore 77 bright 77, he says, I buy gobe with rice, egg, then plantain for 20 cedis. Where I take streak my guy for Accra. He say he go move from
He go move
come
Kumasi.
Oh, but
Yeah.
I heard food is actually
Yeah.
cheap in
I
Kumasi.
remember some friends of mine came from Accra when I used to live in Kumasi, and I took them to a fufu.
Okay.
And they were like, "Oh, we want tilapia, we want this, what pointing at which you know that thing." And then when they were done, I think at that time it was like 30 CDs, 35 CDs. They're like, that's it. Add more.
Yeah, it will cost you.
It will cost you. How much is one tilapia in a soup in Accra? You're talking what?
Even half
30,
the one
40,
they
even
break.
half. It's
expensive.
Not so yeah.
Shout out to Sekou.
If you leave Accra, things are relatively cheaper. Accra is just overpriced, but how we go do
So Duke of Africa, he says, Ghanaians, we are our own problem. So right, yeah, true. So at Godfred OT, Ghana is way too expensive. I genuinely want to see how things are in 10 to 15 years because surely this isn't sustainable.
All right.
And it's true because when for instance indicators like inflation, things move a little up, we say, oh, the dollar is now this, blah 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 is now that. But when they come down, no, it doesn't, we will never adjust the price to reflect the current indicators.
They'll tell you that they bought it when the dollar was at that high price, and so now that it has reduced, they can't reduce it, otherwise melboka. Oh, what saying?
Sessing.
We're all suffering in this Accra. We're all suffering in this Accra. So come on, our mothers in help us to help you to help ourselves, so we can all survive in this Accra.
So let's check out a video of the day for today.
What? Smartest. But honestly, if I take public transport, I'll never take out my phone. And then the way I hold my bag is like
your life depends on it.
My life depends on it because anything can happen at any time.
Yeah.
You see him and how he's comfortably, lazing around, waiting to see what he can do. But why would you put your phone in your bag without securing the bag as well?
Interesting. Stay alert, right? I nearly experienced this.
Wow.
About 2 years ago on a few meters after Kaneshi. So the guy was on motor. He's been monitoring. I was at the front seat. So he was monitoring. See, he was giving us close marking. I was like, no, there's something fishy here. Let me put my things. So I had 2 phones. I did the same thing in the video, but I didn't have a bag, just like he put the phone in the bag and the guy ended up picking the bag. So it's the cover. So after he snatched the empty cover without the phone, he was like this, thinking.
Oh, that he had outsmarted you.
Yeah. So like, child, guys, stay on a light, right? Especially when you're in public transport. All right. That's all for trends, and the video of the day to put smiles on your faces as you navigate your routine for the day. We're going for a quick break. When we come back, there's more for you on the show.
This is the old way. Let me show you a new and a better way. EduPack.
EduPack?
Yes, EduPack. A GS-approved and supported initiative for all first-year students going to SHS. By Prospectus Ghana Limited. Now you don't need to go to the market. All your trunks, mattresses, pillows, including plastic chalkboards, are all waiting for your child at the school. Note, all our wooden chalkboards are being changed to plastic ones to avoid bedbugs.
You can also register by dialing *713*821# following the prompts, or you can visit www.edupackgh.com and tap register. You can also register at any ADB branch near you at a very affordable price. EduPack, approved and supported by GES.
It's time to upgrade your viewing experience with Franco Smart Television. Enjoy full HD and 4K Ultra display for clearer pictures, brighter colors, and smarter features. From our 32-inch screen, perfect for your bedroom, to 55, 65, and massive 100 inches for your living room or office. We've got the perfect size and quality. For retailing and bulk purchasing, call the numbers on the screen or visit our website at www.francotrading.com. You can download the Franco Trading app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Franco Television, we've got the perfect size for every room. Franco, home of quality television.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good. I'm going to give you something to chop.
Well, hello, gentlemen.
Oh, hello.
Yes, hello.
We're making a very special meal, and it's special for many reasons. One of those reasons would be that all the ingredients we're using here, pretty much all of them, you can't find them in Ghana. First co-executive chef is Zia Chowdhury, the Zia Chowdhury. He is the UN Residence Coordinator here in Ghana. And we have the Mr. Edmund Mukala, who is the representative of UNESCO to Ghana, as we make this prawn curry with really a rice and lentil pottage. We're also really reliving some of the things that we know here in Ghana.
I have to say, I do love groundnut stew with fufu. But my absolute favorite, and this I think is unusual for many people, is okra soup.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Everpack, Tasty Tom, and Electroland Ghana Limited.
I said I want the whole world and I want more. Bright lights, late nights, and world tours. What the future holds, I guess I don't know. This ain't nothing new to me, I move solo. Come on now, make them know disturb my peace. Leave me be, take your hands off my destiny. What I am, they never see. Let the music come and set me free. Touch my shadow, see my matters fall down 10 times, but I stand tall. Touch my shadow, see my matters fall down 10 times, but I stand tall. Touch my shadow, see my matters fall down 10 times, but I stand tall. Touch my shadow, see my matters fall down 10 times, but I stand tall. Oh, oh, down, 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 yes, I stand tall. Oh no, down, 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 yes, I want more, down, 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 yes, I stand tall. Oh, you can kick me, knock me down, but I will stand tall. Giddy, giddy, girl, don't play. Giddy, 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 come my way. Giddy, 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 baby, don't stray me. Say giddy, 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 I need you close to me. Giddy, giddy, girl, don't play. Oh no, would you come my way? Don't stray, no. Don't stray too far away. Don't stray, don't go away. Don't keep your loving from me like a memory stuck inside my. I gotta ask you, what have you done to me? Cause it's not so regular for a young boy to be acting this irregular. Bust my brain, rearrange my medulla. With this baby around, I guess I can't be singular. Real life jagaban. Never want to ever want to see you with another man. Facts of the matter is that nobody better than giving you the rhythmical version from the motherland. Oh, I can see that you can see that there is no. Bring my cellele, come my wellele. Pull up to the party, make we dance and plelele. Every day, celebrate. Giddy, 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 no delay. Giddy, giddy, girl, don't play. Or would you come my way? No, don't stray. Oh, oh, oh. So me never want see tensions rising. They call me lover boy. Say I never see me fighting. Keep the bad vibes far away. It's compromising. Me no be smoke the ganja, but me too can say the irate. My music is too irate. I'm taking the industry like a pirate. Put my heart in every song that makes it priceless. Daddy on the dash going fast. Me got a mileage. And if you don't know, it goes like this. I say hello, giddy giddy with the vibes, just like some jello. By the end of this, I think I might live with the peso. You got what I did if you know there, no free day on me. Say giddy giddy, let's go, giddy giddy, girl don't play. Oh no, would you come my way? Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't just stray, no. Yeah, you got me like do 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 do. Oh no, oh no, oh no. A very lovely morning to all the beautiful people back at home and watching. If you're seeing me on your screens now, I go by the name Kelali, aka the Lover Boy. These singles you just heard me perform, my very first singles, Stand Tall and Giddy Giddy. The one I'm about to perform right now is Love Doctor, my first official release of the year and my current single. So you can get it now on all streaming platforms. Enjoy. Oh, what you say? Like this, yeah. You got my temperature rising, heartbeats racing, love I be chasing for days. Oh, I said 40 days, 40 nights. I'm trying to make you my wife. Got my eyes all red, but I'm feeling blue. Oh, you know they waiting I go do. I just they feel the deja vu. It be like you do me, ju. Call the love doctor. Oh, make you call the love doctor. Yeah, call the love doctor. Because I don't fall in love again. Call the love. Oh, make you call the love doctor. Yeah, call the love doctor. Because I don't fall in love again. If you be the Panadol, yeah. Oh, I go be the Tylenol, yeah. And if you be the alcohol, Oh, you go scatter my liver. You go turn me to sinner. Now make I go meet your mama. Baby, make me go reconsider. Cause I know for there without my lover, no. We said do re mi fa sol la ti do do. Baby, where you go, me I go follow. Now make you no leave me solo. No, no. So I said do re mi fa sol la ti do do. Baby, where you go, me I go follow. Make you never leave me solo. Yeah, God, you love doctor. Baby, make it call the love doctor. Yeah, call the love doctor. Because I don't fall in love again. Call the love doctor. Make it call the love doctor. Yeah, call the love doctor. Because I don't fall in love again. Cause I don't follow. Cause I don't follow. You never know, say I follow. Cause I don't fall in love.
This is still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel One TV with me, Inu Safwa. As you can see, I'm on a different set because we're about to have a conversation about the This is Ghana exhibition 2026. That exhibition that you definitely shouldn't miss because we're showcasing all products made in Ghana. We have some exhibitors here in the studio. I'll introduce you to them shortly. We're going to have an amazing conversation on what they have for us this coming weekend and why you shouldn't miss it and why you shouldn't forget to stop at their stand to interact and make a few purchases or even enroll in school with them. I have Frida Nana Embil. She's the founder of EdFre Enterprise. And I also have Enoch Jackson. He's Student Recruitment and Enrollment, Central University, which is, I'm an alumna of Central University. So yeah, we'll be having that conversation. Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you?
Oh, well.
Great. Let me start with you, Frida. Why did you decide to join the This is Ghana Fair?
Okay, thank you very much. And then I say hello to your viewers and my customers, potential ones as well. So last year I joined AgriFair.
Okay.
And I think that as a growing business, Ghanaian business, it was an eye-opener for me because a lot of people really didn't know the products and didn't even know that we are producing such in Ghana.
Okay.
And so I think that This is Ghana is one of the biggest platform that allows every business, growing business, to get close to customers and also, most importantly, being able to, showcase made in Ghana. And made in Ghana is very important to me. I mean, when you say made in Ghana, believing in what we do in Ghana, right? So if there's an opportunity, a platform like that to be able to, showcase made in Ghana products and be able to get close and be able to be innovative, why not? So
I'll come to you in a bit, but let me stay here. What inspired you to get into, packaged foods? How's the journey been? Has it been easy? Has it been difficult? Because I'm looking at your packages and they look amazing.
Yeah. So I'll make the story very short, right?
Please do.
It was quite a hobby. I don't know. I'm not that old, but if you remember that kind of SOS Tom Brown they used to do, they give to us when our mothers go for weighing. It was so nice. And growing up, I wanted to have more. And I was told it was imported. I was like, huh, it was imported. So it's only when you go for weighing and that you get to have access to, or your parents can bring it to you. So I was experimenting because I like to have good breakfast, right?
Yes.
So I was experimenting. I'll do those. I'll give to friends. And one friend said, you know what? I think you need to start putting strategy together on this. I said, okay, so let's start from somewhere. So we actually started not right from the pouch.
Okay.
From the sachets.
All right.
And it went to the laminated ones that you have to laminate with raw without any sticker on it. Those things, actually.
All right.
You have to go to the hospital and struggle for people to even taste it because, we have industry players. And so we've come a long way.
Yeah.
And I think that everything that you're doing, putting value on it and good packaging is one of the key things that also puts you out there.
Okay.
So the interest really came from a personal interest and with some encouragement, and we've gotten here, and we are not done. It's still, there's more room for innovations, for challenges. in the industry, scaling in Ghana, it's quite not easy, but I will not say it's a challenge. I think is what really makes us to always want to do more, and finding solutions makes you really go ahead to explore to be able to do more. Yeah.
Tell me about Central University, even though I'm an alumni, what makes Central University different from the other universities?
Well, as you know, Central University is focused on experiential learning. As you know, you're an alumni back in school, you would have done internship.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's part of our fabric. That's what we do to develop our students. Whether you are reading nursing, public health, pharmacy, whatever program you're doing, experiential learning is very, very key to whatever we do. Yeah. So management of the university have set up this center, Project Innovation Center, where we work with businesses like SMEs, like my lady here. When you have businesses having challenges with, let's say, packaging, design, digital innovation and all that, you come to our incubation hub, we connect you with our students, being guided by professionals and academics. Our students develop tailored solutions to such businesses. So as you can see, these are products from our students, our graphic design students, who are designing packages, who are doing all sort of
you're making me want to come back to school.
amazing stuff. So we are the fair to allow SMEs and businesses and organizations to visit us, come and engage with us, come and dialogue, come and explore our innovation center and work with our students. That is not the only thing we are also putting on show. There's architecture students doing marvelous. Our computer engineering students and science students are also doing very marvelous things. So all those things are going to be on show. We're going to discuss this things with vendors like herself and other vendors who will be coming there. And also, we also every year have the Industry Innovation Week. We are looking at expanding the corporate business and organization that comes to that platform to engage directly with our students, to mentor them, attend seminars, chaperone them and all that. So we're also looking to expand our network with business leaders and business owners to partner with us whilst we shape the next future of Ghanaian leaders. So that is why Central University is here to participate. And then also admission is ongoing. For some businesses, starting work or having your own business doesn't mean school is over. We have graduate programs, entrepreneurship, MBA finance. Our Doctor of Business Administration program is really doing well. So we are also looking for entrepreneurs who are interested in developing themselves academically. So our admissions team will be on ground to engage with them, to show them the program bouquets, the portfolio of program that we have, and to help them also enroll.
How important are such exhibitions for an institution such as Central University?
Yeah, so let me give you a typical example. You have a student who is designing all these things. They are sitting in a classroom, they're just doing classroom work. They get out there and they've not solved real life problems. They struggle to get out there. So we rather bring those problems to them while they're in school. So by the time they are going out, they have 3 years of experience, proper real life experience. And that is embedded in all our programs. It's not limited to graphic designers or computer science engineers or architecture students. All our students, our nursing students, are currently on the field in hospitals practicing experiential learning. That is core to whatever we do at Central University. So such fairs are very, very important, especially linking up with businesses and bringing them to our students to collaborate to solve real life solutions.
Will some of the students be there?
Yes. Hopefully we are having some of our architecture students, we are having some of our graphic design students and computer science students who designed very nice stuff. So everybody should come and watch them demonstrate what we have from Central University to the business world.
All right, Frida, I see these beautiful things here. I'm sure they're going to be available on the fair. Run us through what you're bringing to the fair and what we should be expecting from you.
Okay, so this is just a few of them. I mean, because of the weight, I couldn't bring much. So at the fair, you are going to have a mixture of products in terms of breakfast, lunch. So we have the Tom Brown, we call it cereal mix, cereal legume mix. Because of regulations, you can't just put Tom Brown. So it's the same Tom Brown, but this actually doesn't have maize actually. So we have Tom Brown, we have our Ekwek Bemi, we have Auza cocoa powder, which will be there. We have buffroats, we have kose, we have gari.
Is the buffroats like already fried or is like
no, the powdered one? But I'm going to do some magic there.
Then I'll be you are in the spirit, my sister. I'll definitely
so there's
be there.
going to be, that's ready, some that
so
you can just
sample.
you just sample to know what you are taking, what is in the package. There's coconte, there's granite paste, There's peanut butter spread. That is, you can just use it to spread your bread and stuff like that. There's palm oil, dozomi. There's soya powder. So now we've also gone into the NutriPro in terms of getting the single products to be able to high protein. A lot of people are now going into
protein.
So we have the soya powder, which naturally has a high protein in there. We have coconut oil. We have granite oil, one of the, because we do a lot of production when it comes to, and so we have every product.
Are your materials locally sourced?
Yes, everything.
Even the packaging?
Yes.
Wow.
On the Spintex Road, EPAC.
Okay. Look, I think I'll ask you the same thing. How important are exhibitions like the This Is Ghana exhibition? How does it impact your company and your brand?
Okay, so it's a growing brand. Okay, the industry is quite very big.
Yeah.
And so in as much as it's big, everybody has a role to play. And for us, we are unique when it comes to convenient and nutritious products. And so for a fair like this, it gives us opportunity to educate more people and also to showcase and get close to, for people to really know, because I mean, come to think of it, if I'm not coming to This Is Ghana, where will I get that number of people to be able to tell them about EdFree? And how many years is it going to take me to do that? It's going to take me through paid advertisement and a lot of things that you would have to do by yourself. Yes, it will go, but it will take time. But such platform gives you that wide range of customers to be able to put the product out there, not just I mean in Ghana, also beyond. Because if I'm permitted to say, I mean last year AgriFair came with a lot of surprises even after the fair, right? So this is very important for us and also for the businesses.
Okay, you should commend us so that, because I mean, you should commend us.
I don't know who I was chatting with, but when I went to EPAC actually, they told me, you're not going to be there this year. So I don't know about it. So they told me on Monday, Wednesday, I made payment.
Yeah, so those who haven't paid, where's my camera? Those who haven't paid, you see,
they told me on
come
Monday,
and make payment.
And Wednesday,
you had paid.
I was just in a rush to say, I hope they are not going to tell me
it's sold out.
It's sold out. So I said, whoever. I think I was even giving the person more pressure than.
Frida, then that means you've not been watching our station or listening to City. So,
I listened to City, but I was
hadn't
out.
Heard it. Okay.
I was out. So when I came from the airport, I just went straight to EPAC. And then there and they said, oh, you're not coming, because they know I will come.
Yeah.
So I'm not coming. I don't know about it. So, okay. Then quickly, we just have to do, because it's very important to us. And for me, I'm so passionate about made in Ghana product.
Okay.
You know, and also when it comes to health, being health conscious and what we are putting inside us as well. Yeah.
Very important. You know, tell me, will there be on the sports admissions?
Yes. Obviously, Central University's admission for 2026-27 academic year is ongoing.
Okay.
We are inviting prospective applicants with their parents, because the program's on weekend. Just pass by, come and enjoy the fair, pass to the Central University stand and engage us. Admission counselors are available. We're going to discuss career prospect and program offerings. We are admitting candidates, even those awaiting results. You can apply awaiting results. So come, let's engage. Let's show you how you go about the process and enjoy our new program. We have very new, innovative programs like finance and economics, finance with IT. You know, these days you go into the banking space. You don't go to the bank again to do anything. Just sit at home, do everything. So we have innovative program like banking and IT, where we are giving new sort of different crop of graduates to the banking sector. So parents should come. WASI graduates should come and engage us. They can apply. We have discounts on fees for ICGC members. Yes, and my lady here is an IGC. We were just talking about it earlier that she missed the opportunity, but she can still bring her work to join us. Yeah, so everybody should come and then engage with the admissions team on the ground on the day.
Okay, all right. If viewers remember one thing about this interview, what would it be from Central University?
It will be what great stuff our students are doing, because in the past we don't have students developing solutions where industries are just tapping in. Let me give you a typical example. We have the program eligibility app on our website. These were done by computer science program students in level 200. What they have done is that when you get your results and you're not sure which program you can read at Central University, go to our website and test the app. Just put your results there. It will generate all programs that your results qualifies you to apply.
Wow.
These are computer science students at level 200. Recently, some did a slim file where you can reduce any file, soft file, no matter the size, to a small file that you can transmit via phone or email or whatever. These are students, and a couple of them just recently developed a clocking system where we used to check student attendance in school. So this is what Central University has to offer to Ghana and the business world. So come collaborate, connect, let's build real-life solutions for our students to Ghana. Thank you.
Frida, what about you?
Okay, so just a reminder, my mom just texted me, you forgot about the honey.
Hey.
I haven't forgotten, please. Thank you for reminding me. Indeed, I forgot. So I just had a text. I haven't forgotten about the honey. So for me, if anybody is going to watch this later, I will tell the person to really make it a point. It's a Saturday and Sunday. Take time, take the family out. If you're a single person, please come. We are going to have a lot of packages, bundles. We are going to have some instant breakfasts made on that day, and it's not for sale. It's for you to have a taste of what you're missing if you are not shopping.
So after you taste, you buy.
After you taste, you buy. Yeah. I mean, you can also taste and then get our numbers. I mean, it's 2
later.
days.
Yeah.
But for what I want to say is that you don't really need much to come to our table. With 100 cedis, you can go home with a breakfast package. Actually, so you can see.
Are you discounting or?
Yes, we are giving discount because you see, the package looks very adorable. What is inside?
I like the choice of words.
Yes, what is inside? It's not something that I will say with my mouth. That's what it's going to be. We are going to have some products, but afterwards, people will think, if you look at the packaging, this is going to be very expensive. No, it's not going to be. Just come to the table, have a taste of it, and also come with as least as 100 cedis, and you are going to get something to take home.
All right. It's been amazing. We can't wait to see what you have for us at the This is Ghana exhibition. Frida Nana Embil is founder, EdFrey Enterprise, and Enoch Jackson, student recruitment and enrollment at Central University. Hey, somebody's come for his number. If you want your child to be enrolled at Central University, Enoch is the person to see. I'm an alumna, as I've said, and Central gave me some very good foundations, and look at me now. So if you know, Central University, think about it. All right, this has been an amazing interview with some amazing exhibitors who will be joining us this weekend at the This is Ghana exhibition 2026. You certainly don't want to miss out. We'll be right back.
Looking for everything made in Ghana, all in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors, including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creators, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205 973 973 or 0558 973 973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, MTN, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. station full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Sanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
Yes, I am Umaru Sanda Amadou. This is Face to Face, and you're welcome.
I say very often on the floor of Parliament that when we were in government, we got some things right, we got some things wrong.
Are you still planning to go to Parliament, or you want to look at National Party office position?
No, I'll be going back to Parliament. There's an unfinished business which I need to do.
Sports has 3 legs: development, management, and promotion.
Disintegration is extreme. We do not wish that even on your worst enemy.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on ChannelOne TV.
The Community Tracker is a parliamentary accountability project, a collaborative initiative between ChannelOne TV and the African Center for Parliamentary Affairs. Serving as an evidence-based project, Community Tracker documents and assesses development projects across constituencies in Ghana. The initiative includes the development of an attractive database map that identifies and tracks infrastructure projects, making information publicly available and promoting greater accountability. The program empowers communities to identify their priority development needs, monitor project implementations, and hold duty bearers accountable for the delivery of public services. It provides visibility for members of parliament who are delivering tangible development outcomes in their constituencies. Through the tracking and documentation of constituency-level projects, the program seeks to strengthen accountability in public infrastructure delivery while giving communities a meaningful voice in evaluating the impact of development interventions. The Community Tracker airs on Mondays at 7:30 p.m. with repeat broadcasts on Tuesdays 11 a.m. and Saturdays 5:30 p.m. only on ChannelOne TV.
All right, thank you very much for staying with us. This is still Breakfast Daily right here on ChannelOne Television. And yes, this is Ghana Exhibition is drawing near, right? Just 3 days. Don't miss this opportunity. Call the number 0205-973-973, 0558-973-973 to secure your spot. That was a beautiful conversation Eno had with some of the exhibitors at this weekend fair. It's actually this weekend. All right, anyway, Eno, our community legends.
Yes. You know, it's been 10 weeks of us spotlighting these amazing community legends, and we've now brought it down to 3.
From 100 to 10 to 3. That's amazing.
Exactly. Exactly. Let me take the first person. Where's my camera? Okay. Dr. Emanuela Amuakon is a pediatric oncologist, a child health advocate, mentor, and author. A bit about her is that, again, she is a pediatric oncologist at Cape Coast Teaching Hospital and the hospital's first specialist in childhood cancer care based in Ghana's central region. She advocates for children with cancer across the central and western regions. She works with her team to provide compassionate care, dignity, and hope to affected children while improving pediatric cancer services in a resource-limited setting. Now, beyond clinical work, she mentors healthcare professionals, trains future clinicians, and contributes to research through publications and conferences. She also uses storytelling to support families, co-authoring children's books such as My Hair, My Pride, Awo's Brave Journey, and Awo and the Research Rangers to help explain cancer and guide difficult conversations. Dr. Mwako is raising funds to establish a dedicated pediatric cancer treatment space at Cape Coast Teaching Hospital to improve care and create a more child-friendly environment. Her work combines clinical care, mentorship, research, advocacy, and writing, making her a leading voice for childhood cancer care in Ghana and a strong advocate for vulnerable children and their families. So that's one of our first runner-up, Dr. One of the three top, yes, from
Top
the
three.
top 3. So Dr. Emmanuel Amuako, a pediatric oncologist right there. Who's our second person?
All right, so that is Madam Bridget Evelyn Prempe. She is an educator, community volunteer, humanitarian, advocate for the vulnerable. So some details about her. Madam Bridget Evelyn Prempe is a dedicated educator at Mpasetia DA Basic School in the Atrimampunya district, known for her compassion and selfless service to those in need. Beyond the classroom, she supports her pupils with personal resources, providing school supplies and food for children and families facing hardship. Her generosity is driven by deep concern for the vulnerable in her community. A notable example for her humanitarian work is her donation of wheelchairs to persons with disabilities, helping restore dignity and improve their quality of life. She is also a strong encourager and mentor, often supporting others in their career journeys. In one instance, she assisted a colleague seeking head teacher position by offering guidance and making supportive calls, contributing to their success. Described as loving, caring, and always willing to help, Madam Bridget consistently uplifts others through financial aid, mentorship, and encouragement. Her life reflects quiet service and sacrifice, showing that true leadership is measured by impact, not position. Madam Bridget Evelyn Prempe embodies compassionate service, serving her resources and influence to support children, empower others, and bring hope to her community. Congratulations, Madam Bridget Evelyn Prempe, our second of the top 3 of our community legends that we unveiled some weeks ago. Who is the third person?
All right, the third person is Hansau Bukari, a teacher, a literacy advocate, a community educator, a child development champion. He is a teacher and community education advocate in Sanarugu Municipality, Ghana, and she supports literacy, cultural preservation, and parental engagement to improve learning for vulnerable children. She has supported over 200 children through storytelling and indigenous folk songs, helping early grade and struggling readers build confidence. She has also trained more than 100 low-literate parents to use these methods at home, strengthening learning beyond the classroom. To support families, she has provided small startup funds to at least 30 vulnerable parents to help them begin petty trading and improve household stability. Using her own resources, she has sewn uniforms for over 50 children, provided school bags and sandals to more than 80 pupils, and supplied learning materials. She also maintains and equips her classroom annually for hundreds of learners. Hansau takes a holistic approach to education, removing barriers that keep children from learning and staying in school. Her efforts have improved reading confidence, increased parental involvement, reduced absenteeism, and supported school retention. Her use of storytelling and folk songs also helps preserve local culture. Her impact is seen in the children she supports, the parents she empowers, and the communities she strengthens through education and care. And so that is Hansau Bukari, top 3 from Channel One TV's Community Legends. Congratulations to our top 3. Now the deciding factor is who
becomes Community Legend
2026.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. I think it's good. There are a lot of people doing amazing stuff in our communities, right? But yes, they are doing it because one is their passion. There's that driving force in them. Because maybe they've seen something wrong. That's in their own little way. They can come in to help to address whatever challenge or problem it may be. And I think that's a good one. And yes, that's why we over here, we tell your stories and empower change. It's a way to bring their stories to bear, to encourage you out there, no matter what it is. It doesn't have to be something big. Look at the stories we've told you about these top 3 community legends, our top 3 this morning. In your own little way, you can do something to also help. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, our legends are doing amazing.
They are.
And kudos to them. All 3 women, Madam Bridget Evelyn Prempe, Dr. Emanuela Amuakon, and Hansau Bukari. Kudos to you.
From health to education, other areas. Very interesting.
Yeah, cuts across everything that they're doing. We hope that, from here, they will... do more for their communities, even though maybe the resources are from their own pockets.
Yeah.
But some way, somehow, they found a will, and they're doing it, and they're doing it amazingly well.
And also, it will serve as a source of encouragement and drive for others to also do same. Yeah, that's what we're hoping for.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Those are community legends. Top 3 from whittled down from that large number. 10 we showed you on TV for a few months, and then this is the top 3 that won. We're going on a quick break. When we return, we have more for you.
Looking for everything made in Ghana, all in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors, including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creatives, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205 973 973 or 0558 973 973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, MTN, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good. I'm going to give you something to chop.
Well, hello, gentlemen.
Oh, hello.
Yes, hello.
We're making a very special meal, and it's special for many reasons. One of those reasons would be that all the ingredients we're using here, pretty much all of them, you can find them in Ghana. First co-executive chef is Zia Chowdhury, the Zia Chowdhury. He is the UN Residence Coordinator here in Ghana. And we have the Mr. Edmund Mukala, who is the representative of UNESCO to Ghana, as we make this prawn curry with really a rice and lentil pottage. We're also really reliving some of the things that we know here in Ghana.
I have to say, I do love groundnut stew with fufu. But my absolute favorite, and this I think is unusual for many people, is okra soup.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Everpack, Tasty Tom, and Electroland Ghana Limited.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily right here on Channel One Television. Up next is Community Focus. All right, barely a week ago, we brought you the story from Hunger Line in Damango in the Savannah region about a dilapidated structure, toilet facility that had developed cracks and all that. And the resident had described this particular facility as a death trap. And barely a week after that report, authorities in the Damango in the Savannah region have demolished the deplorable public toilet serving the residents of Hunger Line and other areas. So, however, the newly constructed toilet facility remains temporarily closed due to lack of water and electricity needed for its operation. Let's check out this report by our Northern Bureau Chief, Shawana Youssef. When we come back, we speak to her and other authorities.
Barely a week after Channel One News reported on August 12 on the deplorable condition of the only public toilet serving residents of Hunger Line, the Municipal Assembly and its Environmental Health Unit have taken steps to address the situation. The only facility has been demolished, while accumulated refuse around the area has also been cleared. Speaking to Channel One News, the Assembly member for the electoral area, Godwin Kumate, explained the measures being taken by the Assembly to improve sanitation and the community.
It all happened when our attention was drawn to it, and you guys came over to report on it. And so subsequently, we followed up with the Municipal Assembly, where we had extensive discussions with the Municipal Chief Executive, the Coordinating Director, and the Environmental Health Officer. And thankfully, we got the refuse evacuated, and the old structure, which was posing as a death trap, we also got that one demolished. And now we have the new toilet facility that was abandoned for so many years today to have it functioning. I think the other time I told you we have it functioning temporarily. And I explained that we are using the word temporarily because we still have some major works to do on that facility.
Residents have welcomed the swift intervention by the Assembly, but expressed concern about the closure of a newly constructed toilets facility, which was briefly opened before being shut down. They're calling for the outstanding works to be completed and the facility open for public use as soon as possible.
Please, I'm begging the assemblyman here so that he will talk to his people and they will come and open the new toilet for us. Because as they demolished the old one, there is no place for us to free ourselves, and it's worrying us a lot. Especially there are old people here, and if they want to free themselves, unless they go far. So we are just pleading with the government so that they will come and do their work.
Old one. And I was thinking that when doing it, they will do as much as possible to put the new one in order. After removing this one, the community will continue using the new one. But as at now, the new one is still closed. They are not using it. When you talk, they say there is no water. There is no water, no light. And I don't think this one will be a big problem to the assemble, simply because they can talk to the VRA people. I can see the meter there, but I don't know the reason why they are still complaining that it's water problem, there is no light.
The Municipal Environmental Health Officer, Zakaria Kudali, explained that the new facility was temporarily closed because it lacks a reliable water supply needed for its effective operation.
Temporarily, we have closed down the new one because the borehole to pump into the system, the public toilet, is damaged. So we are looking a way forward to get an electrician to work on the electrical fault so that we can pump water to the facility.
Like we said, we have plumbing issues, we have electrical issues, a lot of issues that we need to address to have the facility opened. And so we are collaborating together to see how we can address the situation.
Meanwhile, authorities are urging residents to prioritize the construction and use of household toilet facilities to reduce pressure on public toilets.
We encourage household toilets to be built all the households in the municipality. That's what we are projecting. Public toilet is not a concern for us to be using. It's rather the institutions. If it is institutions, fine. We are embedded to build also public toilets for institutions, but household toilets, household owners should be take responsible for that.
It has cleared, but you see, as you can see, they have started, taking us back to where we were before the evacuation. And so we are appealing to residents to discipline themselves when it comes to refuse disposal, especially when they are coming to the dumping sites.
All right, so that's a report brought to us by our Northern Bureau Chief, Shawana Yusuf, on the updates with the Hunger Line toilet facility, which was very deplorable. Some weeks ago, we brought you that, and now the old facility, which had cracks and was unfit, has been demolished. But the new one, which, when we spoke to the assembly member for the area some days ago, said it had been temporarily open to serve the people while they were navigating, has also been shut down now because there's no water to keep the facility running. Your thoughts on this? We'll speak to the assembly member shortly.
Yes, he's on the line waiting for us. But
Okay.
let me just give my thoughts on it. I mean, to break down one and shut another, I'm wondering where the authorities expect them to go to ease themselves or use the washroom, especially women. We have periods, we have so many things to deal with. So yeah, let's speak to the assembly member and find out more about what's going on there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, so we have the assembly member for the area. Let's speak to him. Honorable, good morning, and thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you and your team, and to all viewers of ChannelOne TV.
Very well. So barely a week ago, we spoke to you here about the situation at Hunger Line, the deplorable toilet facility, which has now been demolished, and the new one, which you mentioned to us that had been opened with your intervention and the assembly by large. And now we're hearing that it's also been shut down because there's no water to keep it running. Are you able to build on that for us?
All right. Thank you very much once again. That is very true. But let me say that it is currently not closed down because of water issues. As we speak, like I mentioned the other time, the facility has electricity connected to it. That I did that personally. Then the borehole is one we have some issues with. But that is not a major problem to have kept the place standing as it is. Our major challenge currently is who to get to manage the facility for us. We discussed with someone whom we agreed that he takes charge of the place. It came some 2-3 days. when we visit the place, we are not able to find anybody at the facility. And so generally, it is not just because of the water. If not, the alternative way to have gotten water into the poly tank is you have water tankers, you have this aboboya that goes down to sell water. So we could have gotten water into the poly tank through any of those means. And so the major problem is the management of the facility, whom we get at that particular facility to manage it for us. And so if you ask me, that is what is keeping the facility standing as it is now.
Mr. Kumase, in the interim then, where are your residents? Where are they using or which area are they using to as a washroom?
So we have one that is not too far from this one.
Okay.
That one we have a caretaker there, and so a lot of them are currently using that facility that is closer to the old library, district library. So that is what most of the residents.
How far away is this new one that you're talking to us about?
No, not too far, about some 30 meters.
30 meters
away from, yes, not too far from.
And you say the management of the facility is what is in contention, and that is why it has not been opened?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Other than that, if there was somebody to manage the place, I think we could have gotten water from other sources to fill into the polytank to have the place running. And so we are still discussing with other potential persons that we think can best manage the facility, so that we can discuss with them at the level of the assembly, so they can take care of the facility for us. That's where we're standing. I also discussed with a private, toilet operators. We call them summer toilets. So even as we speak this morning, they came to me. We are currently looking at how to recruit young people that will work with them, so that we can, get residents within the area to have household toilet facilities in their homes. Though that is not going to be free, but they'll build for them so that they can pay on installment basis. And so this morning we spoke, and currently we are looking for young people who are ready to work with this agency, so that we can start it from there as well.
Mr. Kumase, I'm struggling to understand why the management of a public toilet facility has, caused it to be shut down. Is there nobody within the assembly that can manage it for the meantime or in the interim?
Management, not the managerial aspect, but to take good care of the facility. We need to have somebody who will be here taking care of the facility, cleaning the facility and stuff.
And how long will that take for you to find somebody?
And let me say that it is not as compared to the southern sector. Here it is very difficult to get people to manage public toilet facilities, as indigenes themselves are not ready to do this kind of work. And so sometimes you have to rely on other people who are not from the area to be able to do this work for our people. And so that is one of the challenges that we are facing here. And we have some of them, they have interest, they know there's money in that business, but because of where they are coming from, it's becoming a bit difficult for them to come out or to own up to take care of special facilities in the area.
All right. So earlier, when you opened it earlier, who was managing the place?
We had one man who was managing one at the Damango daily market. And as we speak, that market has also been demolished. That toilet has been demolished due to the 24-hour market construction work. And so we felt that if we give this one to him, he will best manage it just as he was managing the other one at the daily market. But unfortunately, we are not seeing much effort coming from him. And so we are yet to find out what is keeping him from running the facility for us.
From the reports that our correspondent brought us, some of the residents were raising concerns about how the elderly in the area, you mentioned there's another one which is a bit closer to the area, but how the elderly. So in the interim, what are you able to give us timelines about on when we can get someone to come man this facility?
Because we cannot just say we have somebody, or we can go and handpick someone to come and manage the place. It will be very difficult to give you timelines, but we are working, closely to see how we can have this situation resolved. But let me say that the assembly itself is not at rest. The Municipal Environmental Health Officer will talk every day on this issue, how to get someone to take care of the place. One of the major issues was, the refuse container. That one we are able to get someone who is currently doing that work for us. And so it now has to do with the toilet facility. And so mostly when you come at night, a lot of them will want to do open defecation around the new facility. And so we are hoping that in the coming days, we'll be able to get someone to take care of the facility for us.
You mentioned open defecation, and that was one of the questions I was about to ask you. With the shutdown of this new facility, are you not encouraging that? How, like Wahab was asking, are the elderly supposed to cope, especially at night?
We are doing our best to make sure that we discourage that. And so, can I have to speak? I kept some street lights around that area which were not working, and so we have come to work on those ones to make sure that we don't promote open defecation in as much as we are facing these challenges that we have currently. And so I think I'll call on the MC if you step into that together. We can see how we can resolve this situation as soon as possible. And like I said, it is not about the MP, the assembly, but the caretaker is our challenge. If we have a caretaker now, I'm sure the assembly will be ready to provide water, because the assembly has a water tanker that can, supply water into the poly tank on daily basis. Our major problem is just the caretaker.
All right, Honorable, thank you very much. So that was the assembly member for
Al-Hassan Garipe, electoral area Godwin Kumate. Yeah.
But for facility manager, I don't understand why we have someone taking care of waste bin, but we cannot get someone to take care of a toilet facility serving hundreds of residents. And as a result of that, they have to go to another area. I'm just concerned about the elderly, the young children. Like, that's serious. If effort has been put in to demolish the old structure, which was a death trap, as the resident described it earlier, then we should expedite, the processes and all that to also get someone to come and man the facility. Earlier, water was the issue. You have the water, as you mentioned. Then we should also get someone to man the place. That's
Remember,
serious.
he said that it's not as easy up north to get somebody to man such a facility, unlike down here where people are rushing for the opportunity to man the facility. It's gonna take time, but I'm speechless. I'm baffled because you wanted the old one demolished. So whoever was managing the old one should just manage the new one, or it doesn't work that way.
In fact, before demolishing the old one, they temporarily opened the new one. Although it had not been commissioned and ordered, they temporarily opened to serve the people.
Why should we even commission public toilets before they become useful?
Taking political scores and all that. Charlie, on my way.
Oh my
This is serious. This is serious, honestly. The assembly, the Damango assembly, the area, the assembly, let's push forward.
Yeah.
Because
imagine you have a running stomach and you have to walk 30 meters to get to the nearest facility. They'll probably do open defecation.
Yes, because you cannot stand that disgrace that will come.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Where they're gonna throw that whatever sample that they have put in the poly bag, the associated health concerns that are coming with it, cholera,
typhoid, and all that.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Kumasi and your people, let's. I mean, we're laughing now, but it's a serious issue. It's a serious issue, and it's going to bring more serious issues, more serious health concerns if they don't do anything about it.
Anyways, this is still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel One Television, and this has been our community focus segment where we spotlight some of the worrying issues, just like we've seen in Hunger Line in Damango, to bring to the attention of duty-bearers authorities to get some result on those issues. We're going for a quick break. When we come back, the show continues.
Every day, across Ghana, stories unfold. Stories of hope, struggle, courage, and progress. At ChannelOne TV, we tell your story with truth and heart, giving voice to the people, holding power to account, and empowering change that moves our nation forward. ChannelOne TV, telling your story, empowering change.
Not every friendship is meant to last forever. Sometimes, the people closest to us can leave us feeling drained, manipulated, unheard, or constantly questioning our worth. But how do you know when a friendship has become toxic? Join Bishop Fred Crunchy-Mensah this week on Lifeline as we explore the topic on dealing with toxic friendships.
Not everyone who walks with you is helping your destiny. Some friends will drain your energy, steal your peace, and hold you back from progress. Welcome to Lifeline. Today's psychology is meeting theology to help you recognize toxic friendships and help you build healthy boundaries and manage friendships well. Talk to us. The power of friendship, the importance of friendship, and then what will make a friendship toxic.
And God said, let us make man. So God is a community. So man is coming from a place of relationship. Let us. So man is a product of a relationship.
Right.
And then by Genesis 2, he said, it is not good for the man to be alone. So man is made for a relationship. So the man is coming from a relationship, and man is made for a relationship. If anybody can enter the door of your life at will and close it and then leave it at will and lock it, you have no life. You have no life.
Lifeline airs every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. only on ChannelOne TV.
Looking for everything made in Ghana, all in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creatives, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205 973 973 or 0558 973 973 to register. Come explore, come connect, Come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, MTN, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center.
The Community Tracker is a parliamentary accountability project, a collaborative initiative between ChannelOne TV and the African Center for Parliamentary Affairs. Serving as an evidence-based project, Community Tracker documents and assesses development projects across constituencies in Ghana. The initiative includes the development of an attractive database map that identifies and tracks infrastructure projects, making information publicly available and promoting greater accountability. The program empowers communities to identify their priority development needs, monitor project implementations, and hold duty bearers accountable for the delivery of public services. It provides visibility for members of parliament who are delivering tangible development outcomes in their constituencies. Through the tracking and documentation of constituency-level projects, the program seeks to strengthen accountability in public infrastructure delivery while giving communities a meaningful voice in evaluating the impact of development interventions. The Community Tracker airs on Mondays at 7:30 p.m. with repeat broadcasts on Tuesdays 11 a.m. and Saturdays 5:30 p.m. only on ChannelOne TV.
Thank you very much for staying with us. This is still Breakfast Daily right here on ChannelOne Television. And now we're going to delve into our top 30. Yesterday, we unveiled them for the Literacy Challenge 2026 edition. The competition is progressing steadily. You know, we started from receiving your entries, numerous of them. We, narrowed it down to 100. We came to do the aptitude test, justify your inclusion. And from there, we now have 30 people, 3 each representing their regions, and that's where the real game, begins. All right, let's delve into the names.
All right, so we have regional teams this year. There's a bit of a twist this year. So 3 people from each of the regions that we're about to mention are going to collaborate to do the quiz together, and then whichever region or whichever team wins will be crowned as winners. And then from that team, there will be an overall, an overall winner. All right, so from the Volta region, Mensa Gabriela Maufemo, Volta Barracks JHS, Samuel Danku, Ho Bankoi EPJHS, Austin Deladem Agoche Petoy EP Junior High School.
All right, and we move to the Central region, and we have Abigail Inkum from Girls Model School, Laurentia Kwaten Labi from Aswell Academy, Julianne Oforiwa Dankwa from Girls Model School.
All right, we're heading to the Northern region. Fahim Wumpini Al-Hassan, Savannah International Academy, Abdul Nasir Shamima Suhini, Abe Halpern School Limited, Isa Abba Salsabila, Abe Halpern School.
All right, to the Western region, and we have Ronalda Nyako from New Pathways. We also have Joyce Aqua from Onuya Francis Ideal School, Justina A.C. Hagan, Bright Kids International School.
That's an interesting name, Onia Francis.
Onia Francis.
That's a very interesting school name. Okay, Upper East Region, we have Tara Nawal, Great Victory Academy, Alobo, Akari, Adabase Junior High School, and Davoro Gerald from Great Victory Academy.
Right, to the Bono region, we have Emanuela Michelle Sie from Dreamfield International School. We have Enyimnyam Boafo Wilson High Arthur, Sunyane Secondary Model Basic School, Hilda Opoku Kwatin Adventist Preparatory School.
In the Eastern region, Nyaku Kwabna Adum Reku Suhum Roman Catholic JHS, Nyamidum Apia Kubi Apia Boaje Hallmark Schools, and Stephanie Ochirwa Apo Jemfi PCE Demonstration JHS.
All right, Upper West region, we have Divine Yambafari Ambalaku Leadership Community School. We also have Jimmy Abbas Sharika Hilaliman JHS and Manuel LED from Ansiela Catholic School.
And let's go to my home region, Ashanti region. And we have Laurel Akuma Obuobi from KNUST Basic School, Akwesi Opoku Jarting, KNUST JHS, and Zuberu Latif Babajato from International Community School. Ooh, ICS, interesting.
Right. Now we are in the home region, you know, the owners of the land. Gashipon, Wanoni. All right, the Greater Accra region, we have Naria Jemfi from North Ridge, Lyceum. We have Janelle Abrel Ofori from Silicon Valley International School. We have Otu Sarah Augusta Akosia, Achimota Basic School. So
congratulations,
congratulations
to all of these amazing young men and young women who have made it this far in the Literacy Challenge. The next one is coming very soon, and they're going to sit down for the quiz competition, and you're going to have to think on your feet, be quick about it, be confident, like Apioko said yesterday. Be confident when you give that answer, and make sure that you know what you're doing and you know how to answer those questions. So congratulations to all of you. We can't wait to see who the final Ogoros are.
I like the fact about the collaboration. You know, 3 of them coming from the region. Probably they don't even know each other. Right, but for the sake of the regional agenda, getting the trophy to the region and all that, I'm looking forward to that. Young people instilling this in them will be great. So we're looking forward to that, and just get ready, chill. You'll be fine, and read everything.
Everything.
Read everything. You may not know. All right, let's take a quick musical break, and when we come back, we wrap up the entire show for you.
Je te parle d'un temps que le moins de 20 ans ne peuvent pas connaître. Moment en ces temps-là, accrocher ses lilas jusqu'au sous nos fenêtres, et sur l'ombre garnie que ne permet de nid ne fait pas de mine. C'est là qu'on s'est connu, moi qui criais famille, et toi qui posait nu. La bohème, ça voudrait dire tu es jolie. La bohème, nous ne mangeons qu'un jour sur deux. La bohème, ça voudrait dire tu es jolie. La bohème, nous ne mangeons qu'un jour sur deux. Falling for you, is that what you want from me? If falling for you is a cross I have to bear, if falling for you is not what it takes to be with you, but what you don't know is that I've already falling deep for you. Falling for you is a cross I have to bear. It's falling for you is a sinner I have to be. If falling for you is what it takes to be with you, but what you don't know is that I've already fallen deep for you. But what you don't know is that I've already fallen so deep for you. But the truth is, you have not fallen for me. All right. Let's keep the beats together, okay? 1, 2, 3, pop, pop. Come on, 1, 2, 3, pop, pop. Keep it. Que eu valei si bessiene e son gâteau e nou gakelo ne mouni bekame.
We're crossing over to the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, where Election Ghana is holding a national seminar and discussion on the theme Assessing the Implementation of Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019.
1, 2, 3, 8 surgeries. Ladies and gentlemen, this man has still not been able to walk properly. And he's a father of 4. He has 4 children that he takes care of, the breadwinner of his family. He has a wife. He has people who depend solely on him to survive. Think about that for a minute. The bullet that struck Ishahu Yaro, it happened on the 31st of January 2019. And it happened during the Ayawaso West Wagon by-election. But Ishahu's story did not begin Ghana's problem with vigilantism, ladies and gentlemen. Years before the Ayawaso West Wagon incident, Ghana had seen warning signs. In 2008, in Akwetia, violence broke out around the elections. And when violence breaks out around elections, we know what happens. Ballot boxes were taken, election materials were destroyed. Fast forward to 2015. You remember these names, the Azoka Boys and the Bolga Bulldogs. They clashed during the by-election there. There were gunshots, people were injured, property was damaged. Let's come forward to 2017. Members of the Delta Force stormed the office of the Ashanti Regional Security Coordinator. Ashanti Regional Security Coordinator, and then they forced him out. Later, when one of them was taken to court, supporters stormed the court. And then when that happened, the accused person escaped. I want you to take a minute to think about that too. This is not just political vigilante groups challenging each other. They began challenging the authority of the state. In that same period, we saw growing concerns of land guards. In fact, there's a police constable who was shot and killed around the Kaswa area. Concerns over land guardism. In places like Kaswa and parts of Accra, in fact, now they are almost everywhere. Amasamai, everywhere. Disputes over land were increasingly being settled, and they were settled not in the courts, they were settled with force. They were settled with machetes, they were settled with guns and violence. So, by the time that Yaro was shot at Ayawaso in 2019, the truth is that Ghana had already seen years of vigilantism, years of election violence, land guardism, and then intimidation. In fact, attacks on state officials were also very present, even an invasion of a courtroom. It is against this troubling national development that Ghana enacted the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 999 in August 2019. 7 years later, we're here to ask a very simple question. Has the law worked? Today, we bring together some of Ghana's most experienced voices in national security, in law enforcement, governance, academia, peace building, you name it. And on behalf of Election Watch Ghana, again, I warmly welcome you to the National Policy Dialogue on Vigilantism. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Well, that was for you. And now I crave your indulgence that we all put our hands together for Election Watch Ghana, the group that has brought all of us together in this room. To the board, the advisors, financiers, staff, and everybody in the value chain, I'd like to say thank you to them. In fact, no election issue escapes Election Watch Ghana. To formally commence proceedings, may I respectfully invite His Eminence Sheikh Dr. Osman Nuhu Sharibu to the National Chief Imam. He is a respected advocate for peace, tolerance, and national unity. He is a respected advocate for values that are central to today's conversation, to lead us in an opening prayer.
الصلاة على النبي الكريم
الحمد لله الذي جمعنا برحمته واشتراكنا بالمغفرة والإسم. اللهم اجعل بلدنا غانا بلدنا آمنا مطمئنا. اللهم اجعل بلدنا غانا بلدنا آمنا مطمئنا وسائر البلدان وآمنا في أوطاننا ولا تفتنا. اللهم ارفع مقتك
آمين
وغلبك عنا
آمين
ولا تؤاخذنا بما فعل السفهاء منا.
آمين.
السر الفاتح.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Malaice na murna da wanga taro da ya samu kansa a cikin mu nan.
I am extremely happy and excited for this occasion.
Me yasa nake murna?
Why should I be happy?
Na'am, Allah na cewa wa qulu lin-nasi husna. Ka gaya ma mutane magana mai kyau.
Because Allah has said that when you communicate or speak to people, speak in terms that are superlatively good.
Ba abin da muke son kasar mu Ghana kamar zaman lafiya.
There is nothing we most cherish than the peace that we have in this country.
Kuma Allah ya ba mu zama lafiya da mu da sauran addinai Christians duka muna zaune lafiya.
But Almighty God has granted us peace for such a long time, and we, Muslims and followers of all other faiths, are living in peace in this country.
Allah na falkar da mu ne kamar ya halice mu ne daga mutane guda biyu, Adamu da Hawwa.
Allah continues to remind us that as humans, we trace our origin to a common source, and these are two human progenitors, Adam and Eve.
Hawwa Allah ya halice ta ne daga Adam.
Eve was created out of Adam.
Adamu kuma Allah ya shi ne daga kasa.
And Adam was also created out of dust.
Ya sa masa rai.
Then blew into him life.
Mu duka mu Christian da wanda ma ba Christian ba dukkan mu uban mu kenan.
Therefore, we as Muslims and Christians and other members of other faith, we have a common father, and that is Adam.
Sannan Allah ya raba mu shu'uban wa kaba'ila.
Then Allah diversified us and made us into different races and tribes.
Ya rarraba mu ne ba don komi ba.
That diversity was done with wisdom and not out of nothing.
Lita'arafu domin mu san juna.
So that in diversity we'll recognize and know each other.
Mu sadar da zumunci tsakanin mu.
And also establish a bond of relationship.
Mu yi gadayya tsakanin mu mu taimaki juna.
And there we can also inherit legacies from each other and for enrichment.
Allah bai raba ba mu don mu zo muna gaba ba.
Allah did create us in this diversity so that we be at each other's throat or to be in perpetual war or conflict.
Bai raba ba mu don mu zo muna fada ba.
It is not for reason of fighting among ourselves that He created us in this diversity.
Muna gode ma Allah Ghana muna zama lafiya muna zama.
Therefore, we in Ghana here are thankful to the Almighty God for granting us this peace.
Inda Larabawa sun fahimce wanga aya da wayansu daban da wadansu daban ba za su fara da juna ba.
If Arabs and other races and tribes across the world would reflect on our common origin, then there shall arise no war or conflict.
Allah bai raba mu don mu zo muna fara.
Allah did not make us different people just because He wants us to fight among ourselves.
Ya rarraba mu ne mu san juna mu taimaki juna.
He provided us diversity so that in diversity we'll recognize each other and work together with each other. We therefore are thankful to Almighty Allah for the interfaith harmony that we enjoy, Muslims, Christians, and peoples of other faith. It's always been possible for us to sit around on the same bench. Therefore, may Allah continue to grant us peace and harmony. Other nations across the world wherein there is no peace, we pray that Allah will restore them to peace and harmony.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Indeed, I want to pray also for all the security agencies, those who are in charge of our national security. I extend my best prayers to all of you that may Allah grant you the support and success.
Amen.
We also want to pray for His Excellency, the President of the Republic, and indeed all his appointees.
No.
Amen.
وارفعنا ولا ترفعنا وآتنا ولا تحرمنا
آمين.
اللهم زدنا ولا تنقصنا
آمين.
وارحمنا ولا تعذبنا
آمين.
وفرج همومنا واكشف غمومنا
آمين.
وانصرنا ولا تخذلنا
آمين.
وانصرنا ولا تخذلنا
آمين.
بالسر إذا جاء.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا. آمين.
أكرمنا ولا تهنا.
آمين.
واسترنا ولا تفضحنا.
آمين.
وآثرنا ولا تسأل علينا.
آمين.
وحفظنا ولا تلجينا.
آمين.
فإنك على كل شيء قدير.
آمين.
يا أقدر القادرين.
آمين.
ويا أسرع الحاسبين.
آمين.
اللهم أنت أمرتنا بدعائك.
آمين.
ووعدتنا بإجابتك.
آمين.
وقد دعونا كما أمرتنا.
آمين.
فأجبنا كما وعدتنا.
آمين.
يا ذا الجلال والإكرام.
آمين.
إنك لا تخلف الميعاد.
آمين.
بالسر آمن.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا. ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا. ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. آمين. 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 سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Your Eminence, thank you so much. Please put your hands together for the Chief Imam, please. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the substance of this conversation, it is important to establish why it matters, what is at stake, talk about who is affected, and why this discussion deserves our attention. In a moment, we'll invite onto the stage the Executive Director of Election Watch Ghana, Ms. Rose Austin, to deliver the welcome address. But before that, based on the impact of vigilantism, it has left a troubling mark on Ghana's democracy, from political intimidation to violence during elections and many more. In 2019, Ghana passed a law to stop it. But again, has the law truly ended vigilantism? Or has the problem simply changed its form into something else? This documentary that we are making ready to play for you, it will trace the story from 1992 to present. If the audiovisual team is ready, this is a documentary, a brief documentary of Ghana's vigilantism story since 1992. Since 1992,
Ghana has built a remarkable democratic record characterized by competitive elections, peaceful transfers of power, constitutional governance, and respect for the rule of law. But alongside this democratic success runs another, more troubling story. A story of political vigilantism, party foot soldiers, land guards, and mob justice, marked by intimidation, violence, destruction of property, and, tragically, loss of life. This is the story of vigilantism in Ghana. In the early years of the Fourth Republic, political youth groups emerged to mobilize supporters and protect party interests. Over time, however, one of these networks became associated with intimidation and violence. Following changes to government in 2000 and 2008, partisan groups were accused of taking over public facilities and enforcing political interest outside established institutions. By the 2010s, groups such as the Delta Force, Invincible Forces, Azoka Boys, and Bolga Bulldogs had become prominent in the national conversation on political vigilantism. Beyond politics, on political vigilantism. Beyond politics, land guard activities became a growing threat, particularly in rapidly developing communities such as Accra and Kaswa, where disputes over land sometimes descended into violence. And across communities, mob justice continued to expose another dimension of vigilantism, citizens taking the law into their own hands. The killing of Major Maxwell Adamahama in 2017 remains one of the country's most painful reminders of the consequences. The 2016 election and the violence surrounding the Ayawaso West Wogon by-election in 2019 brought political vigilantism to the center of national attention. The message was unmistakable. When partisan interests begin to compete with the authority of the state, democracy itself is placed at risk. In August 2019, Ghana responded with the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 999. The law sought to disband political party vigilante groups, prohibit land guards, and criminalize acts of vigilantism. But 7 years on, one question remains. Has the law achieved its purpose? Political vigilantism may be less visible, but the underlying challenges remain. Electoral violence has continued. Land guard violence has claimed lives. Mob justice persists. And concerns remain about unemployment, political patronage, winner-takes-all politics, public confidence in state institutions, and effective enforcement of the law. Vigilantism may have changed its form, but the threat has not disappeared. The cost is measured not only in lives lost, but in fear, damaged property, weakened institutions, and declining public confidence in the rule of law. The real test of Act 999 is therefore implementation. Credible investigations, effective prosecutions, protection of citizens, professional and impartial security institutions, accessible justice, and meaningful opportunities for young people. Ghana's democratic future depends on a simple principle. Political competition must be about ideas, not intimidation. Land disputes must be resolved through lawful institutions, not force. Suspected criminals must face the courts, not mob justice. And security must remain the responsibility of the state. The question is no longer whether vigilantism has challenged Ghana's democracy. The question is whether we have the political will, institutional strength, and collective commitment to ensure that it never becomes part of Ghana's democratic culture. Election Watch Ghana is a civil society organization focused mainly on electoral integrity and democratic accountability, and is leading the charge.
Ladies and gentlemen, now that the foundation for the conversation has been laid nicely, we'll crave your indulgence to please be on your feet for a few moments as the National Chief Imam takes his leave because he has another equally important assignment that he has to attend to. Please, you may take your seats. And I'm sure we've all been blessed by the presence of the National Chief Imam. We'll continue from where we left off as we introduce Ms. Rose Austin to deliver the welcome address. Ms. Austin works at the intersection of elections, governance, and democratic accountability. She and her team have observed elections, they have engaged stakeholders, educated the public, and then advocated for safer and more credible democratic processes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Executive Director of Election Watch Ghana, Ms. Rose Austin, to deliver the welcome address. Please put your hands together for her.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Even though His Eminence has left us, we would still assume that he's chairing this all-important program in spirit. So I would like to honor him by addressing him. His Eminence Sheikh Alhaji Nuhu Shaributu, National Chief Imam and Chairman for this occasion. The Chief of Staff, whose representative is here, Honorable Dr. Julius Deborah, who is also a special guest, the National Security Coordinator, COP Abdul Razak Osman, heads of security agencies, leaders and representatives of political parties, paramount chiefs and traditional leaders, representatives of civil society organizations, members of academia, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all once again. It is my distinct honor and privilege on behalf of Election Watch Ghana to warmly welcome you to this important and timely stakeholder engagement on one of the most consequential challenges confronting Ghana's democratic development, political vigilantism, and the effective enforcement of the law enacted to address it. 7 years after the enactment of the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019, Act 999, we are compelled as a nation committed to constitutional democracy to pause and ask a fundamental question. How effective has this law been in achieving the purpose for which Parliament enacted it? The passage of Act 999 represented a significant milestone in Ghana's democratic journey. It demonstrated a collective national resolve that political competition must never be allowed to degenerate into violence, intimidation, coercion, or establishment of partisan structures operating outside the lawful authority of the state. The law was in many respects a reaffirmation of a fundamental democratic principle. Political power must be acquired, exercised, contested for, and transferred through constitutional and peaceful means, not through force, intimidation, or organized political violence. Yet, despite this important legislative intervention, serious concerns remain regarding the implementation and enforcement of the Act. Chair, there have been instances that have generated public concerns about consistency, impartiality, and effectiveness of enforcement. Perception of selective application of the law, particularly where political actors or political affiliated groups are involved, have the potential to undermine public confidence in our security and justice institutions. Whether such perceptions arise from actual institutional failures or from weaknesses in public communication and accountability, they cannot simply be dismissed. In a democracy, public confidence in the impartiality of institutions is itself a national asset. Where citizens perceive the law to be applied selectively, the credibility of the rule of law is weakened. Where perpetrators believe that political affiliation can provide protection from accountability, impunity becomes entrenched. And where impunity becomes entrenched, political vigilantism can become normalized. This is precisely why today's engagement is so important. Mr. Chair, political vigilantism is not merely a partisan or electoral issue. It is a matter of national security, democratic governance, public order, and the rule of law. Its existence or proliferation of political vigilante groups creates the risk of parallel coercive structures operating alongside and sometimes in competition with legislative and legitimate state security institutions. Such structures, Mr. Chair, can intimidate citizens, disrupt political activities, interfere with electoral processes, threaten opponents, and undermine the fundamental freedoms upon which democratic participation depends. When citizens are afraid to participate in political activities because of threat or intimidation, democracy suffers. When political actors believe that the deployment of force provides an advantage over their opponents, democratic competition is distorted. When citizens lose confidence that the state can protect them impartially, trust in democratic institutions begin to erode. We must therefore recognize that the fight against vigilantism is not a fight against any particular political party. It is a fight for the integrity of Ghana's democratic system itself. Political parties may alternate in government. Governments come and go. Leaders change power. However, the institutions of the Republic endures. It is therefore in the long-term interest of every political party, whether in government or in opposition, to support a political environment in which no party requires, tolerates, or benefits from organized violence. As a civil society organization, Election Watch Ghana considers itself not merely an observer of Ghana's electoral and democratic processes, but a stakeholder and partner in strengthening democratic governance. Civil society has a legitimate responsibility to monitor, implement, raise concerns, facilitate dialogue, promote civil education, and advocate for institutional reform where necessary. Our collective role today, therefore, is not to assign blame or pursue partisan interest. Our role is to ask difficult questions, to examine the evidence, to listen to the perspective of relevant institutions and stakeholders, and most importantly, to contribute to identifying practical solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here to pursue three principal objectives. First, to undertake a candid assessment of what has worked and what has not worked since the enactment of Act 999. Second, to identify the legal institution, operational, political, and other bottlenecks that may be undermining the effective implementation of the law. Third, and perhaps most importantly, to develop concrete and measurable actions for government, political parties, security agencies, civil society organizations, traditional authorities, academia, the media, and other relevant stakeholders. We should therefore endeavor to ensure that this engagement does not end merely with speeches, expressions of concern, or another communique. We must leave this room with commitment. Commitment that can be followed up. Commitment for which institutions and stakeholders can be held accountable. Commitment that can strengthen enforcement, improve institutional coordination, enhance public confidence, and ultimately reduce the space within which political vigilantism can operate. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana has earned considerable respect for its democratic credentials within Africa and beyond. Our peaceful elections, constitutional transitions, vibrant civil society, active media, and strong culture of political participation are achievements that we must protect. But democracy is not sustained by election alone. It is sustained by the rule of law, institutional integrity, political tolerance, accountability, respect for human dignity, and the peaceful resolution of political differences. If, as a society, we allow political parties, whether in government or in opposition, to resort to, tolerate, or benefit from organized groups that use intimidation and violence as instruments of political competition, then we place the very foundations of our democracy at risk. If political power becomes associated with the ability to mobilize force rather than the ability to persuade citizens, then we will have fundamentally distorted the meaning of democratic politics. If citizens become intimidated into silence, participation will decline. If political opponents become targets of violence, pluralism will suffer. And if the strong are permitted to impose their will on the weak through force, then the rule of law will gradually give way to the law of the jungle, where power, rather than justice, determines outcomes. We do not want that. We do not deserve that. Neither, as a nation, must we ever accept that. We must therefore summon the collective political will, institutional courage, and civic responsibility necessary to confront and expunge political vigilantism from our democratic culture. This requires action by all of us. Mr. Chair, political parties must take responsibility for the conduct of their members and affiliated groups. Security agencies must enforce the law professionally, impartially, and without fear or favor. Government must provide the necessary institutional and legal support for effective implementation. Civil society must continue to monitor, advocate, educate, and hold institutions accountable. The media must continue to illuminate issues of public interest responsibly and courageously. Traditional and religious leaders must continue to use their considerable moral authority to promote peace, tolerance, and national cohesion. And citizens must continue to reject political violence, irrespective of which political party may appear to benefit from it. Distinguished guests, the preservation of the Ghana's peace and democratic stability is not the responsibility of one institution, one political party, or one sector of society. It is a shared responsibility. Let us therefore approach today's engagement with openness, intellectual honesty, and a genuine commitment to the national interest. Let us ask the difficult questions. Let us acknowledge the shortcomings where they exist. Let us identify what needs to change. And let us have the courage to put Ghana before party, principle before political expediency, and the long-term stability of the Republic before short-term partisan advantage. Our democracy is too precious to be surrendered to political violence. Our peace is too valuable to be taken for granted. And the future of our Republic is too important for us to remain silent when the foundation of democratic governance are threatened. Let us therefore move from consent to action, from rhetoric to accountability, and from commitment on paper to measurable implementations. With these, and with a renewed commitment to peace, security, institutional order, and democratic future of our beloved Republic, I welcome you all to this important dialogue. Nyefe nyebako, nye akwaba to all of you. Thank you very much.
Ms. Austin, thank you so much for the welcome address. Three things. We're here to assess, we're here to identify gaps or the bottlenecks, and then develop concrete and measurable actions. In fact, if you're thinking, why now? My answer to you will be, why not? Yesterday, the Interior Minister spoke to the media. And in 2019, there's a man, his name is Double. That is also known as, that is alias. But his real name is Ernest Akomia. He's popularly known as Double. He is one of the main perpetrators of the violence that happened at Ayawaso West Wuogon, accused to be one of the main perpetrators. But as we speak, 7 years on, Double remains at large. We still have not found him for him to face the courts. If you're asking why now, political parties, they've started preparations for the next elections, for the 2028 elections. So why should the state wait? Why should stakeholders wait until 2028 before we start acting, before we start talking? So I think the foundation has been laid nicely, and we can get into some conversations. Before that, please allow me to acknowledge the presence of some dignitaries that we have here. Some of them would be introduced properly during the panel discussion. But there are political parties present. The NPP is represented here. The NDC is also represented here. PPP, CPP, APC, the NDP, GFP is also here, I understand. United Party is also represented here. GCPP is here as well. and Ghana Union Movement, GUM, they are also here. To all other CEOs and dignitaries who have confirmed and have been able to come here, thank you so much. Mr. Fechi Awono, the MD of BOST, Mr. Edmund Combat, MD of the Tema Oil Refinery, Dr. Sofo Kantanka Rashid Computer, he's the CEO of GIFEC. There's also Wisdom Kweku Deku, the Executive Secretary of the National Identification Authority. Dr. Joseph Bikanyi Koyong, CEO of NADMO, is also here. Mr. Edwiji Tamaklo, I understand, is also here. And Dr. Randiabe is also here. Please put your hands together for the CEOs and other dignitaries who have joined us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, after the welcome address, it's now time for us to get into good conversations. After the foundation has been laid, it is good for us to start building on the foundation. After the dignitaries have been introduced, it is time for us to know who the chairman of the occasion is. He does not like a lot of introduction. In fact, I was told not to do too much. In fact, not to do anything at all. But he's the chairman of the occasion. We cannot say that we won't give the chairman some fans that he deserves. Our chairman this morning is a man who once summed up his philosophy in a very simple line. There was one day he woke up and he said that national security is everybody's business. Perhaps that tells you something about the chairman. He's a man who trained as a commando in India and in special forces in Cuba. He commanded the 64th Infantry Regiment and then did something that you might not ordinarily associate with a commando. So he was a commander of commandos. After that, he decided to go to law school and then become a lawyer. So commando in training in India, special forces training in Cuba. He's a former commander of the 64th Infantry Regiment, former national security coordinator, and then somewhere along the way he decided that apparently all of that was not enough and then he wanted to be a lawyer as well. But here's something that you may not know about him. Behind the soldier, the lawyer, and the security strategist is a man who has openly confessed to being a Kumasi Asante Kotoko supporter. So for everyone else in the room, this is one piece of advice for you. The chairman of the occasion, he has combat training and then he has legal training. So my advice to you is that please choose your battles carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Lieutenant Colonel Larry Bevlolate, retired.
Thank you all very much. Thanks a great deal for the introduction. I realize if I had left him here longer, he would have been saying more than he should say. So, like I said, my name is Larry Bevlolate. I'm the special envoy of the President of Ghana to the Alliance of Sahel States. I bring you the warm greetings of the Honorable Chief of Staff by the Office of the President, Dr. Julius Debra, who regrets he could not be here in person and has asked me to preside on his behalf. As I looked around the room, from the screen, I've seen so many faces. And going through any acknowledgement here could be quite daunting. So I'm most grateful again to the MC for, acknowledging most of the people who are here. In addition to that, I would plead with you that on behalf of our host, the Commandant of the Commandant and staff of the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, I would plead that at your instance, I respectfully acknowledge the presence, although he's departed, the presence of His Eminence Sheikh Dr. Osman Nuhu Shaributu, the National Chief Imam, who has graced this occasion as our special guest of honor. My thanks to Baba for gracing this dialogue with his presence and his prayers. Also, our guest speaker for the occasion, the National Security Coordinator of Ghana, the one who actually runs the day-to-day affairs of the National Security Council of this country, Commissioner of Police Abdul Osman Razak. Our distinguished panelists for the first session, Honorable Kofi Totobi Kwache, Professor George Mayiri Bob Miller, Honorable Francis Poku, and Colonel Festus Abuaje, retired. These are all, then the second session, actually. Honorable Albert Kandapa, Dr. Benjamin Kumbo, Commissioner of Police Manuel Tai Kujo, and Mr. Kwesi Yirenchi of the National Peace Council. You know, all these guys are renowned experts in their own categories. And they are actually national assets in matters of national security, democratic governance, peaceful coexistence, and national stability. So we are so pleased to have them here, and I recognize them with all humility. Now, the Chief of the Defense Staff, his representatives here, I see all the generals, and on the side of the police also, the Inspector General of Police, I see quite a number of his staff here. There are heads of some of our security agencies that I see here, immigration and the rest. So I want to acknowledge also the heads of all the security and intelligence agencies, excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps who are here, our eminent traditional leaders, you know, really dressed for the gate of the occasion. We have quite a number of legal luminaries and members of the academy here. I acknowledge them. We have so many chief executive officers and managing directors of state-owned institutions here. I do recognize you. And we have a number of our metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives here. Then we have the leadership and members of a number of political parties who, you know, have come here to take part in this hard conversation. Our moderator for the day, the renowned broadcast journalist Umaru Sanda Amadu. I know he's going to grill some people here today. I'm looking forward to it. The organizers, Election Watch, and the National Peace Council, and all of us, brothers and sisters here in present, representatives of government, security agencies, political parties, civil society, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for making time for this hard conversation. Now, the Chief of Staff has handed over to me his opening remarks that I am to read on this occasion on his behalf. So with your kind indulgence, therefore, I quote, "It is a distinct honor and privilege to accept the invitation to chair this crucial national policy dialogue on vigilantism. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to Election Watch Ghana for organizing this timely forum and for gathering such an esteemed cross-section of national leadership, security experts, legal minds, and civil society actors. We gather today at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, a venue named after one of Ghana's most renowned international statesmen, whose life was dedicated to peace, diplomacy, and the rule of law. It is fitting, therefore, that we meet here to deliberate on preserving the democratic order and security of our homeland. 7 years ago, Parliament passed the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019, Act 999, to address a growing threat to our constitutional order, the emergence and proliferation of non-state armed actors, especially political party vigilante groups. The enactment of Act 999 was a resounding statement that the state will not tolerate parallel security structures or organized intimidation in our political processes. As chairman of this occasion, I view today's dialogue not as an exercise in political recrimination, but as a vital civic audit. A law on paper is only as strong as its practical implementation, its institutional enforcement, and its ability to inspire public confidence. Democratic governance flourishes only where the rule of law is supreme and where political competition is conducted through ideas, persuasion, and ballot papers, never through force, weapons, or physical intimidation. To ensure our deliberations today yield tangible national benefits, I urge all participants and panelists to approach this dialogue with 3 core principles in mind. First, we must be willing to examine the successes achieved under the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019, Act 999, and the operational, legal, or institutional bottlenecks that persist. Next, vigilantism is a threat to the entire republic, not just a single political party. Our analysis must therefore place the long-term stability of Ghana above any short-term partisan interests. Furthermore, our goal today must go beyond diagnosing threats and challenges. We must formulate concrete, trackable courses of action in the recommendations that we make for the resilience of our democracy, our security apparatus, the judiciary, political parties, and civil society in the face of the threat. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's standing as a beacon of democratic stability in Africa was built through decades of deliberate effort, institutional maturity, and the collective wisdom of our people. Protecting that legacy requires constant vigilance and institutional courage. I look forward to rich, insightful, and constructive discussions throughout this morning's panels. It is my singular honor as chairman of the occasion to welcome you all once again and to declare that we proceed with the official business of the day. Thank you, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation greater and stronger. Julius Julius Deborah, PhD, 25th August 2026, unquote. I thank you for the audience.
If the commando has given us the go-ahead, who are we not to start? And I like the PhD at the end. Thank you so much, Larry Bevrolati, for giving us the chairman's remarks. And for just a piece of announcement, while you were entering, I'm sure you scanned a few papers, you made a few registrations and all of that. The program lineup is now on your phone, so you can you can use your phone and then access the program lineup so you can follow where we are. Okay, I understand it is, you get it via text. You get the lineup of the program via text message so that you can follow the conversations and then make inputs where necessary. Before we move on to the next speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of some chiefs that we have here. There's Anakwesi Anyane. He is the Adontenhene. Please put your hands together for him. Adontenhene of the Num traditional area. Nana Into Anyane is Ahima Hene of Benkum division area. My chiefs, please pardon me if I'm not able to get your designations, your portfolios correct. There's Ni Etenishi Brimpon Kwajo Blakbla the first Nungwa traditional area. Please put your hands together for the traditional leaders who have joined us this morning. We'll get to the keynote address now, ladies and gentlemen. And the person who is going to give us the keynote address is no stranger when it comes to issues of national security. He has been a presidential ADC. He is a police officer. He is a security educator here, or he has been a security educator here, so he teaches about security here. And then now he's the National Security Coordinator. So he has seen the system from the presidential level when he was standing behind the president of the, when he was standing behind the vice president, then vice president, I'm talking about current president John Dramani Mahama. He has seen it at the classroom and he has taught it as well. And now he's coordinating everything at the top of national security. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me welcome the National Security Coordinator of the Republic of Ghana, COP Osman Abdul Razak.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have started this discourse with equality in the presence of everything. But when I look at this lectern, I don't see the equality for all those of us who are tall. And so permit me, when you see me bending over, to enable me to speak clearly. Mr. Chair, permit me to stand on the already well-established protocols. But it's still important that I say hello to our revered traditional and religious leaders, distinguished generals and accomplished senior captains of security and intelligence, political party representatives, civil society, youth organizations, media, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I say good morning. I am honored to be with you today, especially as this event has brought together all the institutions and persons on whose shoulders the peace and stability of our country rests. Our presence here confirms that the protection of our democracy is not the responsibility of just one institution, political ideology, or sector, or an individual. I wish to also say that we as citizens, security agencies, political parties, traditional and religious leaders, or civil as well as the media have a shared responsibility to ensure that politics never descends into an organized intimidation or the perpetuation of violence against our own citizens we intend to govern. Let me begin by, first of all, indicating that the 999th Act of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, entitled the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019, is an act that was passed to disband vigilantes groups, including, I repeat, vigilantes group, including political vigilante groups and land guards. This means that the scope is wider than only political vigilante groups. To proscribe acts of vigilantism in the country and to provide for related matters. If we look at the preliminary matters of this act, that is especially section 1, referring to the application, this act applies to an act or a threat of violence. Let me speak a little bit of law here. Section 1, this act applies to an act or a threat of violence or intimidation undertaken by a person or group of persons to further the interest of that person or any other persons affiliated or associated with or connected to or related to A, a political party, B, a political office holder, C, an official or member of a political party, D, a landowner or purchaser of a landed property, E, a real estate developer, a public officer, that is F, or any other person who holds an office of a public nature, G, mining activities, H, a person who engages in any act of vigilantism. And then the 2 says, this act does not apply to a person who lives within same neighborhood or community and whose acts alone or with other person in concert with the aim of preventing the commission of the offense. All I intend to say is that if your purpose was to prevent vigilantism, this act does not apply to you. Mr. Chair, it is with this preamble that I begin to even attempt my address to assess the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019 at 999. 7 years after its implementation, and I hope that at the end of today's discussion, we would have objectively examined and examined the implications of the Act on national security and renew our collective commitment to democratic governance anchored on the values of peace, legality, and public confidence. I will leave detailed examination of the content of the sections of this Act for later discourse or discussions by panel members, but rather look at its implication in general terms. And so I'll be discussing it on certain thematic areas. Let me start by why Act 999. The earliest reports of political vigilantism in modern Ghana traces back to the 1950s during the pre-independence era. Then, over successive election cycles, informal party task forces evolved into organized groups, some with uniforms, command structures, and weapons. What began as a wonderful act of youth mobilization for party visibility gradually degenerated into election-related violence that directly challenged state security by intimidating opponents and disrupting election processes. Election violence is not a routine law and order inconvenience, ladies and gentlemen. It undermines confidence in the democratic transfer of power erodes trust in state institutions, weakens investor confidence, and threatens the social cohesion on which our republic is anchored. Per the 1992 Constitution, the authority to organize and deploy any state security or force is solely vested in the state. Therefore, any group that purports to assume power outside this constitutional framework, be it by guiding ballot boxes, undertaking armed patrols, seizing property, detaining persons, or intimidating communities, is a direct threat to lawful state authority. Act 999 was therefore a very timely law which was largely in response to public concern, civil society advocacy, and certain unfortunate by-election incidents. Most importantly, it was a bipartisan acknowledgement that political vigilantism threatens everyone, regardless of party affiliation. The law did not merely seek to dissolve enthusiastic party youth mobilization. No, that's not what it was intended. Rather, it prohibited the creation, the organization, the recruitment, the training, the arming, the funding, and the support of such groups in any form or shape geared toward all political acts of vigilantism. This connotes the permission of peaceful party youth fronts and not the usual, if you will permit me to name them, cat lions of some savannah enclave or limping goats of so and so political party, unquote. This is to put it lightly. I like to, at this stage, commend leadership of various political parties who have had cause to defer the protection of their primaries to the police, and in the same vein, show my gratitude to the Inspector General of Police and his men for having taken the opportunity to assert their professionalism so as to win the confidence of the general public. We in the security sector do not take this confidence reposed in us lightly. My second theme I would like to speak about is implementation, assessment, progress, and the remaining gaps we need to work on as far as this act is concerned. 7 years down the line, what are the successes? What remains to be done? An honest assessment will require us to hold our achievements and gaps in one hand and accept genuine criticisms in the other. First, let's look at the achievements. Ghana has recorded relative discipline in election-related security since the act was passed. I use the term relative because of the sub-region in which we operate. Second, the visibility of organized vigilante formations that once paraded openly, bearing names, uniforms, and recognized command structures has declined. Although, I must admit, in recent times, social media has started showing a return to this phenomenon. Third, election security planning has improved because there's a coordinated effort among security agencies who work in tandem as one group of persons wishing to achieve a particular singular goal. I must also say that election security planning, though has improved, it came with public awareness of the law and its provision, which has grown mainly through civic education, sustained media attention. Today's Ghanaians can easily identify a vigilante group than they could have done some years back, say 2019. There is a clear signal to vigilante groups or sponsors that the state has absolutely no room for organized political violence, and that organizing, sponsoring, funding, and equipping vigilante group has personal criminal liabilities. At this stage, let me add that I am very selective in my word as a unifier. so that people do not go and misquote me. I am saying this because of a clip I watched recently in TikTok, where 3 students were writing examination, and then the question was posed, can you name one of the civil rights activists in Black America? The first person knew it. He said Martin Luther King. And the next man behind him asked him, what is the answer? He said Martin Luther King. The third person asked, what was the answer? He says, Martin Okoluti Kingsway. Communication, as it's passed along, changed its contents. And when it comes to security, it is very important to appreciate exactly what is said. However, we must not mistake reduced visibility of these groups as complete eradication. A vigilante group is a vigilante group, regardless of its name, uniform, or publicity. We are very much aware that 1, some groups are rebranding as internal security teams, volunteer task forces, or community security initiatives. 2, others have dissolved into looser and less visible networks that are more complex to track. But if our ability to track people on social media is anything to go by, a word to a wise is enough. Again, mobilization has moved online on social media, encrypted chats, local disputes, private security arrangements, or other informal channels. I do admit prosecutions under the Act has been limited, and at times legal processes has been slow. But we say sometimes justice grinds, but it grinds slowly. But let us know that the law exists, and it shall be enforced fairly without fear nor favor. If anybody is in doubt of our resolve to keep Ghana peaceful, please kindly check our record for the past 2 years. Sometimes, when enforcement appears weak, selective, overly delayed, deterrence suffers. Nevertheless, the law must be constantly and fairly enforced. My third thematic area, strategic consideration. Depoliticization and enforcement. The credibility of the Act 999 can be challenged by what it prohibits and how it is enforced. Enforcement should never be perceived as favoring one group over the other. Operational decisions for vigilantes issues should be guided by intelligence assessments, evidence, and professional judgment. To achieve this, enforcement protocols should be standardized. Investigations should be evidence-based. Accountability mechanisms should be transparent. And relevant security personnel responsible for field operations and investigations should be professionally insulated from informal political interferences. My next thematic area, prevention before campaign season. The action is now. It is easier to prevent political violence before the main event, that is elections. By the time campaign rallies are underway, in earnest, we are managing rather than containing, we are managing containment rather than genuine prevention. But we want to be proactive. So recruitment into violent groups commences months prior to the election. So we are already saying it. So security agencies set up. The law exists. Our early warning systems have already flagged this. We can only say that they shouldn't go to sleep and to keep us on our toes. Let me also say that these preventive measures must include intelligence mapping, and stakeholder engagement at least 12 to 18 months before election, just as we are doing. Youth engagement and civic education must take place 9 to 12 months before elections. Active monitoring of political mobilization should be way underway 6 months prior to elections. Targeted preventive operations during the campaign period must be rapid. Rapid response and confidence building throughout the election period is also key. Involve those we are intending to protect in the protection process. Finally, we shouldn't forget our cherished doctrine of innocence before proven guilty. To the security personnel, they understand where I am trying to drag to. And I'm looking directly in the eyes of Director General Operations Police. My next thematic area, substantial and not ceremonial coordination. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate the leadership of all our security agencies for the coordinated nature in which you have approached all issues, especially starting from JIC, starting from the Inspector General of Police, the CDS, and all other service chiefs. Anytime something came up, the lead agency takes the lead, all others fall in line and put their resources at their disposal. This is the way to go. The successful prevention of election violence depends on the coordination and collaboration of the security services and relevant government structures. This means real-time intelligence sharing, joint operations, joint risk assessments. Allow me, what do you call it, technology. This means real-time intelligence sharing, joint operations, joint risk assessment, shared communication channels, simulation exercises, unified command arrangements when required by the operational circumstances. National security, the police service, armed forces. I use the police service because when it comes to election, they are the lead agency. Ghana Immigration Service, Prison Service, Bureau of National Intelligence. Please know they've gotten their name back, BNI, the National Commission of Civic Education, the Electoral Commission, and all other relevant stakeholders I might not have mentioned here. And institutions must collaborate and coordinate their efforts within their respective constitutional mandate timeously. My next thematic area, private security companies and community vigilante security initiatives. Communities have the legitimate role in protecting neighborhoods. Private security providers have a role to operate within the law. And traditional leaders, our revered chiefs, also have a role in helping maintain peace. However, genuine concern arises when organized groups assume cohesive functions reserved for competent state authorities. Community participation must be strengthened lawfully by state authority, not substituting it. Do remember, you operate under license as a private security company, and these licenses are subject to certain rules and regulations under the supervision of the regulatory authorities, and the license can be withdrawn. My next thematic area, democratic governance and public confidence. Enforcement of the Act 999 and the protection of our democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a teacher, so you won't sleep. And so you find me changing my tone, and then so that you keep alive, and then you don't go and say that the one who went and robbed Kingsway. Remember the story. Enforcement of Act 999 and the protection of our democracy are not competing objectives. They should complement each other to protect citizens' right to political participation, peaceful assembly, and freedom of expression. Vigilante violence narrows democratic space by intimidating citizens who wish to participate fully. Public confidence would depend on visible neutrality, timely enforcement, and consistent accountability by security agencies. Every Ghanaian must be able to enter an election with the confidence that the law would protect them equally, that institutions would act professionally, and that democracy will prevail peacefully. Another thematic area, a whole of society response. If you look at our Ghana National Security Strategy, the concept is that our security is a whole of a society approach. It did not leave it to the security agencies, nor did it leave it to the citizens. The National Security Strategy, which is currently under review, emphasizes a whole of society and a whole of government approach. No single institution can address political vigilantism alone. So I urge that security agencies, you must exercise your professional neutrality. Political parties, you must mobilize, but do not do it irresponsibly. Traditional leaders, your unique role in conflict resolution and prevention is invaluable to us. Religious leaders, your moral leadership shapes our conscience in ways that the statute or the law can do. The media, be responsible, accurate, and calm reporting can prevent tensions from escalating into violence, and also try to eradicate the belief that some have become journalistic mercenaries. I leave it at that. Civil society, continue investment in civic education remains one of our most powerful long-term tools of prevention. The National Peace Council, the National Security Secretariat have seen you at work. We can only say that continue, even as we partner you in bringing lasting peace to our country. And finally, to the citizens, particularly the youth of Ghana, your strength, talent, and energy belong to the national development, not organized political violence. These are a means to an end. The end is that there should be wealth, development, employment, education, social amenities for all. This is where our efforts should be geared towards. What is our suggested strategic way forward? Now let's summarize it. The way forward in 5 actionable priorities, which, if advanced and refined by my seniors and experts here, I'm sure by the end of the day, we will have a working mechanism to go by. 1, neutral enforcement, depoliticization of the implementation at every level from officers on the ground to agency head signing of investigations. 2, early prevention should begin long before campaigns are officially launched. You have seen, like I said, limping dogs and Savannah bulldogs being announced everywhere. Don't wait. The door is there. Waiting is negligence on the part of security agencies. Intelligence leadership. Let us strengthen early warning systems so that risks are identified and mitigated before risks become a problem. Real-time coordination, no turf war. It's a common goal. The common goal is Ghana. Everything else is secondary. Build visible, consistent accountability. Justice, they say, must be seen to be done. Be fair to all. In conclusion, and without boring you so much, to give the chairman the opportunity to work, Mr. Chair, distinguished guests, Ghana has earned a respected place in the international community as a stable democracy. We must not trade this position, not for anything, not for short-term gains, the enduring success of Act 999 will not only be measured by the disappearance of vigilante group, but how it is implemented, how people have faith in it, how people have faith in our institutions. I always say I believe in the establishment of institutions than personalities. You say, when so-and-so was in place, things were working this way. That is not the way to go in building a democratic society. It must be that institutions are well established and entrenched to be able to enforce our rights when one day I retire and join my seniors here. So their president tells you how serious this situation is. With this, I say I thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm grateful to be before all of you, and I'm willing to learn. My doors are open for directions and advice. God bless us all.
Please put your hands together again for COP Osman Abdul Razak for that thought-provoking keynote address. And for the second thematic area, I'm sure to summarize the second thematic area is that if the people think they are smart, if they think they are fast, the security agencies are hurry up. I'm sure that's what you want to say. Put your hands together for him again, please. We now move from the law itself to the experience behind it, the political structures, party mobilization, security challenges, and then all the other conversations that can happen in relation to this topic. For the first session, we'll bring together institutional memory, academic research, and then security expertise to talk about a topic, strategic reflections on the Vigilantism and Related Offenses Act 2019, Act 999, national security and democratic governance. Before we welcome our panelists, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to introduce the man who will receive them into the conversation. We know that in our Ghanaian homes, when visitors arrive, the offering is the homeowner at home to receive them and then offer them drink or cola nut or something so that they would feel welcome. But before that, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the People's National Convention. Bernard Mona is here, as well as Samson Asakia Wingobit. Please put your hands together for them as well. And for this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, we have the right host to do the job. He's a familiar voice in Ghana and the media space. He's calm when he needs to be. In fact, he looks very calm, but he's probing when the moment demands it, and he's very capable of asking the extra question that will make you very uncomfortable. In fact, he has had his own share of intimidation. So he has personal experiences for conversations like this. And one thing that you need to know is that if he catches that you are being economical with the truth, you wouldn't like him. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome the moderator for the panel discussion, Umaru Sanda Amadou. Senior, you're welcome. And now that the host is in the house, I suppose that it's a good time to bring in the visitors. But they are not visitors in the real sense. Each of them is coming into the conversation with a very particular relationship with the subject that we're discussing this morning, and it's good to meet them. In the year 2000, Ghana went through something it had never experienced. And we'll project the profile of the first panelist onto the screen for you. But while that comes, in the year 2000, an elected government was handing over political power to an opposition party. And the man responsible for the national security portfolio at that time says that he helped oversee that historic transition. Fast forward, after the Ayawaso West Wuogon by-election, he wrote publicly that Ghana had witnessed something bad and it could create a precedent for reprisal attacks and then threaten the stability of the country. His name is the Honorable Kofi Totobi Kwache. Please put your hands together for him. And he's one of Ghana's most experienced national security strategists, communication experts, and long-serving public statesman, possessing over 3 decades of executive leadership across transitions, intelligence management, and civic engagement. Just a few things for you to know about the Honorable Totobi Kwache. At Fijai Secondary School in the Western region, a young Totobi Kwache once suffered a concussion while playing football. So while playing football, he was hurt. And then the doctor who treated him told him that he's too skinny. He's not a football-looking person, so he should try something else. By the grace of God, he tried something else, and now we have him here. Honorable, thank you again for joining us. Our next guest did something interesting. Long before Act 999 was passed, before vigilantism became one of the biggest words in Ghana's political conversation, this next guest that we're talking about, his name is Professor George Mary Bob Miller. He went looking for people we often call party foot soldiers, and then he studied them, he interviewed them. He asked why young people become aggressive political activists, and his research pointed to things we are still discussing today. In fact, he developed research specifically on what he called low-intensity electoral violence by party youth activists. Now, this means that he isn't approaching vigilantism as a commentator. He has actually researched the subject, researched the political structures and the incentives, everything that can go into the conversation. From party foot soldiers, electoral violence, to a fascinating subject. As part of his research, he studied something interesting, and he published it. When I was reading about him, I saw it at the Birmingham University, something. He studied something called invocation of political cases. Invocation of political cases. Informalization of party politics in Ghana. So yes, this man has literally studied casing in Ghanaian politics. Say Ghanaian politics. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Let's make welcome Professor George Mary Bob Miller. Our next panelist, he has seen Ghanaian politics from a vantage point of view that few people can claim. He joined the security services in 1968 and went on to serve under 7 different governments. His name is the Honorable Francis Kweku Poku. But here's an interesting part. Before all of that, he was simply a student at Legon, where his contemporaries included people who would later become presidents of Ghana, including John Evans Atta Mills and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So this gives him a rather unique lens on how political relationships, competition, and the national security have evolved over generations. He has a favorite food. He says it is apim and kontomire stew. And then when it comes to exercise, the exercise that the Honorable Francis Kweku Poku likes to do is just to walk. His exercise is walking. Please make welcome the Honorable Francis Poku as he walks onto the stage. The last name that we're introducing this morning for the first part of the discussion is bringing field experience and then strategic insight into this conversation. He is a security and a defense analyst, and his career has taken him from military command and peacekeeping operations to policy and research, and you can find all of that on the profile there. There are people who write books in the world. There are people who write books in Ghana. This man has also written extensively on peacekeeping, conflict management, military affairs, and then African security. In fact, he remains a prominent voice in Ghana's public discourse on defense and national security. One of the many things that stand out when it comes to this man is that he wrote a book, And that book that he wrote ended up in a war crimes courtroom. During the trial of former Liberian President Charles Taylor, prosecutors actually put extracts of this man's book on Ecomog and the Liberian Civil War to Taylor during cross-examination. Please put your hands together and make welcome Colonel Festus Abwaji, retired. Ladies and gentlemen, the team is set. The moderator is ready. And my job at the moment is that. Senior, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, and thank you, everybody. If I can have the technical team help me with the microphones, or because I'm not tech savvy. So let's see. Okay, can you just okay. We're going to do something we do in the studio. They call it testing mic 1 and 2. So respectfully, if you can say 1, then the next person says 2. Then we see if your sound is good. So Anko, I'll start with you. They cannot hear him. Sound, please come and do something. I think there's a little challenge, but they'll fix it. Otherwise, we can just use the handheld mics. If yes, can you say something? 2. God, yours is good. Uncle, yours is.
1.
Is it audible?
1.
Can we hear him? Great.
1.
Thank you. Yes, so you are on. Yes, sir. Senior. Okay, he is off. He is off, so kindly check his on for me.
Two.
Good. All right. Please check for me. It's
working.
You're good. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. It's an honor and privilege to moderate this high-level panel discussion. These are my fathers, my uncles. And so when the chairman said earlier that I'll grill some people, I knew I can't do it. Everybody knows their level. So my level, it's not everybody I can grill. And this panel is definitely not a panel I can grill. But we're going to have a conversation on the theme, Strategic Reflections on the Vigilantism and Related Offenses Act 2019, Act 999, National Security and Democratic Government or Governance. Now, what we're going to do is that I'm going to give each of the panel members 7 minutes to give us their own assessment of this vigilantism bill, which became an act, which is a law that we've been practicing for the past 7 years. So I want to just get 7 minutes each from them perspectives. After that, I ask 1 or 2 follow-up questions, and then we'll bring this session to an end. So I would want to start from my immediate right. Former National Security, former Minister for Information, and several other portfolios. We want to hear from you. This Act 999 that we passed, it was supposed to cure something. Has it been cured? Is it in the right path? Should we have even done an act like that or not? 7 minutes, your views, reflections, and perspectives. Yes, you can just speak, yes. 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 It's off? Okay. Okay, I think that would be better. Yep.
First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to be part of this conversation this morning. And it's good to see some of my old colleagues. Anytime I'm in the company of Mr. Francis Poku and Honorable Kandapa, I remind them that we are the Ministers of National Security in the Fourth Republic, and that I'm the senior one. So it is good that I am the first to speak on this occasion, even though I concede that Mr. Francis Poku, when I was a student leader, he was the head of Special Branch, Greater Accra. And I don't know the number of times he tried to catch me when we were doing the aluta of those days. I met him those days, spoke to him, I shared with him the concerns that we had as a student movement and as youth. And I took a liking to him. So if I ended up in national security, interested in national security, he was one of the people I learned a few tricks from, that you can look that you can look in somebody's face, he'll be your friend, but still attempt to catch him. Distinguished guests, on 4th of February 2019, in the aftermath of the Ayawasu West by-election and the emerging confusion, the violence, I wrote a letter an open letter to the President of the Republic, President Nana Akufo-Addo. And I was concerned about what had happened. Not because that marked the start of political vigilantism or violence in Ghana, but I was worried about the level of escalation that we saw on that day. And I made I raised serious questions, and I also asked that the President might consider setting up a commission of inquiry to go into the events of that day. When the letter came out that morning, in the evening, there were some radio programs, and I was the toast of against people. People really were set up to come and bash me, reminding me that in our time, in PNDC, etc., other things have happened. And I said, that is beside the point. Anyway, the next day, I received a call from the presidency, and I was asked, would I agree or would I be comfortable with the appointment of Mr. Emil Short as chairman of the committee of inquiry that I had asked for. I told the person, the emissary, that I had no opinion. I had stated what I thought was important in those circumstances that should be done. In any case, that evening, an announcement was made for the formation of the Emil Short Commission of Inquiry. I just hoped at that time that it was not a knee-jerk reaction. But I said, we'll give it, we'll look at it with open mind and see what happens. And so I was a little disappointed when the Emil Short report came out. Quite a number of the recommendations were not accepted. One particular recommendation, which was that the security agencies, the prosecution of the person who assaulted a member of parliament, I will not mention names. And the reason why it was said that it was not, that prosecution was not going to be possible was that the member of parliament had engaged in provocative acts. And so that canceled the slaps that he received. And I thought that was very unfortunate. And I thought generally, the way the government took the white paper and literally expunged or did not agree with many of the recommendations did not augur well for whatever it was that was intended to be achieved. I must say, though, that there was one recommendation in the report that talked about synchronizing the election security arrangements so that at election time, the security agencies will have a clear or provide a clear framework for how the security agencies intended or would intend to manage the elections of that, for that year. I didn't see it happen in the year 2020, but I must say that in 2024, I saw clear manifestations that that particular part of the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry had been taken seriously by the security agencies. And I must commend the Election Security Task Force that was headed by the Ghana Police for a yeoman's work that they did for that election. Despite the challenges that they had, there were other actors who were also pretending to be providing security, but that was outside the framework of that which had been established by the Election Security Task Force. So the question is now, let me try and follow my thoughts. Since the passage, so after the Commission of Inquiry report, then we had the Vigilante Act 999 that was passed. I don't know whether there was much consultation. I didn't follow it very much. But when it was passed, I thought that it would do something by way of helping to ensure that the elections, any future elections, will not encounter the same situation that we were involved in at Ayawas. Okay. Now, the question that one can ask that in the vigilante, the Act 999, about 26 groups were identified. So the question I asked then is that have the 26 groups vanished or they are still in existence? Ahead of the 2024 elections, security analysts reported a substantial increase in groups falling within the scope of Act 999 from the 27 groups originally identified to estimates of, they said they estimated about 72 groups. And some have reportedly re-emerged under formerly lawful entities as private security companies, political escorts, etc., etc. So it looks like for many of them, the functions have changed. The shape has changed, the functions have changed, but they are still in existence. A few days ago, sometime last week or so, was a news report of the formation of a group called the Lions. I will not add what follows because I don't want to sound partisan. They said it was the Lions, so. And somebody who claimed to be the founder of the group, one doctor something, came out and said, oh, this group was going to operate within the ambit of Act 999, which is that if you form a group that intends to help community policing, etc., etc., you will not be on the wrong side of the law. I think that the National Security Coordinator alluded to it. Then I said to myself, sometimes this is the beginning of the problem. When we know that the real intention of the people who have formed that group is nothing about community. If you are forming a group for community policing, you will not attach it to a political party because every community has different political actors or persons living there. So if it is for the vigilante to enhance security in a community, it has to reflect. But if it is coming from a particular political party, then you have to watch it very carefully. So it happened that after the passage of 999, we still had many political groups. As I said, the researchers say there are about 72 of them that emerged. Fast forward, Ablekuma. Is it Ablekuma North? Yeah, the rerun of the Ablekuma North. When it happened, the same set of story, the same story. Unidentified men arriving in pickups, some slaps, some this, some that. And I asked myself that the caution that I gave in the letter that I wrote to President Akufo-Addo, that if we don't act timeously and forcefully, we will put in place something that will cause future reprisals and revenge. And I think that many people, when you ask them, they will say that, well, Ablekuma North was a revenge for what happened at Ayawa's West. As a country, we cannot continue on a cycle of revenge and reprisal. And that is why I think that this forum is important, for us to revisit the Act 999 to see to what extent has it helped solve or curb the problem of vigilantism. And if not, what are the elements that we need to review and advise government for for enactment so that it strengthens that the purpose for which Act 999 was set up. And so I think that this forum is important. Okay. It is timeless. It's in that you do it well ahead of time. I also think that aside the Act, the security agencies, and I'm happy that the National Security Coordinator is here. In the time of Honorable Kandapa, he kept his doors open. He instituted regular meetings with political parties so that outside the framework of the act itself, his own arrangements helped to bring the temperature down. And I would commend his effort to the current administration of this thing, that those meetings with the political parties continue, and that it will enhance the letter and spirit of Act 999 or whatever new form it emerges. Okay. I'll end my initial comments at this stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Uncle Tutobikwachi. I want us to go to the historian who understands the African continent. Reflections on Act 999, how we got there and where we are now. If you could lift the microphone out of your hand, put it around your ear, let's see if it will help. Okay. Technical, can I just give him my mic? I think it's, are you comfortable with that? Comfortable. Okay, please go ahead, yes.
Right, thank you very much, and let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this very important platform, and to allow me to share the same platform with a great statesman that I've admired as a schoolboy. I told a cousin that I was going to share the same platform with Mr. Tutobikwachi. He said, really? Because when we were growing up, we used to see you as Minister for Information. And Festus, Colonel Festus Abwaji is a scholar and a military man that I've admired. For Mr. Poku, yes, all of that. So thank you so much for bringing me from Kumasi to be part of this dialogue. I'd like to start my reflections on where Honorable has ended. To look at democracy as it is today. That in terms of democracy as a political system, that it has served Ghana very well. But globally, democracy is in decline. We talk of democratic decline. We talk of democratic backsliding. And for us, what we are having now today is very proactive. That yes, Ghana is not immune. Even though Ghana has always been described as a model democracy, when you look at places where they've had challenges, their system too had worked, but something didn't work. From very advanced democracies like the US, we've seen the rise of populist leaders, East Europe. All of those are things that for us and for this audience is appropriate that we have to protect what we have built over these past 3 decades. And that reflecting on Act 999 is very important and timely. We've seen a place like Zambia. Zambia had recent elections. Zambia, like Ghana, is a very peaceful country. They've had 10 of us, they've conducted elections, but it was violent. The opposition leader's private residence was invaded. His supporters were manhandled. Of course, in that context and in many places, it's always obvious that there's a gentleman pointing towards me, I don't know. Is there a problem? Thank you. That the incumbents always play a major role. Now, to come home to our country, Ghana, I've argued that Ghana, we have been democratizing with violence. But since we embraced multi-party politics from the early 1950s till date, what we've succeeded in doing is to democratize alongside violence. So we've come to accept violence as part of our political journey. But violence in the democratic state is not the norm. It signals that something is not working. And that is where we as policymakers, as academics, as political parties, we need to have this dialogue, which is very important. And thank you for the very elaborate introduction. That yes, having studied political parties in Ghana, political party activists, I still study them and monitor them. The question of political vigilantism and its impact on the state is something that the major political parties, the minor parties, they all admit that is not good for Ghana's democracy. The challenge has always been that, can we cure this with a law? And for me, at 999, my reading of it is that, yes, it was a reaction to a major problem, a problem that has been with us. The earlier speakers gave examples of violence at by-elections and other places. So it's something that has always been with us. But I also West Wagon embarrassed all of us. And as Ghanaians, we are good at pretending. So we reacted quickly. Of course, the state needed to find some solution and address citizens' concerns. So the act is an outcome of party contest. And the underlying factors that gave birth to the violence. What we have as the 70 in support of the political party, they are mindful of what is likely to happen if they trespass. That is very dangerous. But having these discussions about how we can make this law very effective is relevant. I will end here. Thank you very much.
Okay, so would it be fair to say you have coined the term democratic violence or violent democracy? Which one is it?
Not me. Yeah, what I'm using.
I want to go to someone who preempted violence many years ago when he came up with the idea that youth unemployment was a national security issue that resulted in the National Youth Employment Program, which has changed so many names now to become the YEA. I also remember somewhere in 2007, something happened. I will not talk about that. Honorable Francis Boku, it's your turn. We want to hear your reflections on the Vigilantism Act as passed. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Sandra. It was reassuring to see the chief imam here and also to see some of the personalities this morning. Democracy is stabilized through certain personalities in our society. Behind the scenes, there are individuals that we call upon at moments when we are getting close to crisis. And I like the use of democracy. How did you turn it? We're living with violence. See? And if we were to go behind the scenes to inquire into our past elections, I always use the word near misses. And that is true. there have always been last-minute interventions by certain personalities that have averted crisis in this country. And once the problem is over, we forget. And we've lived with this. I remember in 1976, I sent out a report to the agencies warning of bloodshed in this country. I can point out where we met, and everybody came out to me, why are you alarming the whole country? To cut a long story short, in 1979, we had the Rawlings coup. And when Namfuri and I were interrogating Rawlings on the night when he embarked on the failed coup in May 1979, he told us the whole story about what was happening within the military. So we lived with events, and when they are over, we forget that we are coming through crisis. When we go through the history of this country, what happened in 79, the executions of generals who had not been tried, and we see things happening all over again, we get really alarmed. And I'm very pleased that we have a gathering like this. It is to alert us to make the right analysis as to where we are going. So we have the best. This Vigilante Act 999 was a knee-jerk reaction, because so far as I'm concerned, within 24 hours, the system should have known what had happened, because those involved were within national security. We had a minister there, we had a coordinator with the IGP, who all declined knowledge of what had happened. So what was the problem? Of course, I know that commissions sometimes give you a breathing space. But where all the facts are known within 24 hours, where are we going for commission? So far as I'm concerned, the president had all the means and information to have acted very quickly without going to a commission. On the Vigilante Act, of course, some of you have worked behind the scenes with presidents, and you know that sometimes you have to act quickly because of the public reaction. But I think then we have a law that is very difficult to enforce. So far as I'm concerned, the law doesn't address the problem of the land guards. We only have to look at the responsibilities of the constitutional organs of state. The executive, that has responsibility for national security. We have the courts. If prospective land litigants are taking the law into their hands, it is because they have no redress in the courts. Let's do a survey and find out the number of cases, land cases that are pending. Let's look at the abuses of the interlocutory system. You want to develop a land for farming, whatever, and there are certain places where you can go for an injunction. 5 years, we have injunction. So it has frustrated your designs. And that is why people are going for vigilantes. That is the only place where you can get a redress. So let's look at the constitutional organs of state and see whether they are working. Once these are addressed, then we can look at the act. Because how are you going to enforce the provisions of this law? You cannot. Because to be able to succeed, you need a very effective investigative strategy. The existence of the groups, the operations of the groups, to be able to establish a reasonable evidence to go to court. We're talking about neighborhood watch. You can look out and protect your property. But if you spill over and use violence, you are caught by the law. So the law is unenforceable. And if you've been in the security agencies, you've been police investigate, as I used to be at some point in charge of the fraud squad, you know that these cases, you cannot establish the evidence that will convict anybody. Look at the provisions. So it was a knee-jerk reaction, and we have to go back soberly. Maybe we can expand the use of LI 157 regarding private security organizations. Fortunately, we have very experienced military officers and police officers who are on retirement. We can encourage them to set up private security organizations so that, like they do in the UK and other countries, they can help with the security guard situation in the country. And in any case, there are other laws. Act 350, the police, the law establishing the police. We can look at that to able to exploit, because most of these cases, in any case, are criminal offenses. And they could have been used to resolve the problem that the act sought to address. And I can sympathize with the president at the time because he was under pressure because of actions that has been taken within his outfit. So let's look at the law again. It is never going to work. And you have the mandatory sentence of 10 years just by protecting your property but overreacting. So look at the provisions, and whether you are ready to send somebody to court to be sentenced to 10 years imprisonment minimum, and even if you are holding anything conceived as a weapon, it's 15 years up to 25 years. And that is why the police will not even try to enforce that law. So this is a gathering that must come out with straightforward answers, respond appropriately, because we are dealing with a situation that will never work. It has never worked. And as my friend Tutobi is saying, that there is some upstage, and we have to identify the upstage, and we have to accept that that law will never work in this country. Thank you.
So I just have a quick follow-up. So the structures make it necessary for people to use the vigilantes or land guards because your land is not protected and you need that. And so is it a suggestion that we didn't have to enact a new law, but we should have just relied on Act 29 and all the other relevant acts we have which help us fight crime?
Well, we could have looked at the existing laws and tried to adapt them to be able to respond to the crisis. As I said, I believe the president may have been under pressure to come out with something. And when you look at the provisions, no law enforcement agency will try to enforce it. 10 years just for trying to protect your property. And the provisions have said that I have been in the police before as an investigator, and I know that you cannot apply the provisions realistically.
Thank you so much. You may just hold. So during the Ayawaso West Wogon by-election and all the issues that led to the enactment of the law, one of the key voices we had in the media is Kenneth Sosabwaji, retired. He's our go-to person as media people, as a security analyst. You were here when the law was contemplated and when it was birthed, and now it is, 7 years old. What's your reflection? Did we get it right from the onset, or we lost everything ab initio?
Thank you, moderator. Let me express sincere thanks to National Security Secretariat through Richard Japa to the coordinator. At least it's given me the opportunity to meet him face to face. I've always seen him in the media spaces. So thank you very much. I find myself as the only foot soldier among this panel, 2 national security coordinators, a minister plus a professor. The act was passed. Sorry, I also West Ogun was 31st January 2019, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
The act was passed in August 2020. Is that right, please? Then we went for elections. In fact, in 2020, we had voter registration exercise. In a book that I've written, a very small book, 2020 voter registration exercise turned out to be the most dangerous, the most fatal since independence. Then we went for the elections, 2020. And we know what happened. I was just having a conversation with the Honorable Kandapa, this Western Togoland issues, anonymous persons in uniforms, both police, military with arms, all over the places. And nobody knew who had armed them, who had given them the orders, deployed them, who gave them the rules of engagement to go around killing innocent people who were waiting to cast their votes. So if you look at the sequence of events, the act failed right in the year after it was enacted. Because if the act was going to be effective in 2020, we should have seen its effect on society. That was not happening. So let me put forward a proposition that I wrote here, which might be a bit uncomfortable for some of us. I'm arguing that, like some of the speakers who have preceded me, that Ghana does not have a vigilantism problem because we don't have laws. And I want us to be very clear about that. We don't have a vigilantism problem because there are no laws. In other words, there are laws, but the laws don't help to protect people against vigilantism. Ghana has a vigilantism problem because it has chosen deliberately, not inadvertently, not to consistently enforce the laws it has already enacted. And I think the executive director of Election Watch pointed to that. We are being deliberate that we have passed a law. And as the Honorable Francis Poku said, we're only passing the law to tick a box, not intending that after the enactment, anybody who ran foul of the law was going to be dealt with according to the law. Only yesterday, the Minister for Interior, during his press engagement, mentioned that some individuals who violated Ghana's stability 2020-2024 were being hunted or hunted, that 7 or so of them were before court. And the name that I think you mentioned, this double man who was selling used phones or whatever around Circle, was on the run or is on the run. The question we need to ask is, if the act is working, why has it taken us from 2019 to 2026 that we still cannot find the perpetrators or some of the perpetrators, besides the egregious disregard by the government of the day to address the recommendations that the eminent Emil Short addressed? And I believe Crosby alluded to the gentleman who was shot with 4 children, probably not going to be able to work for life. If that is how we think we want to operate with the Act, then I think my proposition is right. That the problem is not that we don't have laws. The problem rather is that we don't want to work with the laws, or we don't want the laws to work. And apart from everything anybody here says today, the reason why the laws are not working is not technical, it's political. The two political actors, and we need to say, the two main political actors, experientially, have been the only ones who have been able to govern this country since the advent of this constitution, appear to have a sort of gentleman's agreement, a club mentality, that I will not deal with you, so that when you are in power, you don't deal with me. I mean, there is no way of defending the attitude and the mindset and the philosophy of our political actors other than saying that because each party has members who run foul of the law, we'll go soft with you. And when you come to power, you also go soft with us. So, the Honorable Howard Kumsna I haven't met before. In her days, became a Rambo, carrying a pistol and firing all over the places. What happened to her? The law did not deal with the Honorable Howard Kumsna. So, people were grieving. And when those people had a chance, at Ablekuma North, if I'm not mistaken, they also wreaked vengeance and went after her, knowing that their party was in power. And when their case went to court, did the charges, the charge sheet, cite violations of the Act 999? Or is cited, as Minister Francis Poku has said, existing laws? The reality of what is happening is that the Act has become redundant. All that the institutions of the state are doing, particularly the police, are acting with the existing laws as enshrined in the criminal code and other offenses, not with the Act 2, Act 999. Okay. Act 999 deals only, I mean, its implementation, whatever there is, I believe the second panel will talk about, deals only with full soldiers. Double is a full soldier. Who took Double to Asuchare to train him for how many days? Who enrolled him at the National Security Outfit, where he didn't have any business? For my understanding, coordinator, with due respect to you, this is a policy development, policy analysis, policy development establishment in order to advise government. What was Double doing at that place? Okay. That he now is emboldened to go out to Ayawaso and take the law into his own hands. And the state does not deal with it. And now a new government comes and says that I'm going to deal with you. We are waiting to see whether Double, when he's found, will be charged under the provisions of 999, or whether he will be charged under the existing Criminal Offences Act. And if he is charged under the Criminal Offences Act, then the point I'm making is that Act 999 was not necessary. That's a point that I think my predecessors have made. Now, if we want Act 999 to be relevant, then let's deal with the political actors, i.e., there's, what do you call them, the secretaries or the national chair, I mean, those who hold political offices within the parties. Let's bring them together and not go after the small boys and the small girls, you know, who act on their behalf.
Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you so much. I have I have just one round of questions to go, but before then, the last two speakers have suggested to us that one, the Vigilante Act was a knee-jerk reaction. Two, it's a toothless bulldog. Three, you didn't use that word, but that's what I surmise. Three, it is an unnecessary law. We did not need it. I want to hear from the two of you whether you agree that the law was not necessary, or is it the case that the law is unimplementable? What's your thinking on this? I want to start with you, sir. Yes.
Oh. Well, I think that at the very onset, I give a backdrop to the commission, how the commission of inquiry came, how the recommendations were set aside, basically, and how when the pressure was still on, the Act, the 999 was passed. And I said that, I put that in a context that it was all about a knee-jerk reaction. And since that time, it's true, nothing has happened. One of the points I was going to make, and I forgot, was that if we want to really test the efficacy of 999, the recommendations of the short listing, even though the government set aside the recommendations of a white paper does not necessarily mean that the recommendations of a report cannot be prosecuted. So that could be, well, be this thing. But then this guy, what's it called? Double. He's being pursued not under 999, but under something else. So I can understand the sentiments that it's probably the Act 999 has failed to provide any clear answers.
Okay, all right.
But that I can understand it. But I also believe that a law that exists can be improved to serve the purpose of society.
All right, Prof, let me hear from you too.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. It's important for a democracy that is evolving to have laws that would address current problems. So for me, yes, I agree that it was a reaction by the government. And these are politicians that are in power with the mandate of the people. So they needed to act. My problem with the law is that it put too many things together. Like Honorable Francis Poku said about land guardism. It has always been with us. So that should be treated as a, let me call it a social crime. And our existing laws should be able to address the issue of land guardism. Political violence should come under political crimes. Okay. But the evolving nature of our party politics, especially with the two dominant political parties, all of us who have lived in Ghana, we've seen a pattern. Every time there's change of government, yes, like Kennel said. And now I make the case that the political parties, especially when they're opposition, they keep a record of what happens to them, their members. All right. Immediately there's change of power, they say, let's make the grassroots happy. Let's give them something small. Okay. So for Honorable Howard Kunsin, a veteran politician, she knew very well that getting into that space, they will want to teach you a lesson, at least to appease their base. That she had power, and this is what she did. This is what we're also going to do. For us, yes, to answer your question directly, the law is relevant for a very competitive political system like Ghana, a two-dominant party system where the winner takes it all. What we haven't discussed is the political economy of elections, all right? Why do you think that foot soldiers are willing to die for a political party to come to power? That we have to address. And once we haven't addressed that, it's a phenomenon that will keep occurring. Right.
Thank you so much. Now, because we are here to discuss the Act 999 and find ways of making it workable, we cannot prescribe it here in this room. So what we can do, and what I'm going to ask the panel to, by way of last question, the law is on our books or it's on our statutes, and we have not prescribed it. It's a law that is supposed to be used by the people who do the prosecution, even though it's imagined that we rarely or seldom use that law. I want to start with you, Uncle Francisco. how do we make it more effective, the Act 999? Should we take it back to Parliament and insert some things and delete some things? Or should we tell the police that henceforth, when you arrest somebody, if it is land guardism, deal with them under the 999 and not go under Act 29, which is the Criminal Offences Act? How do we fix and save this law so that our democratic institutions will be protected? That's a question for all of you, starting with Mr. Poku.
Well, fortunately for me, the police officer in charge of operations is here with us.
He will be on the next panel.
And we have to ask him, why is that law not being enforced? And he was going to be very practical. Because if somebody is trying to protect himself, that is a lawful action. But if he goes to get other people to help him overpower the person, he has committed a crime under Act 999. So you go through the provisions and find that really police officers and law enforcement officers are also human beings. How are we going to send this person to 10 years imprisonment or 15 years? If he's holding not even a knife, well, it could be a knife, but other objects adapted to defending himself. That is a crime, and with a mandatory sentence of 10 years. So the realistic thing to do is to go back to the law enforcers and find out their reaction to this law.
All right, thank you so much. Colonel, how do we fix the law and make it more effective, useful to our society?
Thank you very much. I have the notes that I prepared. About 5.
Can you lift your mic a bit? So
about 5 areas or aspects that we must pay attention to. Well, let me start off from the term that Professor used, the political economy of vigilantism, and the question rhetorical that the Honorable Minister raised. Now, if COP, Director General Operations, so professional, so courageous, that he goes around arresting people and jailing them, you think he will live to see the office of the IGP? He might not. So what the academics, the professors are telling us that a lot of our problems in this country are of a political nature, and they relate to the system of governance that we are running, the winner takes all. So that nobody wants to sacrifice, become a hero for a state that does not recognize or will not recognize his or her contributions. If we don't change the political system, which also relates to political party campaign financing, we'll be dancing around in circles. Because the office is so attractive, people are now prepared to spend as much as possible, including going to fetishes. And Honorable, I hope you will bear with me. I haven't got the evidence, but do human sacrifices and other sacrifices in order to have access to power. Therefore, nobody must stand in their way. That is the mentality of our political class. So I'm emphasizing institutional changes. And the first institutional requirement is the Section 10 of the Act that requires the Minister of Justice to elaborate regulations. Since 2019, what are the regulations? They don't exist. And yet we've always had ministers of justice in the forms of attorney generals. That is one of the places where we need to start the debate about reinvigorating the act. Then enforcement, I will not belabor that, because the next panel is going to do with it. As far as I think we can argue, enforcement has been zero, including from the apex of power, which takes a Commission of Inquiry's report and rubbishes it throws away whatever it wants, and even the few that are left, damages, reparations, or whatever compensation, even that the state does not, oblige its responsibilities. Then transparency. We need to find mechanisms, maybe what the Honorable Totobi Kwachi mentioned, that currently we don't have a Minister of National Security, but we have the coordinator. Could the coordinator build upon the practice of the Honorable Kandapa and transparently invite the political actors, not only the two, but all of them, severally who have been mentioned, to sit in a room and honestly discuss what the issues are? That might help. But if we don't know what the other parties are thinking, and we're only bantering it out in the media spaces, that might not help. And the last point is prevention. As a people, indeed as Africans, we are more inclined to walk steeply into disaster and then try to find remedies for the disaster. We all know what is wrong with our society, but we are not prepared to invest in simple measures that will prevent those disasters. That's what is happening. If I may end on this point, it may not appear as if it's related. But when you sit back and you watch how political parties are behaving, the two, from vigilantism, among other mechanisms, the security services have become the place where you now, feed your foot soldiers into the services. That's what is happening. And I'm mentioning it here, I've said it elsewhere, that the last stage of that is now recruitment has become a ministerial portfolio. Well, I never remember in my short life in Ghana, any Minister of Defense or Minister of Interior, not even Chiefs of Defense Staff or IGPs, elaborating measures for recruitment. But today, as we speak, it is a ministerial portfolio. The question is why? Why? Because the political parties have captured that space that we call recruitment into security services. Why? Because they cannot satisfy their full soldiers. And if they don't feed them into the security services, then of course the full soldiers will be allowed to run riot. And then we'll end up with more problems. So these are the few comments that I want to, not specific provisions, but generally some, is it theoretical, if I may put it that way? I thank you.
Thank you so much, Colonel. Are we allowed to hear? Yes, I wanted to hear from Prof. Then I'll make you the last speaker. So, Prof, how do we save the law and our democratic institutions?
From the discussions that we've been having so far, for me, it's clear that the law is a political law. So we can address the law with a political solution. Why is the law not enforceable? Because if the law is going to work, it's going to affect political parties. And political parties are concerned about their members being prosecuted. That even the party foot soldier who is involved in violence will tell you that somebody said we should do this. All right. So yes, the good thing for us in Ghana is that because the law was passed by the former administration, the current administration with its reset agenda can use that template to take a second look at the law. All right. So for me, that would be the only way. That yes, it's not enforceable because of the politics that is surrounding it, and that it will take a political solution to refine the law between those two major political parties that have governed. Of course, all political parties are relevant in our context, and if they come together and discuss that, for me, I still go back to the point. There is something that is fueling violence, and that is that these party members see political power as the only way out. So they will do whatever it takes to get whoever is their patron into power. And if we can diffuse the importance of the office that these political parties are pursuing and look at other options, it's not new. Others have proposed that we should change the political system, that proportional representation, okay, would dilute the test and all the keen participation that we've seen between the two major political parties, and that would be a way out. Other than that, we'll just be going around in circles, I'm afraid.
Thank you so much, Prof. Honourable Minister, you have the last word.
Okay, thank you very much. I've heard the concerns by my two colleagues about the inclusion of land guards in the Act. I want to prefer an explanation, and it is that I think that the framers of the law realize that most of the people who end up constituting the vigilante groups are land guards by profession, and that is a fact. So they transpose from land guardism into vigilantism. Now, these same land guards have constituted themselves into security guards, protecting big men, including traditional authorities. And I agree that focusing attention separately on dealing with that land guardism will be an important factor in providing some space for peace in this country. The other point I want to make is that in South Africa, they had a national peace accord. Similarly, in Kenya, after the 2008 election violence, they had an accord. The point about the accord was not just the existence of the act, but commitments, measurable commitments, and a machinery to enforce whatever it is that the law seeks to achieve. Act 999 does not have any of those enforceable mechanisms. It does not have any machinery for measuring, for establishing, or making sure that the commitments that are reached are actually determinable and enforceable. So I would like to suggest that rather than throw the law out completely, that we have time. Today may not be the best time, the day to go into all of these things, but it's a conversation that we must have, that the law needs revamping, having regard to the fact that it has not been served the purpose much. How can we improve on it? My problem is that once you say that the law is unenforceable, the people who are doing the vigilante right now will say, we have won the fight. We'll have a problem on the ground. Let the law exist. There are many laws in the world from 1800 and something that have never been used, but they serve as deterrent. So it is very important that the law actually exists, but let us find a way of improving on it. My last point is that, yes, sometimes we put the onus of responsibility on the security agencies, etc., etc. But in terms of the implementation of the law, I ask myself, to what extent have the political actors worked to make sure that the letter and spirit of the law obtains? I don't think that we've done enough. 2 days ago, the Minister for Interior announced that one gentleman who is a suspect in a murder case has been elected unopposed.
He's contesting unopposed. Forms have been picked for him.
Yeah.
He's going to contest unopposed.
He has not been. He's going to contest unopposed in a constituency. I would expect a political.
He actually contested. Oh,
he has contested.
So he's elected.
Yes, he's been elected. I would expect the political leadership of the party at the very onset to have said, this is not possible, and scrap it. The same way that the announcement of the Lion something, listen, should have met with a reaction from the political leadership that this is not acceptable. Until we have leadership that can speak truth about these matters, we can come back and review the law and have the same result. The important thing is that we need to have a framework for elections that does not have to every year, every election cycle, fear the possibility of violence, because we have come to see it as part of the political process. That cannot sustain our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can give them a round of applause. Very rich, very brilliant. And I have a message for you panelists from a very respected member of our society, Chairman of the Council of State, former Speaker of Parliament, Professor, did I say Professor? Right Honorable Speaker Duajaho. He says, I should say to you that the panelists are doing very well. Political party financing is a very key issue. We should stop pretending as a nation. So that's a message that Speaker Duajaho has sent through that I just want to share with you. Now, before we came into this room, there was a plan to get a commitment from the political parties that they will not accept vigilantism. So the organizers invited the two chairmen of the two political parties, the major political parties. Forgive me. I know Bernard Mona will take me to court if I don't. He's chairman of PNC. Now, the expectation was that Johnson Asedun Ketia, chairman of the NDC, would join us. Unfortunately, organizers say he has not made it. Chairman Bute, acting chairman of the NPP, was scheduled to be in the room this afternoon. Organizers are saying he's not been able to make it. But there were two questions that were crafted to be asked and for commitments to be made. So I'm going to throw it out there. The first question, and this is a preamble, is we have observed the recent emergence of new informal groups and security details, including the Nage combatants, patriotic soldiers, and similar formations operating around political activities. Question to the NPP. Does the NPP endorse the creation and conduct of these groups? Are the activities of these units not a direct violation of the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019? And what is your clear public message today to these groups and to the people of Ghana? Because acting chairman Bute is not here, if there's any executive member of the New Patriotic Party or senior member of the NPP who can do so for us, we can do so. Okay. I am told that I cannot defer the question because I was going to move the NDC one to the Honorable Edwin Nilante van der Poy, who is hoping to be chairman of the NDC. But Honorable Kandapa is saying to me not to do that.
Answers that question. He might lose his election.
Okay, there's an advice. Is that okay? Chairman, I want to defer to you on this. Let me ask the NPP NDC question then, so that you can decide. Give me advice on how to proceed. The question so the two questions. One, can you state unequivocally to Ghanaians today that the NDC will not endorse, sponsor, or tolerate any illegal groups within your party that affront the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019? Will you give a firm guarantee that state power would never be weaponized to protect or cover up any such actors? So, okay, former Minister for the Interior and Attorney General, Honorable Kumbo. Yes, please.
Thank you very much.
I think the mic is off. Let me put it on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. For God's sake, I guess this dialogue is a confidence-building mechanism. And the idea of bringing in political parties to come and make commitments on something like this is a very, very slippery slope. until you build the confidence around the issues that we are dialoguing now, it is too early to ask for political party commitment. That might be suitable for election watch. You want to add to your statistics of the number of successful activities you have done. But please, never, never introduce political parties at this stage. And I'll tell you why when the next panel is on.
Okay. Again, I represent the Honorable Chief of Staff as chairman for this occasion. I think your questions are perfect. I like them. They are great questions. And it's good that you have asked them. But I would ask that you leave it that way. Let the political parties answer, but not anyone here. The political parties have heard your questions. Let them deliberate over those, and let those questions direct the actions that they take going forward and what they are going to tell all of us as countrymen. Thank you.
I am just a child, and I've taken the advice of my fathers, and we shall proceed, because if I don't accept now, I'll be in trouble. Thank you so much for the advice, Chairman. Dr. Kumbo, thank you so much. In fact, Dr. Kumbo and the other team would be coming back for the next set of panel. I was scheduled to also take comments and questions from you, the audience. But what I think we should do is that when we finish with the next panel, then we can get a few more comments. National Coordinator has his hand up. This is a very difficult place for me to operate because I'm not allowed to go rogue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. I think I'll be doing a disservice if I don't bring this to the notice of the panelists. I skipped it because in my speech, because I wanted this discourse to take place. If you look at section 1, subsection 3 of the Act, it says this Act may be read together with relevant enactments, and in particular, the Criminal Offences Act 1960, Act 29, except that where the offense and the prosecution relates to vigilantism, the provision of this act shall apply. So it did take into consideration the prevailing laws already. That is the first one. The second one is my elder brother's advice. I'm always in contact with, I call him Prof. Kandapa, but you don't put two wolves whom you have not fed and calmed yet in the same cage for peace talk. You, the peacemaker, will be torn apart. And that is the reason why, in the wisdom of the chairman, he did say this particular question, we are on an individual basis, we are in touch with them, and this is testing the waters, and further of this sort of engagement will come on. We would get there where we are able to bring everybody on board and then discuss as a country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I take that under advisement, and at this stage, I would say the first panel discussion is over. We'll be taking a break, I've been advised, and we'll return for the second panel, during which we'll hear their perspectives and take questions from the audience. So I'm going to hand over back to the MC. I think he has a better announcement to give us. I am Omar Rusanda Amado. It's been great coming your way. Thank you so much, sirs. You may please resume your seats.
Senior, thank you. Thank you so much. And there's no other better announcement than it is time for us to go and eat. We have maximum 10 minutes. So the food is good, but it's an opportunity for us to also interact amongst ourselves and build connections. That is better. But if you are able to put the food and the connections together, it is the best. So we have a maximum of 10 minutes to put some things in our stomachs and then exercise a little, stretch our legs, and then we're back for the second session. Thank you.
All right, so those were some live pictures from the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Center, where the Africa Election Watch Ghana held its national dialogue on vigilantism and other offenses at basically the implementation of that act that was passed in 2019. So the first session of the panel discussion just concluded. The panel featured persons like two former national security ministers, Honorable Opoku, and it also had Honorable Kofi Totobi Kwache, among others, discussing about the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act. We'll be back with the second panel when we come. Please continue to watch the channel. Thank you.
Looking for everything made in Ghana, all in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors, including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creators, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205 973 973 or 0558 973 973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, MTN, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center.
Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Good. I'm going to give you something to chop.
Well, hello, gentlemen.
Oh, hello. Yes, hello.
We're making a very special meal, and it's special for many reasons. One of those reasons would be that all the ingredients we're using here, pretty much all of them, you can't find them in Ghana. First co-executive chef is Zia Chowdhury, the Zia Chowdhury. He is the UN Residence Coordinator here in Ghana. And we have the Mr. Edmund Mukala, who is the representative of UNESCO to Ghana, as we make this prawn curry with really a rice and lentil pottage. We're also really reliving some of the things that we know here in Ghana.
I have to say, I do love groundnut stew with fufu. But my absolute favorite, and this I think is unusual for many people, is okra soup.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Everpack, Tasty Tom, and Electroland Ghana Limited.
Not every friendship is meant to last forever. Sometimes, the people closest to us can leave us feeling drained, manipulated, unheard, or constantly questioning our worth. But how do you know when a friendship has become toxic? Join Bishop Fred Crunchy-Mensah this week on Lifeline as we explore the topic on dealing with toxic friendships.
Not everyone who walks with you is helping your destiny. Some friends will drain your energy, steal your peace, and hold you back from progress. Welcome to Lifeline. Today's psychology is meeting theology to help you recognize toxic friendships and help you build healthy boundaries and manage friendships well. Talk to us. The power of friendship, the importance of friendship, and then what will make a friendship toxic.
And God said, let us make man. So God is a community. So man is coming from a place of relationship. Let us. So man is a product of a relationship.
Right.
And then by Genesis 2, he said, it is not good for the man to be alone. So man is made for a relationship. So the man is coming from a relationship, and man is made for a relationship. If anybody can enter the door of your life at will and close it and then leave it at will and lock it, you have no life. You have no life.
Lifeline airs every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. only on ChannelOne TV.
Every year, there is a place where the atmosphere shifts, where praise becomes a sanctuary.
Hello, family. My name is Perez Music, and I'd like to invite you to Glorify 2026, happening right here at the Victory Bible Church International Dominion Sanctuary inside Awoshi, and it's happening on the 30th of August. Joining me this year is my big brother and a mogul, Minister Joe Meto. We also have a special monologue by Jeffrey Norte, and my brother King's Kid is also going to be here.
Yes, come let's celebrate God for His goodness and mercies at Glorified 2026 on August 30th, 2026. Doors open at 4 p.m. prompt, and the venue is Victory Bible Church Dominion Sanctuary, Awoshi Bayard. Media sponsors ChannelOne TV, City FM. Come ready to encounter.
Hello and welcome to the ChannelOne Newsroom from our studios at number 5, Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano in Accra. I am Nanatifu Obwati.
I'm Prema Edunyame.
I am Umaru Sanda Amado.
I am Inosafo.
I am Charles Osukumi.
I am Makosia Otrick.
They've given you land to build an airport, and the airport is named after them, and then you are going to change it and put your name.
We demand, first, the immediate withdrawal of all pending prosecutions under sections 207.
Nsuo no sesa cars ni friachi. We nyina. Omo page wachi. Nti nsuo na abede omo abe block ya.
Enye nzise kra masa. Dey na sesa mpanimfo ye na dey. Ada so mbebubu no. Na yenso ya ye free na nsuo na nya kwan atwem. Wo so wo dey ase ebubu. Wo bedwe hostel.
It's already released 150 million to help with flood mitigation. That is the dredging of the streams and all that.
You know, it's a very big constituency, so we are still on checking this morning to see those we can help evacuate.
What do we have to do now for you to call off the strike?
The others also, did influence the voters.
Prof, what becomes of these students, especially the continuing ones?
They should reverse everything that they have done.
ChannelOne Newsroom airs Monday to Sunday at 8 p.m. only on ChannelOne TV.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel One Television. On The Point of View, we pick the right topics, we get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you. We have a very big show for you tonight because this our guest has spent a year in Ghana. We interviewed him when he came to town, because it was a very important time for the country where the final stages of our IMF program, the ECF program, was upon us. We've successfully exited that program into a new program called the Policy Coordination Instrument. So we're speaking to the resident rep for Ghana for the IMF, Adrian Alter, on his reflections on the success of the ECF and the prospects of the PCI. Stay with us.
Why? What's wrong?
Introducing Ghana's leading pay-as-you-copy photocopier leasing company. Lease an A4, A3, heavy-duty or production machine and pay for only the copies made or design your own payment plan. Simple and tietia. That's not all. Incredibly, toners, repairs, maintenance, follow-me printing, centralized tracking all come free of charge. Remember, financial prudence is the name of the game. Folks, forget about the expensive gimmicks and be smart. Join the hundreds of satisfied clients across all the 16 regions and every sector of the economy and save over 60% of your printing costs. Visit us at www.valixlease.com or call 0244-644048. Be prudent and lease a copier. Terms and conditions apply. Valix Lease is a wholly owned Ghanaian company. Valix Lease, affordable document management solutions.
Hey, who's the first time you see that? It's a big game today as Ghana faces England.
You forgot the eggs.
And the whole nation is ready. Shot on target. Oh, what a save! Benjamin Asari flying for Ghana. What is it? Politics is always safe.
Every day, in the moments we love, we rely on clean and safe water that flows from Polytank.
Welcome back. So my guest for tonight is the resident rep for the International Monetary Fund for Ghana, Adrian Alter. Welcome again to The Point of View, Adrian.
Good evening, Bernard. Such a pleasure to be here today.
It's been a year already.
It has been a year, yes, and what a year.
Amazing. Is it fair to call you the transition res rep? Because I think when you came in August last year, we had, I think, less than a year to finish the program, and now we've begun a new. What was it like when you took over? What was the mandate around the period you took over?
Well, when I took over, basically last summer in August, we were preparing the fifth review, if you recall, and then sequentially we had to negotiate the new the PCI, the Policy Coordination Instrument, and at the same time we had the Article 4 consultation and to finalize the ECF review. So it was quite a busy period of time. There were a few events in Ghana as well that I had to organize. So it has been quite active. But I'm very lucky because I have a great team here in the Res Rep office, and I am very fortunate.
So the extended credit facility we signed up 2023. I think it was around May, June, I'm not sure. So that's been 3 years. How do you assess it generally? Because I know you have a big document on it. If you were to give me like a big couple of sentences to summarize the ECF from May 2023 to July 2026, what would be the verdict?
So Ghana's recovery has been quite impressive, faster and better than expected. I would say all macroeconomic indicators outperform initial expectations in 2023. And that is quite impressive. This basically reflects both strong policy reforms and ultimately also the favorable external conditions, higher gold prices in particular. So I would say on the macroeconomic stability, inflation came down quite significantly from more than 50% to now less than 5%. Reserves were rebuilt quite markedly from 1 month of import coverage to more than 4 months of import coverage. Most recent data. The growth has been resilient and actually rebounded. We had 6% real growth in 2025. We had 6.4 in the first quarter of this year. And what is important is that growth is now broad-based across all sectors. Debt restructuring has been one of the key pillars. And last but not least, structural reforms. Those helped a lot with the macroeconomic stability.
I'm going to put up a chart from page 6 of your SITH review report. Figure 1, development since program approval. And I just wanted a couple of clarifications. So I see gold price index, 2022 being the base year. Clearly, gold price have gone up. Real GDP growth done better than the program projected. Current account that does better. Revenue reserve coverage is better. Exchange rate is better. So public debt is lower. Which of these 6 is the driver? Because you did say some are policy, some are external. So gold price, real GDP, current account, reserve coverage, effective exchange rate, total public debt. If you wanted to explain to our audience which of these charts has been the most critical in the 3-year story, which would it be?
So if you are only talking about the outperformance per se, you can see that gold prices are the ones that were actually much higher than expected. And that basically led to higher exports, particularly gold exports, which are now about 60% of total exports. And eventually that led to a much stronger current account balance. The corollary of that is 2 things. One, stronger than expected growth, and reserve accumulation much faster than initially expected. So our target, for instance, at the end of the ECF program was to achieve 3 months of import coverage. We were at the end of 2025 already at about 4 months of import coverage. So all that basically shows you these positive terms of trade shock that ultimately led to the appreciation of the cedi, higher liquidity, FX liquidity, and eventually public debt came down faster than expected.
But the gold leading to higher exports was not just a price issue. It will also be a quantity of gold mined, exported, and bought, right? So how does that play in? And now this is important because the discussion has not just been about the price. The gold bought has been used to buy a lot of gold, and the government has essentially built its reserves at a much faster rate than expected. Was that so? What was the commentary on that? Is that okay? Because they are even talking about 15 months now, CAMRAP, right? Is it okay because they are thinking of what happened in 2022 and it says never again, so we're going to build enough buffers? Or are they doing it too much? Because that could come at the expense of other things. So just slight commentary around the aggressive purchase of gold and the building of reserves.
So good question, Bernard. I think, so typically when you have higher prices, no matter what, it will be followed by higher production of that good. Because people and businessmen know that will lead to higher profits, right? So it is clear that the production has also increased gradually in 2023, 24, 25. And part of it is due to this formalization of the gold sector, right? And there has been also already evidence that in PMMC, the predecessor of Goldbod, has already increased the formal gold brought in 2024. And it's true that with the establishment of Goldbod, the government was able to channel even more and to bring even more illegal mining into the formal mining and export more of that. And those export proceeds basically brought back, led to higher liquidity in the FX market, the appreciation and stability of the cedi, and higher reserves.
We'll come back to the gold discussion, but you said the success has been based on two big things: policy reform and external conditions have been favorable. So on the policy side, there's a concern that the government sacrifice expenditure to keep the balances looking good, and that the government's objective is to have a nice paper number so it can get back on the external market. But it squeezed the expenditure too much. And people feel like they are not seeing, that's why people complain that we don't see the effect of the good macro performance in our pockets. Okay, so what is your, and by the way, chart figure 2 explains this point. So if you can put it up, the fact that a lot of the fiscal adjustment has been expenditure led. You said that yourself. There's a concern that it's too much. It should have been a better balance between revenue growth and a bit of expenditure moderation. But Atuforsen has really been almost ruthless on the expenditure side, and some people are concerned about that. What's your general commentary around that, using figure 2 to explain?
So that's in some sense it's right what you said. The fiscal consolidation has been primarily led by the expenditure contraction.
Yes.
And this is in contrast to what we were hoping at the beginning of the ECF program, where we thought that revenue and expenditure will be equally contributing to the adjustment. Okay. Unfortunately, revenue collection and revenue to GDP ratio has underperformed. And you can see we were expecting about maybe a 3 percentage points increase. Eventually, we only had 1 percentage point increase. So the PCI, now we are transitioning from the ECF to the PCI, the policy coordination instrument, will focus on the revenue mobilization, domestic revenue mobilization, because this will create fiscal space durable and will allow development spending for the government and social spending as well. The transition from the ECF to PCI basically will try to address this issue. And the focus there will be primarily on the improving the systems for the domestic revenue administration for the GRA. So ITAS rollout is one of the main, I would say, reforms, the integrated tax administration system, which allows the GRA to run risk-based analytics. The other sources would be to close the VAT gap, which is more than 50%. Eliminating some of the tax exemptions is key. And ultimately, even when you talk about ASM gold, which is currently in the LI, there is a 2% royalty. However, that is not yet collected by the GRA.
I'm still on the fiscal side. Page 8 of your report, paragraph 6. The 2025 fiscal outcome was stronger than expected. We've addressed this. The primary surplus reached 2.1% of GDP, well above program target of 1.5. My interest is this next statement. This outperformance reflected lower than budgeted energy sector shortfalls and slower than expected capital project execution, partly due to comprehensive special audit of outstanding payables and commitments at end of 2024 and the rescoping of projects. The second part suggests that we sacrifice capex, and capex is critical for its multiplier effect, because if you want an economy to grow in a way that will be job creating, your capital expenditure spend is very important. Some people are concerned about the sacrificing of capex, although you explained that some of that is due to the audit of payables. But the other one is the lower than budgeted energy sector shortfalls. Does that suggest that the energy sector is performing better than you thought? So clarify the energy sector lower shortfalls and also comment on the sacrificing of capex and what that would mean for our long-term sustainable growth.
Okay, Bernard. So let me start with the energy sector shortfall. Basically, the government in the 2025 budget had in mind a certain exchange rate. And most of the expenses on the energy side are in dollars, right? Imports of fuel. So fuel suppliers are paid in dollars. All the IPPs are paying in dollars. Contracts. Exactly. So when you translate that into cedis, if the currency appreciates, then there is an improvement. But that is not the only source of this overperformance, if you want. There has been slightly better revenue connection at the ECG. There has been a better implementation of the cash waterfall mechanism. And then also the government has been more careful about the energy mix and trying to reduce the costs of producing electricity. Using domestically produced gas is much better than importing liquid fuel from abroad. So all these measures are, I would say, essential to the sector's profitability and eventually
so that's on
reducing the fiscal risks to the government.
But on the what about the capex point, that if you're even going to sacrifice expenditure, capital expenditure should not be sacrificed for a developing state like ours, where this is roads, power plants. These are, if you spend money on salaries, I know the labor will not be happy, but it's just consumption. But if you spend money building a bridge, create jobs, people can bring their food into town, roads, rail. So capex capex is a good measure of your long-term growth prospects. That's my point. So if the finance ministry is squeezing capex, it doesn't bode well for your long-term growth prospects. That's my concern. Is the fund concerned about that?
So that's a very good point. And so first, let me clarify why reducing capex was essential. Basically, the government in 2025 inherited a large stock of arrears, and basically it needed to address a much larger fiscal deficit in 2025, right? That was brought from 2024. Basically, to deal with that issue, it had to cut some of the expenditure, and at the same time, it had to put in place much stronger controls, such as the commitment authorization.
Yes.
Then those measures were primarily to reestablish confidence and trust in the public finances.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, going forward, the development needs for Ghana are essential, and they are quite large because Ghana is a developing country, and we acknowledge that by relaxing the fiscal stance from 1.5% primary surplus on a commitment basis to 0.5% of GDP. And that basically allows an extra percentage point of GDP to be spent on development needs starting in 2027.
So definitely the Finance Ministry has done well in restoring confidence in the fiscal management. And for those who are interested in that, we'll put the chart up. If you look at figure 6, there's a very interesting figure on audit and review of capital project portfolios, with about a number of them rejected, a number pending validation. That was quite interesting. Finance Minister mentioned that in an interview with him as well. This is the point of view. When we come back, we have a couple of big questions for Adrian. How sustainable is the recovery, right? Because some people feel this is all a gold story. 64% of your export is one commodity. Prices are doing well. So if the prices tank, is that the end for Ghana? So what kind of buffers has the country built around its own recovery to ensure that it doesn't collapse? And then, of course, what are the prospects for other sectors like cocoa sector, the banking sector? The rates have come down from the central bank. Is the banking sector responding enough to give credit to the private sector? These are key issues we'll be looking at as well when we come back. Stay with us.
My line of work, confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a cassie and in a kit one.
Mayo Kendini, and who be here? Symmetry, Papa, yet to a mammy mouthful. Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is simple buying, and manis ring, and a sans of Mamma Hotel, so it will beg you.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kel Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
The chef alone can command respect.
You haven't even checked the price.
Real men check quality first. Fear comes later.
Card, please. Wait.
What again?
Check the amount first. Madam, it's correct. Please show it to us. Hey!
25,000!
Oh, it's a mistake.
My sister, why?
Oh,
am I buying the shop too?
It's a mistake. I'm sorry.
My spirit almost left my body just now.
Daddy, please check.
Good. I feel you do Mizima.
Network issue. Please give me the card so I'll go and check inside.
No, the card stays with him.
Always confirm the amount before tapping or entering your PIN, and never allow your card out of your sight. Spot the fraud. Stop the fraud.
This message is brought to you by the Ghana Association of Banks.
From the grandest stage, the badges change, but the passion remains.
It's a special goal. Come at the hour, come at the man.
This football is from the heavens.
What a story this is.
10 months of drama lie ahead. The stage is set.
The biggest stars from the world's biggest leagues on Supersport. It's on DSTV.
Thank you very much for staying with us, and good afternoon. So we're crossing over back to the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Center for the second panel discussion for Election Watch Ghana's National Dialogue on Assessing the Implementation of Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019 and its implication for national security and democratic governance.
Man who has seen it all, he has lived it all. If we start to read his profile, we wouldn't finish. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest has one of the more unusual loyalties in football. One day when Parliament asked the Honorable Albert Kanapa which team he supported, he did not have a team, but he said he follows Jose Mourinho wherever he goes. Before many people knew him for national security, his colleagues in Parliament, they had a name for him. The name they had given him was Mr. Affordability. And he earned that from his persistent argument about affordable electricity when he handled the energy portfolio. He's an accountant, he's been a parliamentarian before, and he's one of Ghana's longest serving recent national security ministers. But apparently, above everything else, he's a Jose Mourinho fan. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome the Honorable Albert Kanapa. Honorable, good to have you. Our next guest also has a name for a space where he writes. He likes to write. And then the space where he writes is The Weaver. If you read some of his works, you'll notice that he really does weave words. Before joining the National Peace Council, Kwesi Irenchi Boateng worked as a journalist and a creative writer, including a senior reporter with the Catholic Standard. His personal writings go back years and include poetry, reflections, and essays on peace, leadership, and then public life as well. Say that again, please. Okay. So the audiovisual team will attempt to put, okay. I understand that. His writings go back and talks about poetry, reflections on essays on peace, leadership, and then public life as well. He has his own little corner of the internet that he calls The Weaver. And if you've gone far back enough into any of his writings, you discover a rather interesting identity he has when he ends his commentary. He says that his names are Kwesi Irenchi Boateng and he has spoken. Please put your hands together and make welcome Mr. Kwesi Irenchi Boateng. There's an empty seat and it will be occupied by the last person to complete the panel. Here's something people do not know about him. Before COP Emmanuel Tay Kujo became one of Ghana's senior police commanders, he trained as an architect. He's a registered architect. And in his 1998 postgraduate architecture work at KNUST, he designed a center for collaborative research in tropical medicine. He's also a trained lawyer, so rather unusually, he understands building, he understands law governing the building, and then the security outside the building as well. Today, he is the Director General of Police Operations. Put your hands together for COP Emmanuel Tay Kujo as he joins us. Gentlemen, thank you. Again, my job is done for now as I hand over to my senior Omar Sanda to take us away for the second session of the conversation. Please put your hands together for them.
Thank you so much. My MC Houdins, who called me out because I've gone to drink coffee. Thank you. Welcome back. Good afternoon, everybody. This second panel is going to talk about perspectives on the implementation of the Acts Against Vigilantism. And so that's what we're going to do. The panelists have been introduced. I'm going to give them just a minute each by way of introductory comments to respond to some of the issues that have been discussed generally. Then I have specific questions that I'll be putting to them. and then we can take comments and questions from the audience. So I think I should start with Dr. The pronunciation of the name in the media we say Kumbo, but I think it is Kumbur. If I'm wrong, please. Kumbur, good. Yes, so Doc, we want to hear from you. Everything you've heard this morning to now, in a minute, what will be your reaction before we get to the main questions? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I listened to the presentations in the first panel, I was really very much intrigued. And a number of things started coming through my mind. The first general comment that I want to make is that in Ghana, we believe in letting people feel good through law. Anytime there's a social, economic, or social problem, they say pass a law. The assumption is that there is a direct relationship between law and development, or law and solution to social problems. No. The truth of the matter, and we who are practitioners in that field know that law itself can become an obstacle to what you want to achieve. So it's not always that law is the solution to the problem. The second element is that not every regime of law addresses all problems. You must get the legal regime that is relevant to the particular phenomena right. Otherwise, you are simply just adding to the statute books. That is the two general comments I'll make. Secondly, see, I have run into a lot of storm with political parties, and I kept telling them that the incubator of almost all the challenges that Ghana in a democracy, and particularly in the Fourth Republic, is coming from the political party. Bad governance you see today originate from the political party. Corruption, wherever you find it, originates from the political party. The inability for us to be able to enforce things, and for our purposes today, implement Act 999, also comes from the political party. Because very few political parties have subscribed into training people on security sector governance. And security sector today is easier for Ghanaians to talk about, but security sector issues were mentioned in whispers, because all people knew about security, and particularly national security, were covert and surveillance operations. And so it is better not to wade into it. And it's not only the lower level of our society. I have a number of my professional colleagues who are lawyers. Sometimes I go to Burma camp or I go to Air Force Base and I say, oh, why don't you come around there? He said, what am I doing there? He is not setting foot in Burma camp today, and he's not setting foot in Burma camp tomorrow. And the reason is because of the mindset of what a security personnel and establishment is.
Doc, yes. As you teach the law at the LLM, at Legon, you have practiced law for decades. I'm inspired by you. I want to be called to the bar. I'm working on that. And now you just said to me that the law is not the solution to anything.
No,
it's a bit...
Not always the solution.
Okay, it's a bit scary, is it not?
It is.
He was a lawmaker. He's a law practitioner. This is his position. We'll interrogate this further. I want to go to former National Security Minister, the man we are told who opened his door to political parties. And I think even to the media, a number of times had engagements with us behind the scary we are told who opened his door to political parties. And I think even to the media, a number of times had engagements with us behind the scary
I'm coming. Let me speak to Tufman. Right, so those were some live pictures from the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Center, where the Election Watch Ghana is holding a national dialogue on vigilantism and implementation or assessment of the implementation of the Vigilantism and Other Offences Act. The first panel discussion just ended, and the second one has also begun. We haven't challenged, but we apologize for that cut. We will establish connection again and bring you the feed again when we get it. But then the second panel discussion is featuring former Minister of the Interior, Dr. Benjamin Kumbo, and he says law is not the solution for everything. And it also has former Minister of Defense, National Security, Albert Kandapa is also on there, and the Director General of Police Operations, COP Emmanuel Teikuju, is on there, and we also have the PR, Public Relations Manager of the National Peace Council, Kwesi Irenchi, also on the second panel, going to delve into the assessment of the assessment and implementation of the Vigilantism Act. Let's cross over for proceedings.
Looking for everything made in Ghana, all in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors, including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creators, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205 973 973 or 0558 973 973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, MTN, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center.
Not every friendship is meant to last forever. Sometimes, the people closest to us can leave us feeling drained, manipulated, unheard, or constantly questioning our worth. But how do you know when a friendship has become toxic? Join Bishop Fred Crunchy-Mensah this week on Lifeline as we explore the topic on dealing with toxic friendships.
Not everyone who walks with you is helping your destiny.
Some friends will drain your energy, steal your peace, and hold you back from progress. Welcome to Lifeline. Today's psychology is meeting theology to help you recognize toxic friendships and help you build healthy boundaries and manage friendships well. Talk to us. The power of friendship, the importance of friendship, and then what will make a friendship toxic.
And God said, let us make man. So God is a community. So man is coming from a place of relationship. Let us. So man is a product of a relationship.
Right.
And then by Genesis 2, he said, it is not good for the man to be alone. So man is made for a relationship. So the man is coming from a relationship, and man is made for a relationship. If anybody can enter the door of your life at will and close it and then leave it at will and lock it, you have no life. You have no life.
Lifeline airs every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. only on ChannelOne TV.
Hello and welcome to the ChannelOne Newsroom from our studios at number 5, Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano in Accra. I am Nanatifu Obwati.
I'm Prema Edunyame.
I am Umaru Sanda Amado.
I am Inosafo.
I am Charles Owusukumi.
I am Makosia Otrick.
They've given you land to build an airport, and the airport is named after them, and then you are going to change it and put your name.
We demand, first, the immediate withdrawal of all pending prosecutions under sections 207.
Then necessary penny for you. Na de. Ada so mbebubu no. Na yenso ya ye free na so na nya kwan atwem. Wo so de asi ebubu. Wo bedwe host.
It's already released 150 million to help with flood mitigation. That is the dredging of the streams and all that.
We know it's a very big constituency, so we are still on checking this morning to see those we can help evacuate.
What do we have to do now for you to call off the strike?
The others also, did influence the voters.
Prof, what becomes of these students, especially the continuing ones?
They should reverse everything that they have done.
ChannelOne Newsroom airs Monday to Sunday at 8 p.m. only on ChannelOne TV.
In a nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Marusanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
Yes, I am Marusanda Amadou. This is Face to Face, and you're welcome.
I say very often on the floor of Parliament that when we were in government, we got some things right, we got some things wrong.
Are you still planning to go to Parliament, or you want to look at National Party office position?
No, I'll be going back to Parliament. There's an unfinished business which I need to do.
Sports has 3 legs: development, management, and promotion.
Disintegration is extreme. We do not wish that even on your worst enemy.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Marusanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on ChannelOne TV.
Every day, across Ghana, stories unfold. Stories of hope, struggle, courage, and progress. At ChannelOne TV, we tell your story with truth and heart, giving voice to the people, holding power to account, and empowering change that moves our nation forward. ChannelOne TV, telling your story, empowering change.
Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Good. I'm going to give you something to chop.
Well, hello, gentlemen.
Oh, hello.
Yes, hello. We're making a very special meal, and it's special for many reasons. One of those reasons would be that all the ingredients we're using here, pretty much all of them, you can't find them in Ghana. First co-executive chef is Zia Chowdhury, the Zia Chowdhury. He is the UN Resident Coordinator here in Ghana. And we have the Mr. Edmund Mukala, who is the representative of UNESCO to Ghana, as we make this prawn curry with really a rice and lentil pottage. We're also really reliving some of the things that we know here in Ghana.
I have to say, I do love groundnut stew with fufu. But my absolute favorite, and this I think is unusual for many people, is okra soup.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Everpack, Tasty Tom, and Electroland Ghana Limited.
Looking for everything made in Ghana, all in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors, including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creators, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205-973-973 or 0558-973-973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, MTN, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center.
Ghana is built on stories. The dreams we chase, the challenges we face, and the change we demand. At ChannelOne TV, we bring these stories to light with truth, fairness, and courage. We listen, we question, we amplify. Because when your story is told, change begins. ChannelOne TV.
The Community Tracker is a parliamentary accountability project, a collaborative initiative between ChannelOne TV and the African Center for Parliamentary Affairs. Serving as an evidence-based project, Community Tracker documents and assesses development projects across constituencies in Ghana. The initiative includes the development of an attractive database map that identifies and tracks infrastructure projects, making information publicly available and promoting greater accountability. The program empowers communities to identify their priority development needs, monitor project implementations, and hold duty bearers accountable for the delivery of public services. It provides visibility for members of parliament who are delivering tangible development outcomes in their constituencies. Through the tracking and documentation of constituency-level projects, the program seeks to strengthen accountability in public infrastructure delivery while giving communities a meaningful voice in evaluating the impact of development interventions. The Community Tracker airs on Mondays at 7:30 p.m. with repeat broadcasts on Tuesdays 11 a.m. and Saturdays 5:30 p.m. only on ChannelOne TV.
We apologize for the break-in transmission. We're crossing over now to the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Center for the National Dialogue on Vigilantism and Implementation of the Act, Vigilantism and Implementation Act 2019.
Then on the supply side also, because of unemployment, these young men who are very strong, they can't get jobs, right? There are certain things that encourage them to go there. There is the prospect of immediate cash rewards when you fight for them. And then there is the prospect of being given a job within the security sector. So there is everything to motivate them. Stop it by stopping the one who is demanding their services.
Commissioner of Police, why would people go to a land guard when they can trust that the police will take care of their land? Why would a political party in opposition go to a vigilante group when they know that the police is fair to all? I think that's a question that is in the room now, that there's a lack of trust to an extent in the intelligence or security agencies. Is that something you agree with? How do you deal with that?
I stated that
we have made some progress. Not to say successful to an extent, but we've made some progress. What the law gave us is a legal framework within which we can operationalize our activities. So once the law prohibits land guardism, it gave us the impetus to be able to create units specifically tailored to tackle the land guard issue. Then once the law prohibits vigilantism, now we need to create units that have developed the capacity and specialized training to be able to tackle vigilantism. So as I stated, progress has been made. We have some anti-land guard units. The other interventions that we have made as a police administration is we are now taking intelligence to the district level to be able to pick up early warning of some of these activities. So we are developing the capacity of our PIDs, as well as developing the capacity to be able to counter these extremist violence through specialized units that are trained to deal with it.
Let me come to Dr. Kumbo and...
But can I just make one interjection?
Yes, please.
I think let us distinguish between political vigilantism and the land guard issues. As far as the land guard is concerned, and having sat on that chair for 8 years, I believe that the police is doing very, very well. They've not had absolute success, but I'm very, very happy with the progress that is being made on a daily basis. To me, the challenge is more with the political vigilantism.
I come to Dr. Kumbo and Mr. Yunichi. What did the lawmaker omit in the Vigilantism Act that has to be fixed? So how do we fix the act?
Let me tell you that the entire Act 999 has nothing to do with vigilantism. If you read the substance of the Act, it has nothing to do with vigilantism. If you look at the objectives of the Act, and you go and look at specifically what it is seeking to do, vigilantism is not only about criminal activity. It also has the strategic and policy dimensions to it. So if you focus on actually securitizing what you call vigilantism, which is a short step to weaponizing it, and when you talk of weaponizing something, people assume it's only the state. No. Non-state actors also weaponize social phenomena that are securitized. And that is what makes it important. So you make it purely a criminal matter. And victims of vigilantism cannot take advantage of Act 999 to mount a civil action to get some remedy. Then you will look at, it's supposed to be Vigilantism and Related Offences Act. You go to the body of the act, it has already delimited and circumscribed the related offences, which ends up with land guards. So when you see the recommendations and what they seek to do with the act, proscribe and ban vigilantism. Nobody has said land guards should also be proscribed and banned. I don't know whether anybody has that sense of reading of Act 999. No. It is on political vigilantism that you ban them and you put them in a schedule that these are the ones specifically to be banned. I mean, every security analyst knows that who is telling you that the name that is put out in public is actually the active operator. For all you know, most of these activities would have taken place or do take place, and you might not find the Bolgatanga bulldogs, you might not find the Boko crocodiles, you might not find the Azoka boys there, but you have got people with the same propensity to maim and harm who have no name, and so they won't find their way into the schedule. I'm just talking about the act itself having contradictions with itself. And when you do not have internal consistency in the law, how can you talk about implementation? What are you going to implement? So implementation now narrows down to criminal prosecutions. And I'm not surprised that Commissioner has talked about the great achievement, which is at least 2 people on remand. We do not even know how far and how long they have been in remand. And remand is not even halfway through the solution to a problem. And if 2 people were even convicted, you will call it progress. But progress should be measurable. So you need to have clear benchmarks. What does the act seek to do? 1, to prohibit them. Can you scientifically today with data collection and intelligence tell us how effectively that progress is in banning vigilantism? By now, we should have that statistics. Because if you start seeing a resurgence, then that will tell you that they went underground. And that brings me back to say it's not everything you pass a law to solve. You drive these type of activities underground, and they become more menacing than when they were publicly acknowledged. And that is very, very important. Then what will be your benchmarks? What are you measuring? And so for 7 years, the progress at least should be substantial. We are not saying total. It might never be total even for the next 30 years. But 2 within 7 years will mean 4 within 14 years. And if you go by that level of progress, where are you going to reach? That is the first thing. The second problem is that Act 999 was passed as if it was going to be put into a vacuum or a legal vacuum. No. Every legal theorist knows that why laws don't work in Africa and in most jurisdictions is because they don't know that what they are actually seeking to put law in is a whole autonomous fields of different power structures that are operating. And so if you think your law will just go inside there and solve the problem unproblematically, you are making a mistake. So your socio-political assessment of the causes, as he said, between the demand and supply of vigilante should have been stated. And in the conclusion, I wrote an article just a year after the act was passed and published in the University of Ghana Law Journal. What is very important about it at the end of the day is that you needed the strategic and the operational dimensions to Act 999. You should have in that law the long-term vision of how to cut off the supply side. And then as for the demand side, you can always target it. But you find that it's all criminal. And if you do this, you go in for this number of years. If you do this, you must catch me, put me before court, prove me beyond reasonable doubt. And we who have been criminal practitioners, I will know the essential ingredients of a crime, like vigilantism. All I do is just go and pick the weakest pillar in the prosecution's case and knock it down. And I create a doubt in the prosecution. And the doubt will go to the Michael. We have played all these tricks in practice. So we know criminal prosecutions don't solve social problems so easily because of the sheer burden of proof and how difficult it is to surmount it. I've had the benefit of being an attorney general. So anytime, oh, why, attorney general, we want to see this. This person must go to jail. I say, go and catch him and go and put him. Because that is not how you go about it. You are forgetting that I'm a professional lawyer and I'm guided by ethics. The fact that I'm an attorney general doesn't mean I should allow the political party to take my ethical responsibility away from me. And one day when I'm no more attorney general, where do I go back to? So what you need to do is to see the nature of your legal system. And that will tell you. Today, I also hear similar comments. We are not jailing the people fast enough. As if in a rule of law country, jailing is about just collecting people and sending them to Isawam. It doesn't work like that. But this again is the public education. If you don't let the public understand, the level of impatience will drive the government unconsciously into opposition. I can tell you the governments are always driven into opposition by their own party followers because of the conduct and the unreasonable demands that they make.
Thank you so much, Doc. Mercy, the question is still on the table. What did the lawmaker omit that you think can be added? And two, since you are the one who's been doing the monitoring, 2 remands in 6 years can't be success unless your monitoring has revealed something else.
Yeah, thank you, Maro. I share the sentiment earlier panelists made with respect to the challenges we have.
Forgive me, is he audible or we should change the mic? It's fine. Okay.
Okay. In our studies, our monitoring, we realized that the drivers are still at play. Drivers that actually engineer this vigilantism to act. Just like Honorable Kendapa said, that the money bit, that's why in your allusion earlier, you mentioned that these people have now turned themselves into personal bodyguards and the others, so they are still there. We, like the first panelist had said, I think the law is a good one, but then it still gives us an opportunity to audit what is there. That's why this forum, with the blessings of my bosses, said we should come and then also analyze. But just to add that it's not only the 2 arrests. Yesterday, the Honorable Minister of Interior, in giving his account, has said had reported that 26 suspects are before court as a result of this Vigilantism Act and all those things. So I feel there should be more of public accountability with respect to the financing and then a bit of the people still being in operation under the guise of different names here and there. I think we saw the clash at the rerun at Ablekuma North, where there is name of the Blue Army and then the Green Army and the stuff. So certainly it is a source of worry to us, and our political trust building platform have tried to also address some of these things, including the political party financing issue. That is also something we also realize. So collectively from us at Peace Council, we are positive and pray that this forum and the subsequent ones that will come would help us all see how we can strengthen this law. And then also, like I said earlier on, we'll keep engaging. We've not stopped. we'll keep engaging them and bringing these issues to their notice and see how best we could all build Ghana.
Right. Let me block the rest of the questions into two. So I'm going to give you each as a group one question. Honorable Kandapa and Mr. Tekujo, how easy has it been enforcing the law? And I want you to answer this thinking of the political interference or the lack of it. Honorable Kandapa, you have been in charge of national security. How easy has it been in your own party to try and enforce this law? And Mr. Tekujo, how easy has it been with prosecutions? That's a question for the two of you. You may go first.
Well, I don't remember a number of cases coming to me where the police says, this is what we're going to do. As he said, they've only been able to get about 2 so far. These are not the sort of things that will normally come to the minister. So I'm unable to answer that particular question. But you know how it works. We don't have to pretend. If I think somebody said earlier, the first panel, that if you are a COP and you do things that annoy the powers that be, don't ever expect to go to that bungalow of the IGP. Okay. So they know themselves, and they will not even go near there. These are realities on the ground, and we've got to be able to address it, and we know that it exists in Ghana. How does he get that courage to do what he should do as a professional security operative? Most times, it is not that he hasn't got that moral sort of motivation to do it. It is just that he knows at times he can go wrong, and if he does go wrong, the system doesn't forgive him. You see? So these are some of the challenges. You see, to me, it all goes back again to the way we practice our democracy. The present system has no space for the political party that loses the election. For 8 years, you have nothing to do. To the politician, what he looks for is to get power. So if you're a politician, you don't have power, you have nothing to do over a 4-8 year period.
The devil will find jobs for your idle hands.
Yes. And what it means is that even if I have to kill to get power, why don't I try it? This is a fact of life. You don't have to pretend. You know. So if we want to solve the problem, again, we must look at some of those issues. Why this winner takes all? Right? Why this winner takes all? I'm sorry, I don't want to be specific, but one of the greatest security challenges we had was terrorism in the sub-region. Ghana happened to have somebody who was acknowledged within the African continent as one of the best experts in terrorism. But he belonged to the other party. And I said to myself, if Ghana gets up one day to hear that the terrorists have attacked us, they will kill me alive. So why don't I go to this guy and get him to advise me, to become part of me, so that he will be one of my leading advisors, which I did, which worked. It worked, at least because there was no terrorist invasion when I was there for 8 years. But you should know the price I paid for, within my own political party.
You were called a traitor?
Traitor. Traitor is an ordinary secondary school, a secondary school English. Look for an Andisco Achimota English. But that's how it operates. That's how it operates. Don't let us ignore some of these realities. I think we need to be able to take the bull by the horn and address it.
The curious mind in me wants to know who this person is, but I'm not sure whether you would offer the answer or not.
You know, they have some interesting things within the national security outfit. There's what they call the Oyochikata principle, which is that once you leave, do not talk about anything that you saw there outside. If you want to say it, go to the current coordinator and tell him. So I cannot mention the name. But of course, a lot of people within the security agencies know who I'm talking about.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Takujo, the challenges with implementing the law, are there some instances you can share or general comments on that?
You ask about prosecution.
Yes.
I would like to say that prosecution is always at the instance of the Attorney General. But for the space in which I'm looking at operational strategies. And I said earlier on that once the law has been passed by Parliament, we need to look at putting strategies in place to ensure or to give effect to the law that has been passed. That's why I said it has given us a sense of direction in terms of knowing the issues to deal with. For example, after that, the Election Security Secretariat has been set up, and we continuously engage with the parties anytime there's an election that is pending. So once within the operational space, we are able to contain it, and it has not escalated beyond what happened that inspired the law to be passed. I believe that we are making progress and will still continue to put strategies in place to operationally deal with the matters as and when they arise.
My last question before I come to the audience, it has to Mr. Intri and Dr. Kumbo. What has been the reception of the public to this law? And what do you think media and civil society can do to perfect it for our democracy? So you first, and I'll hear from Dr. Kumbo.
Okay, thank you. So I start with a scenario at, that was 26th November 2024. But as part of the Peace Pact signing, we were in Chiriponi. Then we scheduled the program to start at 10 a.m. So we got there, arranged, expecting the parties to arrive. Then one guy from the party, the party in government, NPP, came around, sent somebody to come and check. My other people there, who are there. So they came, we saw that the others are not there. So whilst we were talking among ourselves, asking the organizer, have you got these guys informed? He said, yeah, I informed them. I even called them and they assured me of coming. So whilst there, the NDC also came, and then they sent an envoy to also come and check. So we have to prevail on the council chair. You know, the region, we had the council chairman there to step in. So that was what he did, and then he came. They all came, and we started the program. Why am I saying this? I'm just bringing in here because of the issue of one of the drivers. We saw the suspicion. Who are the Peace Council? Why are they organizing this and all those things? I think at that forum, we talked about the Public Order Act, and then we talked about the Vigilantism Act, and the need to trust in the electoral system. So we've seen this in other areas. We just want to appeal to the parties, since they have that mobilization strength to, we've been working together so that we continue on that trajectory to work together, minimize the mistrust, and then understand that, well, we are all building this for our own self. It's the country that we want. The other issue I want to mention is it also boils down to another driver, the youth unemployment in the country. In our rounds throughout the country, it has become evident that the idle hands that you mentioned earlier on is what actually are those that they actually finance to do some of these things. So we appeal that we all work together to ensure that the youth find jobs or are committed to something feasible. What can media, civil society do? Earlier I mentioned that we put together the code of conduct and we've been monitoring. So National Peace Council could only appeal to civil society and the media to help us in this area of monitoring the breaches to this law and then highlighting some of the names that keep recurring to have been flouting this law, so that together we all find a lasting solution and reduce the tension and build a peaceful and a stable democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nchi. Dr. Kumbo, the reaction or reception of the public to the law, what media and civil society can do to perfect it for the democratic institutions to grow.
Yes, thank you. You see, we normally make a lot of, we confuse the lawmaking process and the legislative process. And when you have a confusion of these two processes, implementation of the outcome becomes a problem. And that is what Act 999 has run into. The law process, making process will start from the executive arm of government, possibly through an agency all the way. It is when it is laid in Parliament that the legislative process begins. But half of the content of that law is already involved with the executive arm of government, that this is what they want. So the space becomes very limited for parliamentary maneuver. In the particular case of Act 999, I don't know how many people recollect the sequence, but the bill was laid for Act 999 2-3 clear weeks before the Emilshot report was released to the public. So what guided the MPs in terms of what they should have insisted should go into Act 999 to make it implementable? But that aspect, many people always ignore it because we were researchers in that center, so we monitored the progress of it. 14th March, I remember 2019, was when they laid the bill in Parliament. And about 2-3 weeks before almost getting to the tail end of the third reading of the bill, when the Emilshot Commission's report. So we had to read backwards, and I said, oh my God, I've gone through the bill, and the bill doesn't seem to address any of these things. As for the government white paper, I went through it. And of course, I always say that I can tell you the mechanics and psychology of government white papers. So I don't read government white papers because I have drafted some of them myself. And what they want inside the government white paper, you can see so many of them. The government doesn't accept this. No explanation is given. And where an explanation is even attempted as in the white paper to the
Constitution review?
No, the Ayawaso situation. A very central recommendation that was made was about the structure of governance, duplication, and all sorts of things that was making command and control, and who was the lead agencies, who is accountable to the people. That they think there was a problem with that and should be looked at. Says no, that was not part of the terms of reference to the Emilshot, and so they overrate their mandate. But you always have it at the end that, or any other matter that is related to the incident. And this is a matter that is related. And what were the facts based on? You had a Minister of National Security at that time. You had a Minister of Security in the office of the President. You had a National Security Advisor to the President. You had a National Security Coordinator. In this type of marketplace, who will not trip and fall? This is the issue. And so today, if we are complaining about the challenges of implementing from the very day the bill was conceived and the processes that it went through, I will entreat the media, go and read the record of proceedings in Parliament. Read the committee's report and some of the issues that were raised in the debate. You will see why this act cannot be implemented. And I always say it was intended not to be implemented. And that's why I agree that you don't throw it out, but leave it, as we call in law, one of the vestigial legal provisions. And we call them vestigial because it's like your appendix. It's part of your body. If it is not infected, it doesn't help you and it doesn't affect you. And we have many, many laws in Ghana that have never been invoked. So we refer to them as vestigial. So also leave it there, let it build up the statute books. But something must be done about it to add a strategic policy dimension in the act to complement the criminal dimension.
Thank you so much, Doc. Can we give my panel a round of applause?
Going forward. Okay.
So I'll take questions and comments and come back for concluding comments from the panel. Someone is supposed to help me with a microphone. Do I have the person? Okay, I want to find my microphone first, then I know which hand to start from. Okay. Can you start from the back? So so I'll keep coming down. So start from the, yes. So, no, where you are, there's a gentleman in front of you. Please give the microphone to him. Or there's a lady rather. I mean the last person. Yes. All right, proceed. Please introduce yourself, and if you can make it snappy, I'll really appreciate. I think the microphone is off. No, we cannot hear you. Can you do something about this sound? Maybe I'll just give you my mic while we wait for. Do you have an extra microphone? Yes, you can.
Hello. Yeah, hello, good afternoon. My name is Nye Aiteabi, and I want to ask this simple question. I've now gotten elaborated to know what vigilantism is, and to my knowledge, I want to pose this question to our former national security.
Can you speak up? It's difficult hearing you.
Honorable Kandapa, I want to ask this question that if vigilantism is supposed to cause, is it supposed to cause more harm than good, or what is the security doing about vigilantism? As vigilantism is not poised for personal or political interest, but for a national interest. So, what is the security? Emerging to do with respect to vigilantism? Thank you.
Okay, there's a struggle. The control room, can you do something about the sound? Possibly swap the microphone, because it was difficult hearing him. Or, yes. Okay, so you try, let's see if it will be audible. Yes. Let the microphone be as close to your mouth as possible. Please introduce yourself and speak.
I'm also Mr. Wilberforce Andrews.
Is it helping? No, it's not. Can you be on your feet? Maybe that would help.
Come closer.
Yes.
I'm also Mr. Wilberforce Andrews.
Okay.
My suggestion is that since Rome was not built in a day, I think we should intensify what we are doing today, the national policy dialogue. So gradually, you can solve it later.
Okay. So intensify dialogues like this. All right. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Eben Kwaku Penuku, National Director for Coalition of CS.
Can you bring the microphone closer to your mouth?
Yeah, National Director for Coalition of CSOs Against Political Vigilantism and Violence Extremism. I think that the panelists have been very, very objective, especially listening to Honorable Kandapa. And my own father over there, we call him Dinosaurs. Where that name came from, I will not talk about it here. but he knows because of his colossal sum of knowledge on the things about security. Now, I want to say that we are giving too much work for the police to do. I'm coming to my question, but I want us to understand it here once and for all. If you listen to our police officer, he says that their work actually virtually is to arrest. That is what it means. They don't investigate, they don't prosecute. If you listen to...
Okay, I'm sure you've heard the reaction. It should tell you something. So yes, you may want to redirect your comment or just abandon it completely.
Let me say clearer. They do not have the prosecutorial powers in relation to political vigilantism. That is what I want to establish.
No.
Please. When I finish, you can respond to it.
No, but you see, but if it's not factually correct, I don't think we should proceed with it. Can you just ask your question? Don't summarize what he said. Ask your question.
Yeah, I'm building a background that I want you to understand.
No, can you abandon the background? Just ask the question. I would appreciate if you can do that for me. Thank you. Because the background is becoming problematic.
Okay, so but there is a new baby on the block, which is the Lions of MPP. I want to ask our panelists if there has been any work done to check on their mandate, their, recruitment, their training, and possibly their conduct as to how they go about their work.
All right.
I'm saying so because...
No, thank you so much. Can you please, who is moving the microphone? Yes, kindly, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. Can you give the microphone to the gentleman in front of you? No, directly in front in the smoke. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm called Afelek Agoba from CPP. Honorable Kandapa, I'm very happy with your
microphone closer, yes.
I'm happy with the honest presentation from the former minister. Now, about demand and supply. If I want a passport, I apply, I get it. Birth cert, I apply, I get it. I don't need a guru man. Now, I have a land, I'm protecting my land. It's mine. I have every document, it's mine. I have a challenge. I go to the police service, they get me done. I don't need a land guard. But here's the case that is not there. And therefore, the need for vigilantes or land guards. Now, the bigger challenge now is, currently, a land guard who comes to you, he will not argue with you. The property is yours, but give me 3 cities. You don't bring the 3 cities, you don't do your work. So my question is, how do we stop the demand?
Okay.
In other words, how can we supply the political parties what they need so that they stop going in for vigilantes? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to deal with this aisle. So if you could come forward so that I'll go to the left one after. Yes. So come to the front here. Oh. Yes, the man in the glasses.
Thank you. My name is John Desmond Sowanai, the Dean of Greater Accra MMDCs. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Election Watch Ghana for this timely program. And I would like to say that if it's for us, then it's about us. My first question is, this is supposed to be a conversation, and it's about land guardism and vigilantism. Who among us here is a land guard or a vigilante? I think the conversation should involve some of these people so that we get them involved to understand. I know the police...
But they are proscribed. They are an illegality. You want them to come here.
Okay.
Where there are police people and soldiers.
Some work concerning identifiable groups. So they should be part of the discussion. This is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because it's supposed to be a conversation. Secondly, my question is, in terms of jailable terms, some of these things must go with advocacy, so that the more we talk about it and offenses, I think these people are there and they are recruiting, and they don't even know the extent of the offenses or the jailable terms. So we should look at the public education as well.
Thank you so much. Please pass the microphone this way to Samson.
No.
Yes, at the front. Yes, I'll come to you. Just give it to one person to pass it on. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sandra, I'm Samson Asaka Wingut. I am the national chairman for PNC, not Bernard Mona. Bernard Mona is the leader of the party.
Sorry,
So I heard you saying that Bernard Mona is the national chairman.
I thought you were here as president of Importers and Exporters Association.
I have two camps. I am the
I
national
apologize.
chairman, so I'm making it clear to you.
Okay.
So when you see me, address me as national chairman, PNC.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I think I want to cite I think the first panel, where one of them said that in these vigilantism groups, if you want to deal with it, deal with the political leadership. Because, and they made it quite abundantly clear, that it is the MPP, NDC, and they've all benefited. At the end of the day, the one who will benefit, they go and work for their masters. So they should deal with the leadership of the party, so that the party leaders will know that, look, if you are with me, you are my boy, you are following me, if you go and commit crime A or B, it is me, the national chairman, that they are going to prosecute. They will not go into. If you go and you get caught, I am not coming there to bail you. It's because we will get lawyers, it's because we get people to go and stand for them, they go and commit the crime, and we benefited. So if you go for a small boy, and that's what the speaker said, if you go for that small person, they will breathe again, because the demand is that a campaign year, we need them to follow us. So I think it is good. But unfortunately, it's rather unfortunately, the major political parties that is only on the each other truth, you were invited, and for whatever reasons, they didn't show up. They didn't also send representative. And so I was so excited when the chair proposed that, or Honorable Benjamin Kumbo proposed that we should not discuss it here, but rather someone encouraged the National Security Coordinator to invite political parties, including our very big, my father, Colonel Festus Aboji, said that don't invite only the two political parties, but invite all the political parties. We are looking forward to see that meeting coming. And I was so excited when the coordinator confirmed that he would definitely initiate such a conversation. So that we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You can now give it to the defunct chairman, Bernard Mona. He's behind you.
Thank you very much. I have just 3 submissions to make. One is to thank the organizers for this brilliant gathering.
Bernard, can you speak up, please?
Second is to say that when we pretend to be asleep, anyone attempting to wake us up will struggle, because anytime they try to wake us up, will rather increase the snoring. There's no doubt that what we are here to talk about is a formation by the political groups. I overheard Colonel Festus
Abuaji
asking where is double. Everyone, including the Director General Operations, know that double is always in the company of the MP of Equiapim North. And we cannot know better than the security services. That we are failing to get him is that we don't want to do it, because it's a case of, well, it's an NPP person, so let's not touch him. Otherwise, NDC, our persons will be touched. The final one, Honorable Kandapa, good to see you. But what happened at Ayawaso West Wagon cannot be classified as vigilantism. No. These were not attacks.
Of the National Dialogue by the Election Watch Ghana on the assessment and implementation of the Vigilantism and Other Offences Act 999 of Ghana. Thank you very much for watching and enjoy the rest of our programming.
Every day, across Ghana, stories unfold. Stories of hope, struggle, courage, and progress. At ChannelOne TV, we tell your story with truth and heart, giving voice to the people, holding power to account, and empowering change that moves our nation forward. ChannelOne TV, telling your story, empowering change.
Hello, welcome once again to Footprint. And for this episode, we are going to have a continuation of our earlier conversation with Ochrema Asante. Hello, good to have you again. This is Footprint. My name is Samuel Atamensa. We'll take a short break and just watch this one carefully. You see a man doing wonders with percussion instruments. Just watch this and we'll be right back. Welcome back. Now, see what, I don't know whether you saw what I saw, but the man makes, let me use the word, nonsense of the drums. And his name is Ochrema Asante. Sir, good to see you.
Thank you.
It's been many years on the road for you.
Yes.
How many years have you been doing this?
Well, I really started playing when I was 3 years old.
3 years?
Yes, I used to hang around the kitchen after dinner when my sisters are washing the dishes.
So 3 years, and you're 71 now?
72.
You're 72.
Yes.
So you've been doing this, of course, you got yourself into it almost 70 years ago.
Yes.
Wow.
And I was a master drummer at the age of 10.
Now I hear this master drummer,
yes,
and I hear divine drummer, as in Guy Warren. You know, what's the difference? What's master drummer?
Yeah, I see. Divine drummer is a title.
Okay.
You know, it's a title, but master drummer, you go through all the disciplinaries, you know, of drumming.
Oh, I see.
From cowbell to the master drum. You can, if let's say if it is Ashanti drums, the master drummer can play everything.
Okay.
From the cowbell to the talking drum.
Oh, okay. So functionally, you could use literally all the drum pieces in the palace.
Yes.
You grew up in the palace?
Somehow, yes. My uncle was a senior master drummer at the palace in Koforidua.
Oh, okay. So there's Ashanti.
Yes. So he saw my interest, in drumming at a very early age when I was hanging out around the kitchen and putting holes in the pots and pans.
So, master drummer, were like you could do everything with every drum piece.
Yes, yes. You play everything from the cowbell right down to the master drum.
That's a big one.
Yes, all of them.
Wow.
Anytime you are called to play any of them, you're ready to do it.
Is there a format for playing, or there's a language? Does this communicate specific messages?
Okay, there's a drum language. The drum language is the talking drum. We use the tumpan, the talking drum, in sending the messages from place to place. That is the drum language. And aside from using the tumpan in the drum language, a tumpan is also used as a lead instrument in the rhythmic groups.
Right.
We have many kinds of, rhythm. We have kete, we have adowa, phantom from aboma, and many of them.
So this is typically the Akan.
Yes, the Akan side. So in the Akan side, if you are a Akan master drummer, you should be able to play all of it.
Wow.
All of them. And in my case, I've also studied Ewe, Gan, and some of the other tribes too.
Well, you've been very deliberate about this.
Yes, and Kwasi Broni's own too. So
we'll talk about that. Now, so born in Koforidua, almost 72 years ago, and you got yourself into this. At the time, you were still going to school.
Yes.
Yeah, which school did you have to attend?
I attended Koforidua Methodist School.
Okay.
From the primary school.
All right,
yes.
Of course. And I'm told you had to go to Kumasi to continue.
Yes, I went to Opokuwari Secondary School.
OAS?
Yes, OAS, yes.
But that time, where was it? At that time, that place was bush, man.
Yes. In fact, today I went there and I said, wow, the whole place is changed now.
It changed?
We used to be in the bush, but now...
It was bush, Santasi roundabout area.
That's right.
Beyond OAS then was St. Hubert's, the Catholic missionary thing.
Yes.
And everywhere else was bush.
Yes, Santasi, I used to run away from school to go and play drums.
Oh, man. You've been in this business for long.
Yeah.
So from Opokuwari Secondary School, what did you do?
Yes, my idea was to go into music.
Music? Oh, okay. Right from secondary school?
Right from school. Because in fact, my father was a magistrate, right?
Oh,
and he wanted me to study law.
Obviously.
He wanted to take me to London to study law. And I said, wait a minute. That's not my line. So
the man took you to Opokuwari.
Yes.
I mean, Opokuwari is one of the best schools that we still is anyway.
Yes.
And then after that, you chose to go into music while your father wanted you to go into.
Yes, I told him, don't waste your time to pay fees for me to be a lawyer. Just buy me talking drums.
You were bold because back in the day you couldn't talk to your father like that.
I did that. I said, all I need from you is talking drums. Get me, talking drums and just leave my life.
Which year was this?
I'm talking about 68. 68, 69.
That's when you left Opokuwari.
Yes.
Were some of your mates in school? You remember some of them?
Oh, yes, a lot of them.
Still around?
Yeah, we meet a lot.
Oh, I see.
PV Obin was my senior.
Oh, PV?
Yes, PV was my senior. Malek Crayon was my senior.
Who?
Malek.
Oh, okay.
It was my senior. Kwamana Ahoy was my senior.
I see.
Yeah.
Wow. Of course, they all know you because
I was junior, but I was very popular because of drums.
Everybody knew you.
Yes, and I was always getting into trouble for
Running away from school?
Running from school on weekends to go and play.
To do gigs?
Yeah, to go and do gigs.
So what kind of gigs were you doing? What kind of events were you attending?
Yeah, at that time, I was the drummer for Koforidua Casino Dance Band.
While you were at school?
Yes, the band that recorded Wafa no. Yes. I was a drummer, trap drums for that band. And one day we were asked to play a Star High Life competition. Star at Koforidua Legion Hall.
Yeah, Legion Hall, yeah.
So we were supposed to be on midterms, but for some reason, the headmaster canceled the midterms.
Jesus.
I said, well, and the band is depending on me, so what's going to happen? So right after class, I run, took a train. That time you can take a train from Kumasi to Accra.
Yeah.
You know, so I took a train. By 7 p.m., I was in Koforidua. And we were playing the dance. I was playing the drums and the dance, and the people were chasing, clapping. Then
don't tell me you saw your headmaster there.
I look on the stage, and the headmaster was on the floor dancing. But I said, "Oh!" One of my classmates that I went with, he ran and came right behind me. He said, Asante, look, come here and do this on the floor. Look, come here and do this on the floor. So he was hiding behind me. I said, I was sitting there, everybody was looking at me. How am I going to hide?
So how did he see you?
Then I took a solo. Then he was clapping. Everybody was clapping. I said, oh, he's clapping. Oh, that's cool. Then early Monday morning, we left Koforidua at 3 a.m. By 6 a.m., we were sitting in the classroom before the rest of the students.
Thank you.
I was in the classroom, in my class, then the office boy came. He said, Asante, the headmaster wants you in his office. Then I went to the office to see the headmaster. He looked at me and said, he also comes from Koforidua. He looked at me and said, Asante, you are a very good drummer. So that I was happy. I thought everything was going cool. Then after he said that, he said, who gave you permission to go to Koforidua?
Yeah, right.
Then I said, you, sir. He said, what, me? I said, yes, sir. So he took his file, opened the file, and said, oh, yeah, you applied for it, all right, but I turn you down. So why did you go to Koforidua? So I started to give excuse. Said no, the band was counting on me to come, so that's why I went. I said, okay, I think you need some more time to play your drums, so go home for 2 weeks. 2 weeks in a suspension.
Wow. After he enjoyed it,
everything, yes.
Well, I think it's registered proper. Next time you won't do it. Okay, cool. So after school, then you eventually got into music full time.
Yeah. So first, when I told my father to get me talking drums, he went off the roof. He said, "No, man." Hi. So what I did was, a friend of mine came from Togo to invite to. Okay, he told me there's a band in Lomé that needs a drummer, and he told them about me, and they've given him money to come
and pick you.
Yeah, pick me up. So
wow.
I left with my friend without telling my parents or anybody. I went to Togo. So yeah, we are in Togo. After 6 months, they were looking for me. They didn't know where I was. And after 6 months, my band, the name was Los Ufanos. And it was about, there were two leading bands in Togo, Melo Togo and then Los Ufanos. So I was with Los Ufanos. My group, Los Ufanos, came to Koforidua to do a dance. Of all places, we came to Koforidua Legion Hall to perform. So when we arrived, my parents were in the house, everybody was in the house. Then I show up in the house in a three-piece suit. Because our costume was a clean French cut, three-piece suit with handkerchief and, all that. So when I walk inside the house, my father looked at me and said, wow, is it a ghost?
It's an alcohol.
Yeah. But lucky for me, on my hearing, Nana Kokubati, the second, was talking to my dad that if Cabran says he wants to be a musician, you support him because he's good. He's really talented. So if that's what he wants to do. So by that time, my father has changed his mind.
Okay.
So he had a talk with me and I said, okay, you say this is what you want to do. Okay, you come back from Togo and I'll buy you the talking drums.
Okay, so you have to go and
leave
your team.
Yeah. So like when I went to Togo, something happened that really got me more determined to. Because before, when I was playing the trap drums for the casino dance band, as a master drummer, as a traditional master drummer at 10, I stopped playing the traditional drums and taught myself how to play the trap drums in school. So I was playing the funk, rock and roll, and all that stuff.
Every song?
Yes, everything, So in Lome, sometimes, we get paid every week, like say Mondays. By Thursdays, I'm broke. By Thursdays, I'm broke. And I had some cousins who were border guys at Aflao. So I'll take a walk from Lome to Aflao to visit them. And when I go there, I'm able to get some money in my pocket and then come back. But I was going to Aflao on this journey. Then I heard some sounds coming from the Hotel Benin on the way. So I went in there. I was tired though from working. I said, let me go in there and take a rest. So on the poolside, there were about 5 drums, African drums there, and a lot of white people by the poolside. And anyone would jump on the drum and just mishandle the drum, and they will clap. So I got bored and asked one of them if I can try my hands on the drum. He said, go ahead. So I took the 5 drums and started playing some rhythms there. I performed for about 20 minutes. Then I saw one white guy, took off his hat. He was going around the people and they were putting money in there. So he came to me and said, that's enough, I should stop playing. Then he handed me the hat and all the money in it. I said, for me, he said, yeah. I counted the money and it was 20,000 francs.
At the time?
At the time. I said, wow. And my salary was 5,000 francs a week. And for 20 minutes, I got 20,000 francs. So right there, my trip to Lome to Aflao was cancelled right there. I took a taxi from a hotel to my best restaurant in Lome. I sat out there, ordered some nice rice and chicken, and then 2 bottles of beer.
It means you finished the whole money again.
No. I had a lot of money left, in my pocket. So at that point, I went back to the house, and as I was sleeping, I was thinking. I said, wait a minute. Here am I, a master drummer, and I've stopped playing the African drums and playing Kwesi Brodin drums. Come on, man. From today going, I'm not going to touch Kwesi Brodin drums anymore. I'm going to go home, get me the talking drum, and then concentrate on the African drums to do my own thing. So I told the leader the next morning that I have to go back to Ghana. I quit. I've decided not to, continue. Continue. They were so surprised and very, very hard because they love me. I said, so no, I'm not going to play this type of drum anymore. So I'm going back. So I came to Koforidua. Finally, my parents agreed I got the talking drums.
Yeah.
So after getting the talking drums, I still stayed in Koforidua for about 6 months with my uncle who, taught me, then I put up a one-man show, together with the talking drums. So after that, I made 2 costumes, grabbed my suitcase and the talking drums, and I came straight to Accra. I didn't even know where I was going to stay in Accra.
Wow.
But I came to Accra. So when I got in Accra, I took a taxi from Tudu, from the Lolly Park.
Yeah, the Tudu station, yeah.
And asked him to take me to Tiptoe Gardens. So,
because that was where the action was.
So I went straight to Tiptoe Gardens. Then I went to see Mr. Pobi, who was owning Tiptoe Gardens. At the same time, he was the modern
photos, Mr. Pobi, yeah, very popular at the time, yeah.
So I went to see Mr. Pobi. I went to his office. Then Mr. Pobi said, "Can I help you?" I said, "Yes." They said, "What?" I said, "I want to join your band, Blue Monks."
Yeah.
I want to join them. Then he said, "What instrument are you going to play?" I said, "This, the talking drum." He said, "What?" Scratch it. Them today, yeah. What about him feel? Then I said, "Yeah, but it's a musical instrument.
Yeah.
You can play any type of music. You try me." Because I wasn't ready to take a no for an answer.
Yes.
In the first place, I don't know where I'm going to sleep, you see. So I have to make sure I get a place.
You're too bold, man.
Yes, so Mr. Pobi looked at me. I said, "Are you sure?" I said, "Okay, you hold on." Also, I can do a floor show all by myself during the intervals when the band plays, and I can come and do a one-man show. Because you couldn't do that. So yeah, right there, I started performing in his office.
In his office, in that small office.
Yeah, that's small. Yes.
Yeah.
Then he looked at me and he smiled. I said, "Wow, you are very talented. Come." So the band was rehearsing across the street, inside the Tiptoe. So we went there. And Blue Monks that time, it was headed by Ebo Taylor.
Uncle Ebo.
Yeah, so as soon as we got there, Mr. Pobi said, "Uncle Ebo, one try a brandy or she join one band." When I brought my talking drum inside, PP Dynamite was in the band. PP Dynamite looked at me and said, "Hey, babe, I didn't know you were for her." I had a yellow soul, man.
They were more westernized.
Yes, yeah, James Brown, Santana.
Yeah.
And man, so they said, "Okay, you sit on the side and just watch us rehearse." So they were trying to play one Santana song. They play and they record it and they listen to the playback. But they see that they are not sounding as Santana. And one thing they didn't know was Santana uses more than one percussion instrument. He uses a lot of percussion, instruments, in his music. So I got one, particular rhythm, and the tone on that drum sounds just like my talking drum. So I just got up and started playing that part. When they were rehearsing, I started playing that part on there. Then Ebo Taylor looked at me. I thought he was going to shout at me to stop. Then he smiled. Then the musicians, one by one, they turned around and they smiled and they urged me on. And I said, "Wow." So after the music, they all say, yeah, that's the part. So wow, we didn't know this drum can play some good music like that,
So that was your entry into the Blue Monks.
Into the Blue Monks. But you know what happened? When they're playing their music, I sit at the back, wait. When it's time for them to play that Santana song, I come and I play. I joined 1 week after I joined, Blue Monks. The band broke up.
Oh.
Some of the musicians, ran away. Some went to Ivory Coast, and a department was forming a group called Pagadija. with Kiki Jan and Ray Allen.
Ray Allen, Kiki Jan.
Yes, Kiki was also in the group. Was also in the Blue Monks.
Oh, Kiki was there.
Yes,
but he was way younger then.
Young, right from school, young. You know, so they left to form Pagidija. So when they left, Mr. Pobi said, you know, the group, you know,
there's no more.
Yeah, it's no more.
We will take a short break, but hey, keep these names. You have Ray Allen, you have Kiki Jan, you have Eddie Palmer, who later on built the Black Caesars Palace at Osu. You know, these are huge names that defined entertainment in Accra. This is still Footprint. We'll be right back.
This is more than news. This is your story. ChannelOne TV, telling your story, empowering change.
Welcome back to the program. This is Footprint, and today I am having a conversation with Ochrema Asante, the master drummer. He's done drumming for the last, guess what, 69 years into 70 years of his life. Yes, drumming, and it's earned him enormous accolades across continents. Talk about Africa, Asia. You used to have a large following in Asia at some point.
Yes.
When they didn't know anything about African drums.
Yes.
It was Ochrema Asante. Oh, wow. So let me go back. So Blue Monks went off, and how did you survive in Accra?
Yeah, so I started to perform solo.
Okay.
You know, by myself. I was going from club to club. You know, Tiptoe, Metropole, Ambassador Hotel, and you know.
So this would be in the 70s, yeah?
Yeah, Star Hotel and all that. I was going there, you know.
But these were big platforms.
Yes, you know, every weekend, you know.
So you'd be at Metropole in Accra Central.
Yes.
And then Ambassador Hotel.
Yes.
Which is now Mervyn Peak.
Yes.
And then Star Hotel, which has
Hotel.
been destroyed for something else.
Yes.
And then you had Continental too.
And even Silver Cup.
Where?
Silver Cup.
Oh, Silver Cup, yes, Silver Cup. Coco Mlimli, yeah.
Coco Mlimli, yes.
Wow.
There too.
They're boss for they're boss for in Nadal.
Yes. And sometimes
Lido nightclub.
Yeah. All those places, you know.
Sally, I passed by Lido the other time. I looked at the building. It looked like some quarters. I said, so this is where the action was.
Yeah, when I came, I passed by there and I almost cried. You know.
Yeah, Lido, man.
So, wow.
It's not nice, man.
Yeah, so I met a drummer for the Magic Aliens, Ape. Yeah, me, Ape, you know. And we formed a group, you know, called Zonglo Beast. And because I had a talk with him, and his ideas, you know, and mine
were kind of consistent,
were, you know, kind of together. So we decided to form an African group to push, you know, African music. So we formed a group called a Zongo Beat. But our problem was, okay, we didn't have instruments, and we needed, you know, a sponsor to, you know, sponsor the group, because I was the only one that owned my, you know, talking drum. But apart from that, the band. So sometimes I remember once we had a gig at Ambassador Hotel. We were supposed to play with the Ramblers. We arrived on the stage, and Ramblers refused to allow us to use their instruments.
Their instruments. Wow. This is Jerry Hansen's Ramblers.
Yes, because we were so hard when we were coming. We started playing from the street. We put on collars, and they would carry my drums, and our pair would be playing the cowbell in front, and I'm playing the talking drums. So we would play from the street to the Ambassador Hotel.
Yeah.
So by the time we got there, the audience were like, then finally the Ramblers said they will not allow us to play.
But you can understand, Ramblers at the time was huge.
Yes, and you know what we did? We said, forget it. If they won't allow us to play, just put the talking drum down. And I started to play the cowbell, Adowa, And we played some, Adwa Rodin for them, come and see, the floor was full.
That's all.
Everybody was dancing. Adwa, we played for about half an hour and we stopped. And
that's the whole show?
Yeah.
Wow.
That was the whole show. So when I was playing with a pair, Fasa Hewadi, I met him somewhere and he sent some guy to come and call me because he wanted me to join Hejole Sounds.
Yeah, his group, Hejole Sounds.
Yeah, he was forming, Hejole, and he thought I would fit in the group, perfectly. But I didn't want to disappoint my partner because,
you were forming something
we were
together.
also forming something together, as well. So the day they were launching, Hejole at Orion, I went. And luckily for me, I saw Faisal right in front and said, come. Let's go inside. So he took me inside and said, you sit by me. I want you to see the group. You're supposed to play with this group. So when they came on stage and started playing their costuming and the music, in fact, I could see myself right in the middle of the group. And Faisal was saying, you see, you should be in the middle of the group there. So I agreed with him, but I didn't tell him that. I was quiet about that. So the next morning, he sent, Owusu to come and call me.
Who's Owusu?
It's called Owusu Nyantechi. He was like the
band's manager or something.
Yeah, no, he was like the roadie for the band. The band.
Yeah.
In fact, he used to be the roadie for Air Polos.
Okay.
And he joined.
He was poached.
Yes, he joined Faisal's group. So Owusu came and said, Chairman, you got to come and we're going to shoot a film. So Faisal wants you to be in a film, so you got to come. So finally, I picked up my drums and took a taxi and went to Napoleon Club.
That's Faisal's club in Osu, right?
Yes, in Osu.
Good.
So when I got there, the band was rehearsing, and there were these producers from Italy, Italian Victoria Cinema. They were auditioning with the group. As soon as I got there, Faisal told them, you see, this are talking drummer. He went on a weekend and he just coming back.
Trust Faisal Hewadi.
Yeah, so set up your instrument and let's start the whole thing. So after I set up, it's okay. Ocheba start with your solo, one man's solo thing. Then I started, with the poetry, in drum language, about Africa and all that. So as soon as I finished that, we continued with Adwa. And then one after the other, we started the Hejole's, own, repertoire. And I played with them, throughout. The people, couldn't find that was the first time
you're joining them.
I was joining them.
Wow. So you ended up being a part of Hejole.
Yes.
Wow. And how long was that? For how long were you with the Hejole band?
I was with them for about 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah. And then one day we were playing at the club,
Napoleon Club.
Yes, in Napoleon Club, and we saw Fela Kuti walk in with one short guy and one tall white man. The short guy stood in front of one speaker, and the white man also stood in front of another speaker all night, listening. So after our performance, Faisal invited us to come upstairs to his place.
That's Fela, the Nigerian Fela?
Yes. Then when the Fela introduced the short man to us as Hugh Masekela.
I didn't see that coming, man.
As Hugh Masekela, and then the tall white man as Stuart Levine, in Masekela's production partner.
Yeah.
They went to Lagos to do a collaboration with Fela. And Fela told them he doesn't do collaboration, but he has some friends in Ghana. Very, very nice group that they will fit the idea Masekela is looking for. So he personally brought him from Lagos to Ghana.
Wow.
To see us. But at that time, Faisal was also managing Fela.
Oh, okay.
And then, so we invited Masakela to bring his flugelhorn the next day to join the group. So the next day he came to Napoleon with his horn, and when he joined the group, wow, he raised our music like from here to there.
To the roof, man.
To the roof. Yeah. Everybody was happy in the club. So 2 days after that, we were on our way to Lagos to record with him.
Mm-hmm.
So we went to EMI Studios at Apapa to, record with him.
Mm-hmm.
And he took the record to the stage. And he did, in fact, he didn't play in Lagos. He took it to the stage and he played his part.
Okay.
On it, mixed it. And after he sent the finished work to us,
you didn't believe this is what you did?
We didn't believe so. We played this, yeah.
So this is the Hejole Band,
yes,
with Hugh Masekela.
Hugh Masekela.
This would be your first properly so-called international collaboration.
Yes.
Yeah, and it was big. At the time, which were the competing bands in Ghana?
Ulame,
yeah.
Yeah, Ulame and Hejole were rappers.
Oh, I see. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, Ulame was also big, very big.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. But they were typically Ghana music, right?
Yes. We're both doing traditional music, but like Hejole was like a little bit like traditional, was
fused,
fusion with jazz, and something like that.
But you had the Ramblers and Uhurus,
Ramblers and Uhuru, Black Beats.
Black Beats,
yes.
Black Beats. That's Kim Bruce, right?
Yes, Kim Bruce. Yes.
Black Beats, Black Berets, all these.
Yeah, all the BB bands.
The BB bands, you call them, man. I mean, I lived next door to 2 doors away from them in Accra Central. So as kids, we used to go and stand there and watch them rehearse in the afternoons.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
So what became of Hejole?
Yeah, after the recording in Lagos, Masakela sent a message that the record company wants the group to tour US to promote the album. So he came down to spend 1 month with us and rehearse for the tour. And he took us to do tour
including
in
Faisal?
Yes. Yes.
Wow. So that would be your first entry into America.
First time.
And the rest they say is history.
First January 1974.
That's where you entered the US.
Yes.
Wow. And how did the tour go?
The tour was beautiful. It was very successful. But it had its problems too.
As usual.
And the problem was that it was business, business. The group had an agreement with Pfizer that the group had 75% shares, and Pfizer as the manager had 25% shares. And when we were in Ghana, there was not a single gig that we did that we went by the
arrangement,
yes, by the arrangement. So that became a problem. And then when we arrived in the US and the musicians learned that in America, if you are the manager of the group, you don't own the group, you work for the group. So when the musicians realize that, so Pfizer work for us. Means we can fire him if we want to, right? And that started
the problems.
Yes,
yeah. So you ended the tour.
Yes. Good. By the end of the tour, Pfizer left.
Wow.
Because the group didn't treat him well. As far as I'm concerned, the group didn't treat him well, so he left because he had left his business here to come.
Yeah.
So he decided to leave.
And I'm sure the people scattered.
And not that. So after the end of the tour, Hugh Masekela wanted us to come back to Ghana and then rehearse
do another tour, yeah.
Record another album, then come back to do another tour. And because the guys, some of them didn't want to work with Pfizer again, and they mistreated him, they didn't know how to come back to him. Understand? So they decided no. In fact, Masekela, we were supposed to do our last show at Seattle, Washington, and we were in LA. And Masekela left a day earlier to Seattle, Washington, to do some promotions for the show. And the road manager was supposed to take us to Seattle the next day. So when Masekela left, the group decided that they're not going to Seattle.
Wow.
Because if they go to Seattle, it means they're coming to Ghana. Because they don't know anybody in Seattle. But for LA, there are people, they know a lot of people. Because a lot of Ghanaians in LA were also interfering with their business. They were telling us all kinds of stories. Said, man, we should stay with that. They can help us, stay and establish, in Los Angeles. So
the usual Ghanaian story.
Yes, they were giving us all kinds of stories.
You make a mistake and stay, you see.
Yeah, so when the road manager came to pick us, to the airport, the group said, no, we're not going. So we didn't go. So that means we have to check out of the hotel. Okay, so we check out of the hotel to go to some motels that we can afford because we had money, So we checked into the motels and we were out there. We were in the motels for about 2 weeks. Then it was affecting our pocket, we had to do something fast, So we started calling the Ghanaians who promised us, who encouraged us to stay, that we started, calling them. So look, this happened. We have stayed and we need a place to stay. We can't be staying in the hotel, be paying, all the money we made on the road. We usually need to pay in a hotel bill. So you guys should, say what you promised that you promised us you would do. And sometimes when you call them, you can hear at the back or the front say,
Oh man, Ghana people, man.
So tell them I'm not
disappointment.
There. Yeah, disappointment. So we were on our own then, we found ourselves on our own. One of them, Uncle Ray Kweku.
Uncle Ray, yeah?
Yeah, Uncle Ray had a
shop.
Yeah, Ray had an electronic shop on Crenshaw. Very, very nice brother, very nice gentleman. So he was the only one that came to our aid, and I respect him for that, And so Ray rented an apartment, 1-bedroom apartment for us, and we were 6 people.
Wow.
And
sleeping in tents.
No, we're all 6 people. We all wanted to sleep on the bed. so we sleep sideways, and our legs were hanging out.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we stayed together, but you cannot stay in that house with us without having a problem. Because all we did there was argue.
Oh.
Argument. Because some of the guys can drink, right? When they drink, they just want to fight.
Oh, no.
And here we are on our own, and we're trying
to manage things.
And people will come and pick them up, and by the time they come back, they're drunk and all kinds of things. So it was really rough. At that time, we really missed Pfizer. So it was like Pfizer was around to
organize,
make sure we do what we were supposed to do. You know, what was that? At that time, we didn't have a leader, you know, in the group. You know, Stanton left with Masakela, so we were left by, and also he was the bass player, so we didn't have a bass player, and we didn't have an instrument, you know, no instrument. So what we did was we should find some work, and everyone should buy their own instrument. So Ray again managed to get us some work, you know, a factory work at Avnet, you know, electronics, and we were doing, we were making airplane, you know, electronic, you know, parts. Maybe that's why those days planes were falling off the skies. That I imagine me in a factory doing airplane, you know, parts, you know. So, you know, sometimes we'll be at the factory and working at night, and you'll be playing our music with Hugh Masekela on the radio, and you tell the American friends, and say, that's my group, that's me playing on the, I say, get out there, you play.
People, you are listening to Otrema Asante on Footprint. Look, we can go on and on and on and on because there's so much to talk about with Otrema Asante, the master drummer. For those younger people listening to us, I'm sure that name is not one of the names you're used to. Just Google this and the list of stages and platforms that he has performed. Amazing. We'll take a short break, come back and see what he did after his sojourn in Los Angeles. This is Footprint.
Your story is our purpose. Your voice is our focus. From the streets to the corridors of power, we tell Ghana's story with honesty and courage. ChannelOne TV, telling your story, empowering change.
Welcome back. This is Footprint. My name is Samuel Atamesa, and today I'm here with I almost said Hugh Masekela. I'm here with Otrema Asante and the master drummer. And I mean, I've been speaking with him for the last almost 50 minutes, and I can't believe that I'm sitting with Otrema Asante in the same room. But that's the blessing of the job we do. So, how did you finally wrap up in LA?
Yeah, in LA, one day I got a phone call. There was a phone, we were all living in the house.
In the house, yeah.
And there was a phone call. And I picked up the phone, and it was Hugh Masekela. And the first thing he said was, don't mention my name. Don't let the guys know I'm the one on the line. So I kept quiet, and I listened to him, and he said, we are in LA. We're forming a new group. I have Stanley Todd here. I have his brother, Frankie Todd. I have Yao Opoku. There is Boyega Adelaja. There is Orlando Juniors, Kemwele, and they are all here. And we are at the Tropicana Hotel where we normally stay. And you are the one now we need to make the group full. So are you in or not? So right there, I said, I'm in.
Thank you.
Then he said,
you didn't have to think too
far. Right there, I said, I'm in, because all we were doing was fighting. Arguing and fighting. So I said, I'm in. Then it's okay. I'm sending your Opoku to come and pick you up. So you get ready. I said, oh, cool. So I put the phone down, and the guy said, who was on the phone? Then I said, oh, that was Huey on the phone. They said, Huey, is he back? Is he coming back to take us? Then I said, I'm sorry, no. He's from a new group, and he wants me to join them. So about an hour later, Yao Opoku, came in a rented car. I said, Otrema, Hugh said, I should come and pick you up. Let's go.
Ooh.
So That time, the house, I bought a radiogram, the stereo, whole big setup there. So I just walked in my bedroom, pick up my 2 suitcases and left everything else. I said, guys, I'm gone. And when I left, that was somewhere in 1976. I didn't see them, any of them. I didn't see any of them until 87.
Whoa.
During the Graceland tour with Paul Simon.
Yeah.
And we went to San Francisco.
And you saw some of them there?
Yes, some of them came to.
To watch?
Yes.
Whew.
They came to see us. So that was how long,
So you left them and that was it?
That was about, one thing I did was, when I was on the road with Master Keller, we needed a rhythm guitarist. So I told Master Keller, let's go and get Jagger. Nisa Buti, our guitarist, a Hedgehog Sounds guitarist, because he's great, he's good, and he's a gentleman.
And what's his name again?
Nisa Jagger Buti.
Okay, all right. He picked that after Mickey Jagger, right?
Yeah. And I felt, it is not cool for him to be inside
that group,
that confusion. Because he was so cool and so gentle to go through that kind of headache, So I told him immediately, he would say, yeah, Jagger is a good musician, plays, a gentleman, and a good, because everybody can, relate to him. So it's okay, when we go to LA, you go and bring him. So about 2 weeks later, we went to LA, and I went back to the house. When the guy saw me, hey, Hugh says, come and pick us up. I said, no, Jagger, let's go. So I brought Jagger, his room was ready in the hotel and everything. And we continue. And unfortunately, I didn't see them until 87.
Whoa. Whoa. So tell me, after this episode with Hugh Masekela, you ended up working with him more or less?
Yes. We formed a group called Oja.
Oja?
Yes. Oja, then we recorded about 3 albums. The first album was The Boys Are Doing It. And it has a hit on it called Ashiko. Then we did the Colonial Man, and that was the time US was celebrating the bicentennial. So we did our album called Colonial Man to let them know that Vasco da Gama and Columbus were no friends of ours.
So at this time, which African groups were some of your influences? Because Osibisa had also emerged around the same time or earlier.
Yes, earlier. Osibisa, we came right after Osibisa.
And they were very loud in the UK.
Yes. And then Fela was our friend.
Right.
We used to go to Lagos too. In fact, it was through Fela that we met Hugh Masekela.
That's correct.
And Fela was, we all love Fela.
You had any performances with him?
No, but we went to visit him several times in Nigeria.
Right, but he didn't play in his shrine.
Hedgehog played in his, but no Huey.
Oh, okay.
Hedgehog played in the shrine.
So tell me, how did it pan out with Hugh Masekela? You lived in the US?
Yes.
The whole time?
Yes. And sometimes we come to Africa to do a tour. But what made me, the reason why I left Masekela the first time.
Oh, you left him?
Yeah, the first time, but later on we hook up again. Yeah. But the first time, we came on a West African tour. First, we were supposed
Which year, remember?
67.
77?
77, sorry.
Yeah.
1977. we were supposed to, we went to Monrovia.
Mm-hmm.
We were invited to by the Tobet to perform at Monrovia. So like from Monrovia, we were supposed to go to Botswana.
Come to that one, but hey, you have been watching Ochirima Asante. This is Footprint, and if you are listening to us on radio, this is Ochirima Asante. We're just going step by step along his footprints, and I think it's been interesting so far. We'll end this episode now, but there will be definitely another episode. This has been Footprint. My name is Samuel Atamensa. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to Newsfeed, bringing you the latest in the world of news. I'm Samuel Akom. Coming up, national security warns of early recruitment into violent groups ahead of 2028 polls. Also coming up, NPP accuses Gold Board of fueling illegal mining through gold purchasing system. Coming up in business, government tightens borrowing rules to protect debt sustainability. And later in sports, Manchester United officially signed midfielder Carlos Baleba. Details of that and several other stories coming your way this evening. Grateful for choosing Newsfeed. Let's settle for the details of our stories now. National Security Secretariat has raised concerns over the early recruitment and mobilization of groups that could be used for political violence ahead of Ghana's 2028 general elections. Speaking at the National Policy Dialogue in Accra, National Security Coordinator COP Osman Abdulrazak said the security agency's early warning systems had already flagged signs of mobilization, making it necessary for preventive measures to begin well ahead of the election period. He said security agencies must therefore move beyond a reactive approach and begin intelligence-led prevention long before the campaign period.
Prevention before campaign season. The action is now. It is easier to prevent political violence before the main event, that is, elections. By the time campaign rallies are underway, in earnest, we are managing rather than containing. We are managing containment rather than genuine prevention. But we want to be proactive. So recruitment into violent groups commences months prior to the election. So we are already saying it. So security agencies set up. The law exists. Our early warning systems have already flagged this. We can only say that they shouldn't go to sleep and to keep us on our toes.
In some more stories, the New Patriotic Party, NPP, has accused the Ghana Gold Board of contributing to the persistence of illegal mining, popularly known as galamsey, in the country. According to the opposition party, Gold Board's gold purchasing system has created loopholes that allow gold produced through illegal mining activities to enter the formal gold trading chain. Addressing the media, NPP National Organizer Henry Nana Boakye alleged that Gold Board is unable to adequately distinguish between gold sourced from licensed mining operations and gold produced through illegal mining.
There is enough exposure, enough appetite,
and enough mismanagement to cause losses of 1.7 billion in a single year when we are faced with a lot of economic challenges. This same government's incompetence and its policy dissonance have allowed illegal mining to explode across the country. Our water bodies are dying, our farmlands are poisoned, our forest reserves are being torn apart. Even our oceans are feeling the damage. And I can tell you, Galamsey is now worse because of Gold Board. And they themselves, they have indirectly admitted that. Galamsey is worse off now. His Excellency, the President himself, says that his own people are into Galamsey. I don't know what he has done about that.
NPP National Organizer Henry Nanabuache also reinforced the party's demand for answers over what he describes as $1.7 billion loss linked to the activities of the Ghana Gold Board in 2025. The NPP is insistent that the government and the institutions involved must provide comprehensive answers on the financial dealings surrounding Gold Board's operations.
Whether every city of blame sits with Gold Board or the Bank of Ghana, or both institutions acting together, that is precisely the question the minority is demanding answers to. The Ghanaian people deserve those answers in full. It was not a press conference of insults. That is what we are talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, the laws will not simply sit quietly on the balance sheet of Bank of Ghana and report. It will be looking for every one of you. It will be looking for all of us. It is our loss. Economists have already warned Ghanaians way. When the Bank of Ghana's own everything is driven into the negative by losses of this size. It is a taxpayer, not Gold Board, who is called upon to recapitalize the setup.
Let us stay with gold-related matters because the People's Alliance for Governance and Accountability, PAGA, has called for full disclosure of the transactions and pricing arrangements underpinning Ghana's domestic gold purchase program, saying the key issue is not about which state institution carries a reported loss, but how public funds were used. Addressing the concerns, PAGA convener Kofi Dapar said the reported $1.7 billion loss associated with the Bank of Ghana's program in 2025 could not be treated as an accounting dispute between the central bank and the Ghana Gold Board. For PAGA, however, the distinction does not answer the fundamental accountability question.
The government cannot claim the program's benefits while shifting its losses elsewhere. If Gold Board takes credit for building reserves, strengthening the cedi, and reducing gold smuggling, it must also account for the full cost of the transactions. Ghanaians deserve to know who were the off-takers of the gold. We need full disclosure. If Ghana knows all those who buy our oil and cocoa, then we need to know who is buying our gold and where they are from in the interest of transparency. What discounts were granted to the off-takers? This is important because the discount granted means we were actually selling the gold at a loss. So what occasioned the decision to sell the gold at a loss? What is the discount formula that the Bank of Ghana used? Why did it arrive at a formula to discount the gold, even though Gold Board, the aggregator, is both a monopoly and a monopsony, meaning no other entity can sell gold to the off-takers, and similarly, no other entity can sell gold to the Bank of Ghana.
Let's now take you to the Ashanti region, where the Regional Minister Dr. Frank Amwako-Hene says the national security is leading an ongoing comprehensive reclamation exercise aimed at covering abandoned mining pits in the region. According to him, about 23 people, including 11 children, have lost their lives after falling into abandoned illegal mining pit in some communities. Speaking at the commissioning of an office complex for the Minerals Commission, the minister said the exercise will safeguard residents and prevent loss of lives.
3 lives have been lost only because they were going to their farms and fell within pits that were left uncovered by miners within the various areas. As part of the 23 people, only 19 people have been recovered from these pits. The remaining 4 of them have not still been able to find their bodies. These include 11 children whose future has been cut short because someone in his quest for money left a pit uncovered within some of these areas that leads to farmlands, among others. Looking at this problem and with the support of the minister, the national security together with the ministry has started a reclamation effort in order that we will be able to target these uncovered pits that fall within the areas where people actually fall in and drown. And the work is truthfully ongoing. I want to call on corporate institutions gathered here who want to support government in this regard so that we would be able to gradually start reclaiming our lands.
The Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, George Opariado, has expressed concern over what he describes as a surge in irresponsible behavior among young people, particularly students in senior high schools. Speaking at the National Youth Parliament, George Opariado says such conduct could have serious implications for the development of the youth and their ability to assume responsible leadership roles in the future.
The journey to leadership can easily be derailed by drug abuse, violence, crime, irresponsible behavior, and other social vices. And in the last few months and years, we have seen a growing trend in young people acting more irresponsible. Our secondary schools have become a place where young people engage in all sorts of activities, one fight after the other. We expect our schools to become a place where we can engage in ideas. We can have battles of ideas, not battles of fists. That is not what we are training you to be. I therefore urge you to work harder, take up the challenge of becoming responsible leaders, and make sure that behaviors that will derail you and take you away from what you intend to achieve, you don't fall victim to it.
Former Minister for Works and Housing and Water Resources, Kenneth Gilbert AJ, has officially handed over to the incoming Minister for Works and Housing, Ahmed Ibrahim. Ahmed Ibrahim, during the handing over ceremony, pledges unwavering commitment to continue the numerous projects initiated and spearheaded by his predecessor. He noted that he has engaged former ministers of the sector to draw on their experience and expertise to deliver effectively in the new role.
Before standing here, I spoke to your former chief director, Reverend Osei. I spoke to your former minister, Honorable Atanya. I spoke to your other former minister, Honorable Kojo Oponkroma. I went to Collins Dada House, the former minister of Western Housing. So all the former ministers are coming to come on board. We are going to build Ghana. We are not building party. We are building a country, and it is our responsibility to house Ghana. You remember when we went to the World Urban Forum, and I said Africa must house Africans, and Ghana must house Ghanaians. The United Nations says because of that statement, I should come to the UN to come and make that declaration there. However, I was too busy, I didn't go. I let go to say that thing in New York. It is our responsibility to house people in this country. If we don't do it, nobody will do it. And no single party can do it.
Ahmed Ibrahim also bemoaned the politicization of the housing sector, which he said has contributed to the country's inability to adequately address its housing deficit.
Why is it that Cote d'Ivoire, in the last 10 years, have built about 50,000 houses? And Ghana, from 2012 to date, we are building 5,000 and we can't. Even 1,005, we couldn't complete. What is wrong with us as a country? Too partisan, too parochial, too selfish. We need to eschew this, come together, and bury ourselves into the vision of the president. We will finish what stands uncompleted, and we'll be able to initiate something. If you go to Kenya, they are transforming their country. Go to Morocco, they are transforming their country. Neighboring Cote d'Ivoire, 50,000 houses. Me and you went to inspect it in Morocco. But I do have group. What is wrong with us? 1,005, 10 years, 12 years, since 2012, we couldn't complete. As a country, where are the leaders of this country? We need to put our acts together.
You're still watching Newsfeed on Channel One Television. I am Samuel Akom. Still to come, residents along Domikwabenya-Ketasi Road demand urgent action over deteriorating stretch. We'll bring you the details of that and several others shortly. To stay.
Are you planning to relocate from your company, office, or house, whether across cities to another town or halfway around the country? You want a moving company you can depend on to get you there? Let me introduce you to Logistics Movers. We are here to help you every step of the way, from planning the move to unpacking the last box and settling into your office or home. We have the expertise, experience, and market understanding and offer fast, reliable, and professional transportation services in Ghana. Our main thrust is to successfully move your business, household items safely, on time, and hassle-free. You can call us on 0246 833 539 or 0244 342 465. You can also send us an email to info@logisticsmovers.com or check our website www.logisticsmovers.com. Why expose your company or household items to theft or damages when you are relocating if it's avoidable? Logistics Movers, we help you relocate.
From the grandest stage, the badges change, but the passion remains. It's a special goal! Cometh the hour, cometh the man!
This football is from the heavens. What a story this is! 10 months of drama lie ahead. The stage is set.
The biggest stars from the world's biggest leagues on Supersport. It's on DSTV.
Welcome back. You're still watching Newsfeed on Channel One Television. Let's settle for some more stories. And let's talk about roads, because traditional leaders and residents living along Domikwabenya-Ketasi Road in the Greater Accra region have renewed their concerns over the continued failure of authorities to address the deteriorating condition of the road. The residents said no meaningful action had been undertaken by the government despite their demonstration a week earlier to draw attention to the poor state of the road and demand urgent intervention. Speaking at a press briefing, a resident of Ikuapem-Brekuso, Maxwell Ekufu-Bedu, said the poor condition of the road is adversely affecting the livelihoods and daily activities of residents.
We call on government, the Ministry of Roads and Highway, the Ghana Highway Authority, our elected representatives, traditional leaders, relevant assemblies, community leaders, contractors, and all the stakeholders to come together. Let us sit around one table. Let us listen to one another. Let us establish the actual state of the project. Let us identify the challenges. Let us agree on what must be done. And most importantly, let us act. We believe that this road should not become a political or partisan matter. It is a community matter and a national development matter. Our children need safe access to school. Our market women need reliable transportation.
Let's pay attention to this story because Sonabel, operator of the Bagre Dam, has announced plans to open the spillway gate on Friday, August 28, due to the rising water level. The current upstream water level stands at 234.55 meters and is rising slowly. Sonabel says the gate will be opened if the current trend continues, provided there is no significant rainfall before then. Meanwhile, the Northeast Regional Minister Ibrahim Tia has assured that adequate preparations and public sensitization have been undertaken in collaboration with the National Disaster Management Organization and other relevant authorities. Now, Maggi Ghana has joined celebrations for World Jollof Day with a Jollof Showdown held at the University of Ghana campus in Accra. The event formed part of Maggi Ghana's effort to celebrate Ghanaian food and connect with consumers across the country. Speaking to the media, category manager for Maggi Ghana, Mark Ochre Mensah, said the showdown sought to showcase the diversity of Ghanaian cuisine and the role of Maggi in preparing tasty meals.
We are here to celebrate World Jollof Day with our product Maggi Dedede. We just are wrapping up on a tour that we just had nationwide, which is the Maggi Dedede Taste of Ghana. Going around each of the 16 regions to touch base with the people and the foods that they prepare and they eat, connect with them, and also showcase the influence of Maggi Dedede in the good tasty meals that they have in their food. So today we are crowning it on Jollof Day with the Jollof Festival or Showdown that we are having on the University of Ghana campus today. Our focus as a brand, seasoning brand, is basically to ensure that we are getting the best of taste in food whilst addressing the nutritional needs of our consumers. So for us, we have one of the best seasoning products, which is Maggi Dedede, which is made of natural ingredients and spices that also is able to make food taste good. It's not limited to the food that you use. So if you look at some of our taglines, we say one cube fits all.
This is Newsfeed on Channel One Television. Up next is Business with Ni Latte Latte. Ni Latte Latte. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Sam.
Yes.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, great. So government is seeking to protect debt sustainability.
Yeah. So it's saying that it's not going to borrow if there are no economic benefits.
Okay, give us the details.
All right, and Finance Minister Dr. Kaseya Latofosen says Ghana will adopt a more disciplined approach to borrowing as the country seeks to protect debt sustainability and avoid another debt crisis. He says government will no longer contract loans simply because financing is available. Speaking at the 5th session of the Ghana-China Joint Commission on Economic Trade and Technical Cooperation, Dr. Atoforsen said every proposed project must first be justified on economic grounds.
As we are zone financing corporation, Ghana will proceed with discipline. We will not borrow simply because financing is available. Every project must be economically justified, transparently procured, and capable of supporting growth, generating revenue, and reducing costs. Any road, railway, power plant, industrial enclave, or other infrastructure finance through this corporation must improve productivity, create jobs, increase export, and strengthens Ghana's ability to repay its obligation. We will diversify our financing sources, protect debt sustainability, and avoid a return to the conditions that led to the 2022 debt crisis.
The International Monetary Fund, IMF, says Ghana will need a clear debt issuance strategy to finance its development needs going forward, rather than relying on pressure to return to the international capital market. Speaking on the point of view on Channel One TV, IMF resident representative in Ghana, Dr. Adrian Alter, said the country must first restore investor confidence and improve its credit ratings before it can successfully access the international capital market. He also rejected assertions that it is pushing Ghana to return to the international capital market.
Talk about fiscal dominance, basically lending to the government. You need an independent central bank. The BOG should not lend to government entities. They should get that financing from the markets, from the commercial banks. So now, basically, the operations have been moved from the BOG to Goldbond, both buying and selling of gold. And therefore, the government, together with Goldbond, will need to think thoroughly about financing model, about how to minimize the costs and at the same time maximize the benefits of this program. So in a way, it's not, I would say the move is the first step. we have seen the government taking steps to, let's say, reduce the costs. They were 15% in 2025. They're on the path to reducing that to 5%. And then they need to think whether scaling up this program can be sustained in the long term.
The Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) is projecting a cautiously optimistic outlook for Ghana's capital market in 2026, with improving macroeconomic conditions, financial sector reforms, and stronger investor confidence expected to support further market recovery. According to the SEC's 2025 annual report, the Commission expects market conditions to continue stabilizing, although risks associated with the domestic debt exchange program and global economic uncertainties remain. More in the following Business Desk report.
The Commission says its priority for the year will be to consolidate the recovery of the capital market, deepen market activity and resilience, and position the sector as a key driver of inclusive and sustainable economic growth. A major focus will be regulatory reform, including efforts to advance the passage of the revised Securities Industry Act and operationalize the Virtual Asset Service Providers Framework. The SEC plans to introduce subsidiary regulations for virtual assets and commence licensing and supervisory activities in the sector. It expects the reforms to provide greater regulatory clarity, strengthen investor protection, and bring Ghana's capital market closer to international standards. The Commission will also seek to deepen market liquidity and expand the range of financial products available to investors. It plans to pursue guidelines covering market making, securities lending and borrowing, margin trading, and asset-backed securities. Work will also continue on guidelines for non-interest bonds, or SUKOK. The SEC says these measures should stimulate secondary market activity, improve price discovery, and attract a broader base of domestic and international investors.
And that's all for Business with me, Ni Lati.
And up next is sport with Yao AJ Minta. My man, Yao AJ Minta.
Hi there.
Yeah, man,
Samuel.
you signing new midfielder. When is Chelsea sacking their coach? Not coach, goalkeeper, by the way.
Goalkeeper.
Sanchez,
Man, we'll see. I mean, the transfer window hasn't ended yet, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, give us the details of the stories.
Sure, we'll do. Now, Manchester United have officially signed Cameroon international Carlos Baleba from fellow English Premier League side Brighton and Hove Albion. Now, the deal was officially announced on Tuesday, August 25, with the 22-year-old joining Manchester United on a 4-year deal with an option to extend by a year. Now, details on the transfer fee were not included in the official announcement, but the deal is reportedly worth £65 million. Now, last season, Carlos Baleba played 31 games in the English Premier League, helping Brighton and Hove Albion to qualify for the UEFA Conference League. To some more transfer-related news, and Kumasi Asante Kotoko Director of Football Stanley Menzo says the team is confident that new signing Richard Boedu Agadas will deliver. Now, he said this after Kotoko completed the signing of the veteran midfielder on a 2-year deal that marked Boedu's return to the club. Now, speaking on Kotoko's latest transfer signing, Stanley Menzo said, and I quote, Richard Boedu possesses the qualities required for that role. His understanding of the game and leadership skills on the field makes him a great addition to the club. He has been here before and knows exactly what the fans want, and we are confident he will deliver. End quote. To the English Premier League, and Brazil winger Savinho has officially joined Tottenham Hotspur after spending 2 seasons with Manchester City. The 22-year-old player joined Spurs for a fee of £75 million with a reported £10 million in add-ons on a 5-year contract. Speaking after officially joining the club, Savinho acknowledged that Spurs manager Roberto De Zerbi played an influential role in his transfer.
Porém, mas cheguei, estou muito feliz. Acho que todo mundo da minha família sabe que sempre quando o Tottenham me procurou, eu sempre quis estar aqui, mas agora estou aqui, estou muito feliz. Minha família está feliz, que isso que importa. E só tenho que agradecer a Deus por essa oportunidade maravilhosa. O Tottenham tem tudo, tem um dos melhores treinadores do mundo, tem o melhor CT do mundo, tem o melhor estádio do mundo. Sempre quando eu vim jogar contra o Tottenham aqui, eu sempre falei para meu representante sobre o clube e quando ele falou que o clube tinha interesse em mim, fiquei bastante feliz e, como eu falei, eu sempre tive vontade de estar aqui agora. Conversa normal. Ele falou que queria me ajudar a chegar no nível mais alto. Então, acho que quando o treinador te liga e te fala isso, você tem que vir. Quando ele me liga, eu fiquei, uau, eu tenho que ir para aí mesmo, porque não é qualquer treinador que faz isso. Alegre, dá para ver também que eu sou brasileiro, então é aquele futebol de rua, mas com responsabilidade, com vontade. Espero fazer muito feliz a torcida. Eu recebi muitas mensagens, quero agradecer sempre quando surgiu o interesse do Tottenham. Teve muitas mensagens para mim vir para cá, então.
And that's all for sports. I am Yao, AJ Minta.
And that's it for Newsfeed on Channel One Television. Do stay tuned for the rest of our programming. I am Samuel Akom. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Another week is here. Hello there. Welcome to Trending Africa with me, Samuel Akom. On all social media platforms, I am at the Samuel Akom. Trending Africa is a show where we take you through the African continent to bring you stories making the headlines. What stories are trending? Let's take a quick breather here. When we return, we'll check all of those stories out. Don't go anywhere. Please do stay.
Looking for everything made in Ghana, all in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creators, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality. Connect with industry leaders and innovators. Experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205 973 973 or 0558 973 973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, MTN, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center.
Welcome back. This is still Trending Africa with me, Samuel Akom. On all social media platforms, I am at the Samuel Akom. Let's begin the episode from Nigeria. And in Nigeria, the just ended Osun State governorship election has exposed several areas which needs improvement in Nigeria's electoral system ahead of the 2027 general election. Now, the election that just ended exposed problems with the electoral materials, vote buying, as well as some other difficulties. Trans TV News' Noel Sampson brings us highlights of that election and the areas which needs improvement. Let's have a look.
The 2026 Osun governorship election, the final scheduled off-cycle governorship poll before the 2027 general elections, provided an opportunity to assess Nigeria's electoral preparedness. Observers say the election was generally peaceful, but exposed several areas requiring improvements. According to them, accreditation and voting began before the 8:45 a.m. benchmark in 74.5% of monitored polling units, although delays were recorded in several local government areas. Election materials, however, arrived in good condition at 98% of observed locations. Technology remained a concern, with Beaver successfully processing accreditation in 84.9% of cases. Fingerprint and facial recognition challenges particularly affected elderly voters, prompting calls for improved Beaver's reliability and stronger technical support ahead of the 2027 elections. Voter inducement was also reported across all 30 local government areas, involving food, drinks, and cash payments, ranging from 5,000 naira to 50,000 naira.
INEC, we need to improve, like what happened. Why did upload to IRF stop as at that time it stopped? Now think about it. These are the things we need to improve as we go into the national election, because if this happen again at the national election, then it's like a potential for violence.
For me, the most important lesson coming out of Osun State is that democracy is essentially what the people decide to make of it. Now, in Osun State, there were reported cases of attempts to subvert the process. And then we saw attempts at ensuring that in some polling units, miscreants wanted to disrupt the process. But the citizens resisted all of these efforts and attempts. Even when we can say that, yes, there were inducements, citizens in Osun State refused to be induced, to be carried away by such inducements. And so, for me, it is a remarkable lesson in the run-up to the 2027 general elections.
Security agencies were also commended for their deployment and professionalism during the election, although 7% of processed reports alleged interference by security personnel. 17 election-related violence incidents across 10 local government areas affecting more than 44 people were verified. They included gunshots, assault, intimidation, and harassment.
Yeah, the lesson from the security perspective is that eternal vigilance by the civil population is very, very important to national security strategy. The population themselves must be eternally very, very vigilant, because without them and without their mindset, any other security algorithm in place will not have impactful effect.
Stakeholders agree, however, that the Osun election demonstrated that competitive elections can be conducted without widespread disruption. Well, Samson, Trust TV News, Abuja.
Let's just say Nigeria and bring you some more stories. And let's bring you this concerning development, because we do know that in recent times, there have been some kidnapping and abduction cases within some states in Nigeria. Well, families and concerned citizens within the Borno state are calling on the government for immediate action. This follows the passing of 100 days since the abduction of about 42 pupils within the Musa Primary School and some other several cases. Here is more in this report by Trust TV News' reporter, bringing us up to speed on those calls.
Their representative in the House of Representatives, Honorable Midala Balami, is appealing to the federal and Borno state governments to launch a coordinated intelligence-led operation to secure their release.
Is to first of all empathize with the families. Among those people that you are seeing here, you can see a father where his wife and 5-month daughter were adopted. 127 days they have been in captivity. I am not talking about a hearsay, I'm talking about a direct family. As a representative of Askira Uba Hawul Federal constituency, it has been a sleepless night.
For the parents and relatives of the abducted students, the passage of 100 days has only dampened their pain, anxiety, and uncertainty. Speaking to journalists, members of the affected communities broke down in tears as they described the emotional toll of having their loved ones in captivity.
If government can mobilize necessary resources, intelligence, coordination by security agencies to rescue abducted school children elsewhere, we demand that the same agency and treatment be meted out to our children. We demand determination and commitment be deployed to rescue our children and loved ones in Borno State. We are not asking for preferential treatment. We are asking for equal protection under the same law.
The families are also demanding the rescue of 38 persons reportedly abducted along the Buratai Road to Maiduguri, as well as others taken along the Chibok route.
We are really very grieved because these are families. Some are family men and women, some are children, some are just very young, 2 to 3 years. What condition are they in now?
Life has not been easy. We are devastated. We are pleading that the government should please intervene and rescue our people. My sister, she's an orphan. All her hope is in me and also the government. And me, I don't have any voice.
And we are now pleading on the government of Nigeria. They have been doing a lot, and please let them come to our rescue and reunite us with our family so that we can continue with our lives with them.
The families are urging the government to act with urgency, stressing that the abducted persons are more than statistics. With 100 days already gone, the affected families say every additional day in captivity is another day of anguish, and they want government action now.
And lastly, in Nigeria, amid growing concerns about peace, stability, and unity ahead of the general election in 2027, they have organized an interfaith service in Abuja to seek divine intervention. And so here is more in this report brought to you by Trust TV News' reporter Suleimana, telling us why this interfaith ministry or service, who attended, and what are they calling for. Here is more.
August 20th is observed annually as Isese Day. It is set aside for traditional worshippers to celebrate their faith, offer prayers and thanksgiving for blessings received, and seek guidance and protection for the year ahead. The traditional worshippers came out in colorful displays of culture and tradition as they marched from the major Ikeja Ogba Road to the venue of the celebration. Led by the Oba of Ogba Kingdom and his chiefs, the procession saw participants dressed predominantly in white, chanting traditional songs and paying homage to their deities. The marching and chanting attracted children, youth, and other members of the public who watched the worshippers displayed various aspects of Yoruba traditional culture. The staffs carried by some of the worshippers, as well as their distinctive traditional attire, signify their respective roles, titles, and responsibilities within the traditional religious system. According to the traditional worshippers, the Lagos State government officially approved the observance of Isese Day 2 years ago, following decades of calls for formal recognition of the celebration similar to those accorded other regions. Speaking to Trust TV, the Oba of Ogba Kingdom, Egbeyemi Abdulateef Oladimeji Madarikan Akoko, explained the significance of the day and why white attires features predominantly among the worshippers.
That's it. It's a special day that we thank our own God the way our forefathers knows it. Our people have their own special way of dressing and addressing our deities. One of our ways of dressing is wearing our garments in white. Our forefathers and mothers believed that anything that has to do with Almighty God must be pure, and the color for purity is white.
The celebration is primarily to establish the traditional institution as handed over to our forefather by our ancestors. So it is very, very important for the present generation so that they can continue, because it is the main traditional institution handed over to us by our forefather Oduduwa and other leaders then.
It's a special day to all Yorubas throughout the states that we are Yoruba. So, and it's a religion that we inherited from our forefathers, and it gives more respect, gives more fear.
The traditional worshippers said the celebration is a way of honoring the Yoruba ancestors, including Oduduwa. For the worshippers, Isese Day is not only about celebration, it is also a means of preserving their heritage and ensuring that the traditions and values of the Yoruba people are passed on to future generations. The Oba of Ogba and the Yellow Day of Madari can also use the occasion to offer words of advice to the younger generation.
My word of advice is that each and every member of this community that finds himself here should be ready to work for the progress and development of the entire kingdom.
As you be Yalode, I advise everybody, make you do well, make you no fight, make you no do anything like problem. No fight. I know you see me, I know they fight.
For traditional worshippers, Isese Day is a day of thanksgiving, an opportunity to preserve Yoruba traditional ways of worship, which they regard as a cultural heritage that must be passed on to the next generation.
You're still watching Trending Africa with me, Samuel Akom. On all social media platforms, I am at the Samuel Akom. Let's take a breather here. When we return, we'll head over to Ghana to bring you some more stories. Don't go anywhere. Please do stay.
Every day across Ghana, stories unfold. Stories of hope, struggle, courage, and progress. At ChannelOne TV, we tell your story with truth and heart, giving voice to the people, holding power to account, and empowering change that moves our nation forward. ChannelOne TV, telling your story, empowering change.
Welcome back from the quick break. This is still Trending Africa with me, Samuel Akom. On all social media platforms, I am at the Samuel Akom. Let's now head over to Ghana to bring you some more stories. Now, in Ghana, in the course of the week, there was a controversy with regards to an IMF report that says there was $1.7 billion in gold operational losses. Now, the minority held a press conference indicating that the losses were caused by the Ghana Gold Board. Well, the Ghana Gold Board CEO also appeared before the Government Accountability Series to dispute the claims, stating that those losses were or are on the books of the Bank of Ghana. Several conversations and reactions have followed since that, but here is more in this report put together by Shiba Araba Beni, bringing us highlights of that particular controversy.
The controversy follows minority claims that about $1.7 billion was lost under the domestic gold purchase program in 2025. Gold Board CEO Sami Jemfi has rejected attempts to blame the institution, arguing that the losses were recorded by the Bank of Ghana and that Gold Board neither caused them nor controlled the sale of the gold. However, speaking on Channel One TV's The Big Issue, MPP member Kwejo Nsafwa Poku said the fact that the losses were recorded on the Bank of Ghana's books does not absolve Gold Board. He argued that the exchange rate system used to purchase gold contributed to the losses.
They did unnecessary politics and did not correct that inherent problem, which is what? When a journalist asked Sami Jemfi that question in the press conference, he asked him, Sami, you said reset. That's what the NDC says, right? Why is it that the FX losses that occurred in 2024 occurred in 2025 when you guys have promised reset? You know what his answer was? No. His answer was that they use Forex Bureau rates, and Forex Bureau is regulated by Bank of Ghana, so they didn't say anything wrong with it.
The Deputy Gaming Commission CEO Lamtig Apanga disagrees, arguing that some of the costs were unavoidable because buying, testing and processing gold comes at a price.
It's unavoidable because there's cost to every policy initiative and policy implementation. There's no way you are going to buy gold from the local market and store that, increase your gold reserve, and be able to use it for your foreign transactions without paying a price for it. There'll definitely be a price. One price will be the transactional price. One price of it is that the fact that you are going to empower Gold Board or some agency to go out there and buy gold for you. Yeah.
Beyond the debate over who is responsible, some analysts are calling for lessons to be learned, particularly from the mistakes of the Gold for Oil program. They argue that the money lost could otherwise have supported critical infrastructure.
It's obviously a big deal because this is something that could go into sitting in the books of Bank of Ghana would indicate that some inefficiency somewhere did occur.
On the government's flagship 24-hour economy program, Kwejo Nsafwa Poku also questioned whether the policy is delivering on its campaign promise to create jobs for young people.
You guys keep saying that DBLA Adenta or DBLA is working 24 hours. What do you guys have promised the youth? And there's a girl I'm looking for. That girl says, repeat after me. One job, 3 people, 3 every year. I'm looking for that.
But NDC's Lamtig Apanga defended the policy, arguing that the creation of 24-hour markets is intended to provide the right environment for businesses to operate.
In some places, the point of transaction, which is the market centers, are not well organized. Now, we said that, listen, we are bringing you modern markets that would ensure that there's police station that will provide security. There are clinics that will provide first aid. There are some other support services that will help to drive the market.
Let's just stay in Ghana and bring you some more stories. And in previous days, your Fuase Ayerbi MP, Kujo Opo Nkrumah, filed a suit against the Office of the Chief Justice, seeking some clarification with regards to a directive given by the Office of the Chief Justice for legal vacation, for some courts to sit during the legal vacation. Well, there is an update to that matter as the court met to discuss the stay of execution also filed by the Fuase Ayerbi MP. And here is more of that update brought to you by Channel One Television's court correspondent Hansen Ajiman, telling us what the court said and what is next with regards to that particular suit.
In its ruling, the court presided by Justice Gabriel Scott Pullman explained reasons for allowing the Attorney General to represent the Chief Justice. The court noted that the Supreme Court had previously held in the Chachi Kata case that the Chief Justice, being a public official, could be represented by the Attorney General in proceedings brought against him. The court therefore found nothing improper in the Attorney General announcing his representation of the Chief Justice in the case. A major part of the applicant's case was that the decision to assign criminal cases to judges during the legal vacation violated the constitutional guarantee of equality and non-discrimination under Article 17. The court, however, rejected that argument, holding that there was no evidence that the Chief Justice had directed that the law be applied differently to persons appearing before the courts. The court further observed that the applicant himself had acknowledged that the Chief Justice had discretion to issue warrants assigning judges to conduct cases. According to the court, the warrants were clear on their face that the judges were expected to conduct cases pending before their respective courts. The applicant had also not alleged that the Chief Justice's decision was influenced by the color, gender, religion, or other constitutionally prohibited characteristics of accused persons or witnesses appearing before the courts. The court said the warrants form part of the efforts to create opportunities for more criminal cases to be heard and determined expeditiously. Justice Gabriel Scott Pond, presiding as a solo judge, thus dismissed the application.
The court has dismissed our injunction application, but in the ruling, some very interesting pronouncements have been made. For the first time, the courts have admitted that some cases have been treated differently. Those are the words of the judge. They are being treated differently and expeditiously. Why? He doesn't say so. But then he proceeds to say that, in his opinion, that will not amount to a violation of the constitutional articles that we have raised in this particular matter, and that he thinks that that will even be in the interest of the accused persons. We've asked for a certified copy so that we can peruse it some more.
And lastly, in Ghana, let's bring you a story from the Ministry of the Interior, because the sector minister has raised concerns about the growing trend of vigilantism. According to the Interior Minister, some persons set up groups with the excuse of self-defense. He has charged the Ghana Police Service to stamp out all of those individuals. Here is more in this report.
The Ghana Police Service has convened its regional commanders at its headquarters in Accra for a conference on Ghana's national security architecture. The conference seeks to equip the officers with the requisite knowledge to enhance collaboration between the police and other security agencies. Addressing the commanders, Interior Minister Muntaka Mubarak urged the Inspector General of Police to intensify efforts to clamp down on vigilantism.
We observe with concern a new trend of chiefs, political parties, individuals, and some organizations building forces for self-protection. The Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019, Act 999, is clear on this matter. These are illegal and should not be tolerated. There should be no forces for protection of any person or group except those authorized by the state.
The Interior Minister also called for an immediate end to the sharing and display of video recordings of recruits from various police training schools on social media.
I'm equally concerned about the growing practice of officers and trainers in our training school allowing videos and other content of recruits undergoing training to be recorded and shared on social media. This practice must stop. I therefore direct all service commanders to ensure that appropriate controls are put in place to prevent the unauthorized recording, publication, and circulation of images or videos of recruits in training.
IGP Christian Tete Yohuno urged the regional commanders to strengthen supervision and coordination within their respective regions and ensure that the police service remains responsive to emerging national security threats.
Every decision you make and every officer you mentor, every case you prioritize, these are the acts that shape the character of this service. The people of Ghana are watching, not with hostility, but with hope. They want a police service they can be proud of, a police service that protects the weak, pursues the guilty, and serves the innocent. A police service that is visible, approachable, competent, and just. I want to remind all of us that we have the mandate, we have the framework. What remains is the will to hold ourselves to the highest standards even when no one is watching.
That's all we have for you on this week's episode of Trending Africa with me, Samuel Akom. On all social media platforms, I am at the Samuel Akom. If you watched Trending Africa from Nigeria, greetings from Ghana to Nigeria. If you watched from Ghana, greetings from Nigeria to Ghana, and greetings from Ghana to the rest of Africa. See you next week for more interesting stories. Bye-bye.
It's the start of the This is Ghana exhibition, an amazing experience that we're going to be having these next 2 days. Today's day 1, and of course on Sunday we have day 2. It's amazing. Early in the morning, it's just gone past 7 a.m. and the exhibitors are already in. A lot of them are already setting up, and grand entrance here, as you can see. Beautiful event it's going to be. 2 full days of celebrating and enjoying, feasting on all things made in Ghana. It's going to be an amazing experience. Can't wait to bring you all the different villages and exhibitors, and the Grills Village, the food court, and entertainment that's going to be happening. The exhibitors, big players are here. We have University of Ghana Business School, we have the CFAO, we have Zonda, we have so many different organizations. We have Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, and so on and so forth. It's just to name a few. There are so many of them. I'm going to bring all of that to you in the diaries of the This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. All right, this is Ghana Exhibition 2025. We're live, we're here. It's day 1 of the fair, and it's been amazing so far. I'm here with the sponsors. We're having conversations with the sponsors, and want to find out from EcoBank, who's one of our big sponsors on the exhibition this year, what it is that they have for us and their thoughts about the exhibition thus far. Hi.
Hi, my name is Robert, a Zona Officer for EcoBank Agency. This fair has been good. It's showcasing more of African products, especially Ghanaian products. We have all sorts of products, skincare, dressmaking, beads, and everything that comes along with Ghanaian products. So that's what I'm seeing over here for now.
What about EcoBank itself? Why do you decide to come on board?
So we just want to create financial inclusion among our individuals who are yet to be onboarded. We also want to exhibit our products, that is the CASA, that is savings accounts and express accounts, current accounts, junior saver. Also, when you go to the back, we have what we call the EcoBank Village, where we brought in our Elevate customers that we partner with. We want to showcase people what they also do. When you also come on board, you also see all these things that would help your products grow.
Wonderful. And we also have Pan-African Savings and Loans, of course, that are part of the whole EcoBank group as well.
Hi, my name is Benjamin, the marketing manager for Pan-African Savings and Loans. For about 3 years now, we have been sponsoring this program. This year, we decided to do it with our mother bank, and we are here to support with our product and services. our current account, our e-business that we do, our cars, our loans. You can walk in. The program has been nice. We have really enjoyed ourselves, even though we just started, but we are really enjoying ourselves. And I hope that wherever you are, come and patronize our service.
In terms of the numbers and the spread of the different businesses you have seen so far, what do you make of it?
Well, there are a lot of things I'm seeing new, especially the made in Ghana product. In fact, they are superb, and I'm here to go and taste some of them and see how it is, and I'll just express myself. Thank you very much.
All right, so that's EcoBank, one of our sponsors on This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2025 is still on. We are on day 1 and we're speaking to our sponsors. Sponsors make it all possible. Without the sponsors, this would not be a reality. We're here with Twillium Industrial Company Limited and we're going to have a conversation. Hello.
Hello.
Your name?
My name is Emilia JC.
Emilia, right. So talk to us about Twillium. First of all, what you do and all that, and then why you decided to sponsor the exhibition this year.
Thank you so much. Twillium Industrial Company Limited, we produce Verna mineral water, Rush energy drink, Bigo drinks, Planet drinks, and we have our McBerry unit which produces biscuits, that bourbon biscuits, London biscuits, breakfast cereal, and our newest addition, that is H&H product. So we have the H&H Gari. We have it in 3 variants. We have with the Gari, sugar, peanut, and milk. The second is the Gari, milk, and then choco. And then the third one is Gari, milk, and then soya milk. So those who want the soya way. So that's our newest addition. For city programs, this is not the first time we sponsored other. We sponsored the food one. It was a
so back to your village food festival. Yes, I remember interviewing you there.
Yes, and then we came on board this one, and we are coming on board the other one as well. So we realized that city activities are a good platform for us to reach our customers and consumers. So we took advantage of it to come. And though it's been day 1, it's been beautiful. It's been beautiful from morning up till now. We are making some good sales. Yes.
It's not even midday yet. What's your impression of the entire space and the fair so far?
I think it's a fair that we have everything here, from food to as in eating, wearing, makeup and everything. I think it's one stop for everything. It's been good. You get here and you get everything you want. I really like it. I really like it because seeing everything here and the noise you made about it. Yes, it's one major thing that we in the marketing department look out for. Not really say it, but the visibility, the noise about it, getting to our customers. So it's a good platform that we reach our consumers and customers, as I said earlier, and it's been good.
All right, so that's Twillium Industrial Company Limited. One of our sponsors at the This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. Of course, it's just day 1 and having conversations with our various sponsors and all that, because without them, this would not be a reality. This is Ghana Exhibition 2025 and we're here with MTN. You know what they say, right? Everywhere you go, and they're here as well. Hello.
Hello.
Your name?
My name is Vida.
All right, Vida. Talk to us about MTN and why you decided to sponsor the This is Ghana Exhibition 2025.
I think that we want to use this opportunity to reach out to our customers. Those who are busy and they may not have time to come to our shop floors during the day. This is a time for them to relax and come and do their own inquiries and even get to know of the services that we have at the moment. So yeah, that is the reason why we are here today.
Right. Now, in terms of offerings, do you have anything new, interesting? Do you have any products that you want people to know about?
Yes, as you can see here, we have our items displayed here. We have our routers. This is what we call the yellow based devices. It's going for 1,200. It comes with 10 gig worth of data, and then we have other bundles that go with it as well. We also have the MiFi, but it's currently not displayed here, but we have that one. That is 1,100. And then we also have fiber. Just visit our stand here. We'll show you where we are currently located, and then if we are not there yet, we'll take your numbers. When we get there, we'll draw your attention so you can hook onto the fiber. Fiber is the new GSM now, so we are encouraging anybody who has fiber in their area to sign on. It's the best you can have at the moment.
Thank you very much for sponsoring.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that's MTN. Everywhere you go, sponsor of This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. We are here with Build Financial Technologies. Build Financial Technologies is one of our sponsors as well, and of course, This is Ghana 2025, and having conversations with our sponsors at the moment. Now, Build is here, and let's talk to Build. You want to come join me here? Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Yeah, your name for those who don't know you?
My name is Restus Numaji. I'm the MD at Build Financial Technologies.
Okay, fantastic. Now, talk to us about Build Financial Technologies for those who don't know what you do.
Build Financial Technologies is an all-in-one finance platform for your invoicing, expense tracking, payroll management, inventory management, and everything that a business needs, and it's built here in Ghana.
Fantastic. I like the sound of that. Now, why did you decide to sponsor This is Ghana Exhibition 2025?
On Channel One 3 days ago, I mentioned something that the one problem SMEs face in Ghana is funding. And it's not that there are no funds, there are funds there. But if I walk to you, Mr. Kweku David, that give me money, what would be the first thing you ask me? You ask me for data. How potential is a business? Those are the things you'll be asking me. Now, there's nothing to show that the business can do something like that. The business can be a viable business. Now, we are helping SMEs that we know very well that they have an issue of bookkeeping. They have an issue of records, financial management, and all those things. And we know that it's not every entrepreneur that's an accountant. So we came up with a tool that will help a normal businessman to focus on his business whilst we cater for the bookkeeping and all the financial records for that person. So that's the main reason we are here. And as you can see, there are a lot of innovations and lots of entrepreneurs around here that we want to help. Some of them are actually our clients already. I saw Legacy Crop Improvements, they are our clients. A lot of them are our clients already. So we want to be known as that Ghanaian business software company that's pushing the Ghanaian business agenda.
Now, looking at the exhibition and the fair so far, what are you feeling?
I think we were part of the fair last year too. This year I've seen a lot of people. That's a lot of business for me. I've seen a lot of people. This is a massive improvement in terms of the numbers. We just started, but I can see my team is actually going around. The feedback I'm getting, you can see we are setting up for demos and all those things. So we'll be inviting people to come for live demos. And one good thing we are doing this year, I think I can show it to you. Please get me the book. Let me show it to you. So last year we after the This is Ghana exhibition, we realized one thing, that a lot of SMEs doesn't have knowledge on what they need to do as in registration. I can see Office of the Registrar of Companies here. Registration, what it takes for them to register, all the statutory requirements, every funding opportunities that are available, and all those things. So we decided that this year, This is Ghana, we are putting up together a report. So we call it Starting and Growing Your Business in Ghana. The SME report.build.africa. So you can check that out and download a copy, or if you are around, you can actually pass by our stand, Build Financial Technology, and grab a copy for yourself.
Fantastic and amazing, absolutely incredible what it is that Build Financial Technologies is doing for our SME sector. All right, so this is Ghana Exhibition 2025. We're still here and we're having conversations with our sponsors who have made this a possibility. All right, so this is Ghana Exhibition 2025, and we're still having conversations with the sponsors. Now, Evivi Rice came on board a few minutes before the closing time. They showed up on board and they came to sponsor, and we're excited to have Evivi Rice as part of our sponsors. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, yourself?
Very well, thank you. Now, why did Evivi Rice decide to come on board?
Okay, so for us at Evivi Foods, which is a collection of both Evivi Rice and Evivi Chicken, we believe that Ghana has the ability to produce quality. You know, years ago, we thought that our soils couldn't produce anything quality and people were always overlooking the local products. But now we are on board and we are redefining the narrative with the quality of our products. And so it's not just about us selling rice and chicken. We're looking at inspiring the young Ghanaian youth to go into agriculture and to also have some faith that we are sitting on a gold mine as an agri country. And this is one investment that if anybody who cares about their health, who cares about the future of Ghana is interested in, that is the way to go.
All right, fantastic. Now, let me find out, looking at the exhibition so far, the layout, have you been everywhere and what have you seen so far? How do you feel about it?
Well, we were here at the last fair, that was the agri fair, and comparatively it's a lot more vendors now, so I think that it was a good call then, and
we have almost twice the number.
Yes, I can see, because the place is looking more packed than before. So for me, I think that this is the platform that gives every Ghanaian person the ability to see what agriculture is doing and the way that agriculture is redefining the country's transformation. So for me, this is a good platform. So I just want to add that for Evivi Foods, we control quality by growing it ourselves. We don't outsource the quality. So wherever you are watching us from and you are skeptical about local products, please pass through and give it a try. I mean, if you don't try, you wouldn't know it, right? So give it a try and then you thank me later.
All right, so she said it. It's Evivi Foods, which is Evivi Chicken and Evivi Rice. And if you don't try it, you will never know. It's still the exhibition. This is Ghana Exhibition 2025 and day one, of course. We're having conversations with the sponsors and Slide Hassle by EK Brand Consult. We're going to have a conversation right here. Now, hi, how are you?
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you.
Please give us your name for those who don't know you.
My name is Elom Kojo Foley or EK Foley.
Now, in years past, you did EK Brand Consult. That came to sponsor. This time around, it's Slide Hustle. Explain.
So Slide Hustle is our project, or our flagship project. And really it started with a personal journey that I had. In 2009, I came back to Ghana after wonderful education outside, and I found myself unemployed. And it took me 3 months to get out of that. And so I've been really committed to finding a solution that could work for other people in my position. And so with the Side Hustle project, we've created an application that allows people who are unemployed to have access to all the resources to begin the self-employment journey. And also, as soon as they sign on, they are immediately put in a position where they can start earning. So we joke in our team that we have essentially ended unemployment in Ghana as long as people are introduced to the Side Hustle project.
I like that. I'm sure you'll like it as well. As long as you're introduced to a Side Hustle project, unemployment is done with. Why did you decide to sponsor this year?
So for us, it starts off with the idea that we really, really love Ghana. That's why I came back after my education, and every day we realize that there are people just like us who are driven to excel. The situation in Ghana is a little more difficult or different from Western areas. So when I first got introduced to the This is Ghana project by City, I said, look, this is a wonderful initiative, and it just makes sense for us to fully support it with anything that we could. And so that's why we're here.
Now, in years past, you've been on board. We've had This is Ghana before. What do you think of it this year, looking at what we're seeing?
So this year, I mean, we are at the Ifwa Sutherland Park. I think it's a bigger location. For me, whenever I have an excuse to work with the city team or the Channel One team, it's an excuse to actually see a well-run team with inspired people who do a great job at what they do. They excel. So yesterday I was here and I was meeting some of the staff, working hard throughout the night, and I was taking the opportunity to just ask them questions like, why are you so committed to your job? Why do you do all these things? Why do you excel? And it feeds into what we are trying to do with Side Hustle, where there are some organizations that are doing the right thing, and it's all about sharing the winning experiences across board so we can create a culture of excellence in our country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, so that's Side Hustle by EK Brand Consult, one of our big sponsors also on This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. All right, so this is Ghana Exhibition 2025. We're here still having conversations with our sponsors, and I'm here with GEPA, Ghana Export Promotion Authority. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, and your name, please.
So my name is Nelly Joanna Spio Abeidu, and I work with the Ghana Export Promotion Authority.
Wonderful. Now, talk to us about why you chose to come on board this year to sponsor This is Ghana Exhibition 2025.
Oh, thank you very much. For Ghana Export Promotion Authority, This is Ghana is an event that we have identified as a program that creates platforms for SMEs, and we are looking at products that are on display here, and we really appreciate what is going on. We've identified a couple of products that we know that we can really support and onboard into the export space. This is what we do daily in our office, to identify companies or products that qualify for the export market. And for those who are even not qualified, we look at helping them, grooming them, and giving them the right information so that they can also take advantage of the opportunities in the export market or in the international market to promote their products there as well.
Wonderful. Sounds good. So as far as this fair is concerned, this exhibition is concerned, what have you seen so far? How was your feeling about what's happening?
Excellent. For me, I see a lot of people in here patronizing made in Ghana products, and that's what gives us excitement. I've seen a lot of companies who have come on board. In fact, you might never know what Ghana we have until you come in here. We have excellent products, we have services, we have companies that are doing a whole lot of things in their small corner. But with this platform, they have all come out, and we have a lot of families also coming here. It's almost like a family day out, and people are having fun and buying at the same time. So I think this is a good opportunity for everybody to come out to explore what is here. Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, so that is from GEPA, Ghana Export Promotion Authority. It's all about This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. And you know, it's been an amazing day so far. And just like she said, it's like a family day out. You just see families, so mother, father, kids, everybody just walking around and going through. It's looking beautiful. This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. We're still here and having conversation with our exhibitors and one of our sponsors, the Ghana Enterprise Agency. You're right here. We're going to speak to them. Hello.
Hi.
What's your name, please?
Habiba Sumani.
And what do you do at GA?
Ghana Enterprises Agency. We have the mandate to grow and develop micro, small, and medium enterprises in Ghana. And by our mandate, we are supposed to provide platform for access to market, capacity building, and finance for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. So for this particular event, being spearheaded by City TV, we see it as a huge platform on which our MSMEs can reach out to the clientele base and the general public, showcase their brand, and then to also be able to sell out and then make market linkages and increase revenue. So by collaborating with City, it has really given us the opportunity to bring on board the SMEs that we have within our institution, especially the women-owned businesses, youth-owned businesses who are doing amazing products in our country using local agric produce or other local materials to produce wonderful things such as cosmetics. We have fashion, we have the food packaged in very nice packages. Right behind me here is what we call the Ghana Mall. The Ghana Mall is where it's a physical mall where we showcase and promote made in Ghana products. It's at Laboni, and today we brought in Ghana Mall here in addition to other individual SMEs to showcase what we have in our country. As you can see behind me, we have various snacks that you can buy. We have spices, we have soaps, and these have all gone through Food and Drugs Authority certification and licensing. So we are sure of the quality we are bringing to you here. If you are at home and haven't yet visited, this is your opportunity. We are not closing now, so you still have the chance to come in and shop and then make merry with others, network, and bring the kids out to have a fun day.
Thank you. This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. We're speaking with the Ghana Enterprise Agency. As I said, they brought a number of exhibitors who are also exhibiting their products at the GA Village as well. And of course, we're going to see some of that as well.
How do you separate dreams from reality? I need to stay awake, no one is calling me. Can you not see me that I'm on my knees? Now only God go fit to give me my remedy. Steady on 10 toes, cause it's cold outside. When the girls need them come over. Oh, me shy till he run over. Oh, me shy till he run over. Steady on 10 toes.
This is more than news. This is your story. ChannelOne TV, telling your story, empowering change.
Looking for everything made in Ghana, all in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors, including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creators, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205 973 973 or 0558 973 973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, MTN, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center.
Hello, you're welcome to the Channel One News Project. I am Charles Osukume. Well, in this episode, we're in Teshi, here in Accra. The people are celebrating Homowo, the annual festival of the Ghana people. So it's a time of merrymaking. But how do you make merry without water? We're told that some places here in Teshi, they have gone months without water, some weeks, some days. And so we're here today to engage the people within the community, how they are coping without water, and also what's the latest on the Teshinungwa desalination project. That was supposed to be the game changer for the over 500,000 people within Teshinungwa and surrounding communities who will depend on that plant for potable water. I'm Charles Osukumi. You're welcome to the program. Come with us. Let's engage some of the residents of Teshin and find out how they are dealing with the lack of water within the community. I'll go. Hey, mommy. I feel.
When you play, she was been with your mommy. Was been with your mommy. Knew about 2 weeks. Then the Babash come make up and for a beer. What does me all there? You are Jan Waka let trouble go down. Then I will pipe. She was my name, you know, how. Nika ba hu a only 3 cedi, that is 3 cedi. A only 2 cedi belle ko me wo benu wo hia wo pipe bi ene ye mia udan de ba. Ye mia udan de ba won pa fa o agbele pipe a wo won pa nyefa o. Won pa nyefa agbele a wo keda o chipo na agbele o smo. Yes dwele a wo won pa nyefa o wo pa nyegbele fai. Won pa nyefai. Chama kenyi mene wo ye pepere afini mi afini wo ye pepere chama hia e. Sinu be ko afoni a ewa won pa fanye fa no na afi e won pa nye fa kuna su pipe agbele pipe a won pa nye fa twa mane aba.
Well, so she's telling us that this is the reservoir for the household. Quite a number of people depending on this, and so when the tap flows, this is where they store water, but it's not enough to cater for everybody in the household for about a week or two for the next time that they would have water flowing through the taps. So they would wish that consistently, maybe on a daily basis, they would have water flowing through their taps, though they don't even have to depend on this reservoir. We're still within Teshi, still assessing the water situation within the community. We've been welcomed by an elderly woman into her home. Let's engage her quite briefly. Ma'am Pacho, you're saying?
Richie.
Is it close?
Yes.
For how long now? What not teaching?
A few minutes.
So, asem to say waha.
I know soon. Yaudabia, ever.
Every week. About for how many days and Sunday?
Oh, you'll be a ditch here. They are lucky.
For 1 day.
Yes.
So 1 day every 1 week. Into say basa na more than mububusio, I guess.
Yeah, bubusio. This is a good answer.
More reservoir be or how mudigumana.
Maybe back at some.
So and that is Tuesday. So I guess me check him pipe now. Alright, so I'll just demonstrate to see. Okay. So obviously it's not flowing. So Thursday we should expect to say Thursday. Thursday never.
Sometimes by 1 hour time, then they close it. Before they go there inside, I have to evening time, then they open up small. Then you go again. Sometimes then that's all. So let sometimes they get shortage. Shortage they come plenty. If you want wash, it then trouble.
So like today, Tuesday, where the tap no the flow, you get water for hours.
Okay, we get some few one where you can use for food. But if you bathroom one, you know go catch you all. But they manage them small.
So one of the interventions that government started to solve the Teshi problem was the Teshi Nungwa desalination project, essentially to convert seawater into potable water for the people of Teshi and its environs. But that project has stalled. So we're going to check that out pretty shortly, find out what is going on with the Teshi desalination project. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
So what's your name?
Nadia.
Okay, Nadia.
Oye Tete.
Nadia Oye Tete. We saw the tap outside. It's closed. Does it mean that it's not flowing?
Yes, please. It's not flowing.
When was the last time you saw water running through that tap?
That was last week Thursday.
Last week Thursday.
Yes, please.
And when are you expecting water to flow?
This Thursday.
Okay, so it's once a week.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Tell me about how you're able to manage in the days that the tap would not be flowing. So Thursday you had water, you've not had water, you expect it to flow this coming Thursday. Between that time, how do you manage?
We have things, so we fill it down to wait for the upcoming one. Yes, that's how we manage.
Are you able to exhaust everything before the next time the tap flows again?
Sometimes, because sometimes the tap doesn't flow properly. So not always.
And for essential service providers like healthcare providers, how do they cope? How do they manage these facilities without weeks and months of water? We've come to a health facility within the Teshi community. Now let's go and get some answers, find out how the facility is managing itself without weeks of water from Ghana Water Company. When was the last time you had water flowing through your taps?
It's been 1 month now.
1 month?
Yes, please. And as a facility, our major basic need is water. So many a time we rely on these trucks, and we have a reservoir outside there. That's many a times about a week or two we try to fill it, which is even costly. Yeah.
How much does it cost to fill the reservoir?
700 Ghana cedis. Anytime I want to fill it. At every 2 weeks, we pay 700 Ghana cedis for it.
So that's like 1,400 cedis a month.
1,400 cedis a month, yes, please. Which is very costly and it's affecting the facility as well.
Do you then pass on that cost to the patients? It's a private facility.
Private facility, we don't, because where the facility is located, we also want to be a bit lenient with our patients, looking at the economic crisis and other stuff. We can't overburden our patients. So the fact that you are buying water from outside. Apart from the Ghana water, we can overburden our patients. We don't do that. Yes.
Do you know why you don't have water coming through your taps? Have you tried to find out why?
We try to find out, but they will tell you a problem one way or the other, which is now being fixed or is underway. Yeah.
So you have to make do with buying all the time. I mean, do you have situations where you call for the tanker and they are not available?
Fantastic. Sometimes you call them and they will tell you there's no water. Just like yesterday, I have to make a call. So there's this regular guy, I called him and I called it to him. I should give him the whole of yesterday. But this morning before you bring the water. So it was around 5:30. I was at home when the guy called me that he's around. I have to call the security guy to get the place open for him to discharge the water. Yeah, so there will be many inconveniences.
In situations like that where the tanker providers tell you there's no water, how do you manage the place?
What happened is he will tell you there's no water, but amazingly, because he has been our regular customer, he will try ways and means to get us the water. Many times before the water gets finished, I call it, I make sure I prompt it before it gets finished. When it gets to a particular level, I try to call it before it gets finished. So we are not always wanting. Yeah, we are not before wanting anytime it gets to that.
It looks to me as though you have become used to the fact that you don't have water coming from Ghana water. You become used to that fact.
I'm used to it. Sometimes it flows, but it doesn't flow for the whole day. Many times it flows less than even 8 hours. It flows less than 8 hours, and the pressure involved too is very slow, which can even climb there or fill the reservoir from the height.
Well, so here we are. Behind me is the Tishinungwa desalination plant. We've been denied access, but this is a $126 million facility put up in 2015, meant to treat seawater into potable drinking water for the people of Tishinungwa and surrounding areas. Unfortunately, for some time now, the plant has been shut due to contractual reasons. For this reason, about 500,000 people are without constant supply of water. And you heard us engage some of the residents of Tishinungwa who talked about how they've had difficulty accessing water from the Ghana Water Limited, having now to rely on water tankers at exorbitant prices on a weekly basis. So that is the plant put up in 2015, but unfortunately has been shut. But the plant is designed to produce about 60,000 cubic meters, which is about 13 million gallons of clean drinking water every day for, like I said, 500,000 residents, for the people of Tishinungwa and other communities around. Well, it was inaugurated in 2015 under a build, operate, transfer, public-private partnership involving Bafesa Desalination Development Ghana Limited, with financial backing from the Spanish and Japanese partners. However, it's been offline since October 2025 due to an unresolved financial and technical impasse between the Ghana Water Limited and the operators of the plant. Our President Mahama months ago ordered the finance minister to ensure a resolution of this financial dispute, to ensure that this plant comes back on stream and produce the water intended for consumption. Unfortunately, despite that order, months after, the plant continues to remain closed. Hopefully, something can be done quickly so that it can come back on stream and produce for the 500,000 people affected by its closure. Well, this has been another episode of the ChannelOne News Project with me, Charles Osukmin. Many thanks to you for watching.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good. I'm going to give you something to chop.
Well, hello, gentlemen.
Oh, hello.
Yes, hello.
We're making a very special meal, and it's special for many reasons. One of those reasons would be that all the ingredients we're using here, pretty much all of them, you can find them in Ghana. First co-executive chef is Zia Chowdhury, the Zia Chowdhury. He is the UN Resident Coordinator here in Ghana. And we have the Mr. Edmund Mukala, who is the representative of UNESCO to Ghana, as we make this prawn curry with really a rice and lentil pottage. We're also really reliving some of the things that we know here in Ghana.
I have to say, I do love groundnut stew with fufu. But my absolute favorite, and this I think is unusual for many people, is okra soup.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Everpack, Tasty Tom, and Electroland Ghana Limited.
Looking for everything made in Ghana, all in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creators, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205 973 973 or 0558 973 973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, MTN, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center.
I was obsessed with getting bigger and getting ripped. When I first tried it, I was scared, and that's when everything started to spiral.
Exercise addiction is a compulsive need to exercise excessively, despite harmful effects on health and daily life.
My name is Leroy, and I've been doing bodybuilding for the past 9 years, and I'm an ex-sport addict. I've always been a very, very small guy, very skinny guy, and they always call me names like, skeleton, skinny bones. As you journey through high school and you start seeing people who are exercising, getting all the girls, that's when I started noticing that, okay, I need to change my body.
Exercise can have many health benefits: improved focus, memory, sleep, and body weight.
My mom was like, no, listen, dude, I can see you have a passion for personal training. And would you like to do that? That's literally how I started with the personal training, when I started to fall in love with bodybuilding.
When you exercise, your brain releases chemicals that reduce pain, improve mood, and regulate stress. This can create a kind of high that can be quite addictive.
That is definitely beautiful.
Because this one is more bulky.
To witness my friend chasing that look that looks so Marvel or DC-like, that superhero look, it really had a toll on him because people don't understand bodybuilding it's a lifestyle.
I'll start eating clean. I eat a lot of protein. I'm not eating for flavor, basically eating pretty much just to build in, getting the nutrients. I had to go in the gym early in the morning, like your 5 a.m.s. I felt that, you know what, being ripped is not enough. I just needed to be bigger.
There are many signs of exercise addiction. Prioritizing workouts over everything else, overtraining, ignoring injuries, and growing anxious when unable to train all indicate you might have a problem. This can come with wide-ranging health risks, from fatigue to hormonal or body image issues.
What inspired me to start competing was because I saw the changes in my body. Because there were so many people that I was competing with that are already in the field, they pretty much dusted me. They had more definition.
Muscle dysmorphia is a body image disorder that mostly affects men. It causes them to feel like they're not muscular enough, even when they're already very fit. This can lead to an obsession with working out and achieving the perfect body.
That's when everything started changing.
He told me he's using testosterone. It's not a secret in the bodybuilding industry. It's something that's known.
I was not even concerned about the impact or the side effects of it. All I wanted to know was, is it going to work? Is it going to give me bigger muscles? Is it going to give me the shape that I want for bodybuilding? And it worked well. I was getting more buffer. I was training non-stop and it felt good. It felt great. The changes in my body was incredible. And on my 5th show, that's when I actually won my first show for the first time. And I was like, okay, I guess this is what it takes to be number one.
Anabolic steroids are synthetic versions of the hormone testosterone. They can help muscles grow, but come with significant risks. These include hair loss, erectile dysfunction, mental disorders, cancer, and early heart attacks.
I was using something that was extremely harsh for the first time. They call it the king of steroids. And that's when I experienced major side effects. I lashed out towards my friends. Eventually, I broke up with my ex because of how I was starting to change. Fear of, losing my position or my job as a personal trainer at the gym. That's when I started seeing that, okay, this is going to be a real problem. I do not compete currently. Is it worth doing what you love doing at the cost of your health, the cost of losing your family, your friends, just for, the medal? I love fitness in general, and I look at the people that are getting results without the use of steroids, and I realize that, I'd rather be that person than using steroids to look good for just glory.
The tramadol harmed me. It made me lose my memory. I've been taking 20 or 30 tablets a day. I faced so many challenges on the street. It wasted my life.
Tramadol is an opioid used to treat severe pain. It's designed to block pain signals between your brain and central nervous system and can create a sense of euphoria.
I go by the name Ernest. I am 24 years old, and I was at the street at the age of 15 years, and I was addicted by tramadol.
Addiction to prescription drugs has become a serious global health concern. Tramadol abuse in particular is a rising problem across West and North Africa.
My mom and my dad divorced. Anytime I go to mommy will say like, go to daddy. I was owing classes fee, and my dad said he don't have enough on him, so I need to stop the school and go and find some work and do so that I'll get enough money to feed myself. So I came to explain to a friend of mine, and he said, oh, it's the same situation that he's also facing. So like, he think it's good for us to leave home. He showed me ghettos. A friend of mine said if I'm going to beg, I should take some tramadol so that gives me the confidence to break.
Tramadol raises serotonin and noradrenaline levels in the brain. These neurotransmitters help regulate mood and are often prescribed as antidepressants. Taking the drug can therefore induce feelings of relaxation and calm that some people experience as a high.
The first time I took it, I was walking, laughing, like everything is funny for me. So anytime I would take tramadol, no one will come and disturb me.
Tramadol is generally available only on prescription. Black market versions often contain dangerously high doses of its active ingredient. The addiction risk is high.
So if I don't have enough amount on me, I'll go for the fake one. And if you take it, you'll be vomit. Throughout the day, you will sleep. If there is no tramadol in the body, picture it like a car without a petrol. I can't go anywhere.
Because it affects multiple neurotransmitters, tramadol can cause a wider range of emotions than typical opioids. The sudden mood boost it provokes can be followed by irritability, anxiety, or sadness as levels drop.
At the roadside, I was vomiting, I was crying, and I was praying to God. And I saw someone passing by. I couldn't talk, so I did a sign to the person, and he gave the water to me. He said I should come out from this bad company. I realized that I was forgetting things, and I was scared, because when I still continues to take the tramadol, how will it harm me?
Ago.
bright and early at the Modern City Hotel in Tamale, where we're about to depart for Osei Krum. We're going to Kumasi, we're going to the Confederation Sword site, and then we're going to have a chop bar experience. While en route to Kumasi, we made a quick stop and Bus One celebrated its member, George's birthday in grand style.
I want to punish you. If you see that baby, you go shut up for me. I won't get too far. You make up for your baby like that, no.
Alrighty, the journey continues.
So Timbuktu, Ghana, Mali, Sumangulu, you know what you're shown.
The caravan is certainly not without drama, because tell me why Bus 4 made the most requests to stop. You know, to do a number 1 or a number 2? One might wonder what they ate the previous night.
On behalf of the entire Heritage Caravan 2024, we want to apologize to you for every wrong we've done you. We beg you. Let's go, okay? We beg you. Allow us to go.
We want to punish you small.
No, 2026. On behalf of Heritage Caravan 2026, on behalf of the sponsors, on behalf of management of ChannelOne TV and City FM, we render an unqualified apology to Bus for whatever we've done to you. We are begging you.
Oh no, I mean the calls they keep coming, they keep coming. The calls they keep coming. The nature calls they keep coming. You can't pick them. They are coming. So we have to respond.
Bus 4. If we get to Ice Cafe and I see any Bus 4 member ordering a bunabunu, God help you.
At this point, we have given up on Bus 4 because, hey, why not?
This is your squad.
Why not?
Masu.
Capito.
Oh, Capito.
All the way from Tamale. We are talking about
That's why we need you to come and do photo shoots so that we'll show to the public what you are really made up of.
What's your response?
Oh, I think we are arriving too early, so we want to slow the thing. So a few more stops.
We beg you.
Hey, hold on.
This is the way I wanted to be. This is the way I wanted to be. Let's go. Akwabo, we're finally in Osekrom in the Ashanti region. Woohoo! And we're standing at the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, specifically in front of the Konfanochi sword site. Now, it is believed that about 300 or so years ago, that sword that Konfanochi stuck into the ground, and he said, anybody who is able to remove that sword from the ground will gain his powers. Up till now, nobody has been able to, but me, I believe that today I'll be the first person to remove it from the ground, as we're going to witness greatness come alive. This is Heritage Caravan 2026. We're going to go inside and have a feel of it. I've even heard that Muhammad Ali tried. He failed.
Before 1695, we were not having a group of people called Asantes, but we used to have individual Akan states, namely Esumeja, Kumawu, Agona, Jaben, Mampong, Kokofu, Insuta, Ofenso, Ejoso, and others. And most of these states became vassal states to one of the powerful Akan kingdom called Denchira. Denchira is currently located at Central Region, Dunkwa. So during the reign of one of the Denchira king called Intim Jakari, he was very autocratic and he adopted a tyrannical system. So this system led to the formation of the Asante kingdom because he used to maltreat the smaller states. So in the year 1695, 11 individual states held a meeting here and discuss the issue. So through the discussion, they came into conclusion that they should come together and choose one leader so that they can fight for their independence. At that time, there was a priest among them called Akonfanoche. So this man was giving them spiritual advices. So he advised the chief to surrender their black stools that they serve in their various states. The black stool is a symbol of office for every state. So when Konfanochi told them to bring, it means that he's collecting the sovereignty of all the chiefs. So that very Friday was one of the calendar Friday called Fofi. The chiefs brought their black stools, and when the stools were submitted before Konfanochi, he buried the stools here. After the stools were buried, they were told to cut their hair and their fingernails, burn to ashes, mixed with palm wine for them to drink as a covenant. The leftover was poured on the ground where their stools were buried. Then he picked a sword and placed gently in the middle of the stools, covering the sword with the soil, leaving the handle and portion of the blade. And he said to them, "This sword seals the unity among us. So for the unity to collapse, unless the sword is uprooted." It means the stools buried will be exposed. Then all the chiefs will come back and pick their stools. After the stools were buried, Konfanochi stood in the midst of the crowd and invoked a stool from the heavens. So this painting is describing how the golden stool was called from the skies and landed onto the laps of King Osei-Tutu. And when the golden stool fell on the Osei-Tutu's laps, he became the first Asante-Hene. So from Asante and Osei-Tutu's line, maternally, are the rulers of the Asante kingdom since 1695. After the golden stool came, he said to them, the stool contained the soul of all Asantes.
So Timbuktu, Ghana, Mali, Sumanguru, you know what you're shown. Where you get, what you're shown. So Timbuktu, Ghana, Mali, Sumanguru, you know what you're shown. Manchester, you know Sumanguru, you know what where you get. What you're shown. What's that to do, you know?
Here at the Juno Chop Bar Experience, and Caravanites, as you can see, are very busy eating and all of that. And the Chinchin Band is behind me. You know, they're having the time of their life. And now, let the party begin.
You see, you better see. Hey, you come from a little bobby. Now my day. I top it jump, I was seeing. I top it jump, you come, I see you go. Now remember, I'm for seeing now. I see you go. Now remember, I'm for seeing now. Oh my day, my day, oh my day.
Everybody come to the dancing floor. So she walk away. Jema Bibio, baby, Otemunaka. So she walk away. Jema Bibio. Yeah. Sit. Hey, Antonio Rudiger. my eye. Say my heart, say carry go. If you need me, check me, I will die. This one is so this is the get it. I'll have a foot to cheat, I know the way so it's this people dress how serious. I'm paying one time in the chili. You give me the bride, for the tree calculate. Reach out all the year, each and every day, say what now? See that sign on the chest, so that nobody there. Give my heart, I want you to know how they cry for my head. Let me hear how they feel like for everywhere I stay. See the body, let me come chop up for me.
Yaga. Who no ready? Anybody? What's up, buddy? Everybody who no ready? Who no ready?
Yeah.
Fast forward. Baby, your bow check. Money coming good, son of me pro. Yeah, and it's I me die. You got it, yo. And it's baby, your bow check. Money coming good, son of me pro. Yeah, and it's I me die. I feel, say what, mommy? You baby, neighbor, send me tear me to me and sister. Send me sister, I'm Subai, I'm an Abasa, and Jai Casa. One more time, run that thing, run it! Hey, you baby, neighbor, send me tear me to me and sister. Send me sister, I'm Subai, I'm an Abasa, and Jai Casa. I feel, yes, take him back. Mama, make you get a care. Get a care, you remote. Mama, make you get a care. Get a care, you remote. Mama, make you get a care. Get a care, you remote. Ready for me morning, tell me why. The beans here, mommy fam. The beans here, baby, you why. One more time, everybody say.
Okay, listen. No choo-choo, no futu. I go up no matter what you do. And I tell the places me do. And then they ask you why the boy be too good. Motherfucker say I ain't that good. Give me the one day behind that do. They give me that grace and I find that good. And they give me that money and I find that cool. Hey, viva. Hey, Jay. Hey. Viva. Yeah, I be the rap lord. I be a rapper.
Past 3.
Whatever, I'm making it, living it, coming down, wonderful. Rapper, film, we need more to service, hey, I'm anonymous, I'm running, but I lie. Ain't no job who go fit to interpret my rap. Giving sick person artists, them I be trying. Hey, let me give a big shout out. Yeah, check it, speed, I make it on the show, make it on the job, and the challenge, I make it on the room. I want to see that sexy girl from Ghana. She too fine, one of a kind. I'm gonna sexy Nana.
What you mean? I'm
She killing me sad and I can't deny that. Yeah. You beat your days to better straight from Ghana.
That's right.
Hey. You gotta hold it like that right now. Oh yeah, Sames, no. Go Sames. That's right. I am married. I am rocking with the nation right now. Go Sames.
Them say life is sweeter than, but you for take it easy and break it on the rush and blow your meter and just get your hustle on. Them they fly you there for land. Use your head and use your hand. Don't you envy, brother man? After all we all be one, go yeah. So keep doing what you're doing and don't watch nobody. What time say? But who you gonna listen to me, Baba God? Everybody say, my kind go give you story, but in the end they go leave you lonely. So make you all you best one. 1, 2, alive. Maybe I'm better to back home. I keep moving on, I'm a soldier. I don't go lose the battle, I'm a holder. Yeah, one lie. Maybe I'm better to back home. I keep moving on, I'm a soldier. I don't go lose the battle, I'm a holder. Winners don't win, I could don't win.
God forgive us, save us from sin. Bless us with success and a couple of things. And protect us from all the trouble and bring.
In anything that you do, and if you ever need saving, I will be running.
Let's go.
Say,
Run.
to you. I'll be running.
Let's go.
To you. Running to you.
Let's do this together.
Anywhere that you go, running.
Yeah.
I'll be running to you. Running. Now let's
You will
run it
cross
back.
the
Everybody wait.
all the way from London.
You already know. I'll be running beside.
My job,
So Timbuktu, Ghana, Mali, Sumanguru, you know what you're shown. Where you get, what you're shown. So Timbuktu, Ghana, Mali, Sumanguru.
Ago.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good. I'm going to give you something to chop. Here we
Well,
are.
hello, gentlemen.
Oh, hello.
Yes, hello.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Very well.
Now, I will talk about you shortly, but what's cooking? Yes, you're very welcome to What's Cooking right here on Channel One TV. My name is Apioko Sarah Mashong Abe. As I always say, and you should know it by now, Apioko will suffice. Now, on this show, we have conversations and we do it through the beauty that food brings to us. And today will be no different. Now, there are some two gentlemen here who are already very busy. I won't introduce them just yet in the spirit of suspense, just because I can be dramatic. But let me remind you that this show is proudly sponsored by Tasty Tom Ufa Kakra na ye bebre. And we've also got Everpack on the show, made in Ghana disposable products that are biodegradable. And it doesn't get any better than that. Your parties, your funerals, you name it, they've got you covered. And of course, Electroland Ghana Limited. We're still gloating from the fact that they've given us a whole new kitchen, and it's a Medea built-in kitchen, and we can't be any more grateful. So let's take a breather, and when we come back, we get cooking.
Tasty Tom tomato mix. Ufa kakra. Na ye bebre. Tasty Tom yan kwani stew dodwa ope.
Tasty Tom dear, it will surely give you value for money. Steak and little is enough to get our desired quantity of stew and soup, and it doesn't color your meat or chicken.
Tasty Tom tomato mix. I'm on my handwriting and it's sada. Into customers bar never.
Don't compromise on the quality of my food. Use Tasty Tom enriched tomato mix.
FA aji edwadie nkratwe atomo.
Ya jumara ne chakwa enwi.
Wow! I have so features a stadium I am wake up go baby. TCL, NASCO, Samsung, Media. Yes, and you my papa de who we are singing na.
I'm a friend.
Hello, Miss World.
Hello, Ajumera.
What freak correct time? Accurate time.
I'm on cryo now way.
We were blasters changing room. Charlie, many blaster coach in Ukraine. Hey, cannot Jesus.
Me Judy.
Clack it to the Miss World. Clack it.
Ajumera will be missing.
Hey. Wow.
Ajumera. Enti Black Star dressing room enu ni. Tell me own.
Me ti bepo fridge ni.
Me na be just adwuma kutu biem dia asa ma me di ba mo.
E bi nsi biem.
Wasn't say Electroland Ghana showrooms nyina minim ho.
That very day no cry no. I didn't know you. Say when you toaster na juicer. You toaster na you juicer. Why? The pakuma ofiefu nyina. You pepia.
Electroland Ghana Limited. Showrooms at Kaswa, Ashaman, Mankesim, Takrade, Sprintex, Coca-Cola Runabout, Koforidia, Temale, and Sprintex Flower Pot.
Electroland Ghana, home of electronics and affordable luxury.
Tasty Tom tomato mix. Ufa kakra. Na ye bebre. Tasty Tom yan kwani stew dodwa ope.
Tasty Tom dear, it will surely give you value for money. Steak and little is enough to get our desired quantity of stew and soup, and it doesn't color your meat or chicken.
Tasty Tom tomato mix. I'm on my handwriting and it's sada. Into customers bar never.
Don't compromise on the quality of my food. Use Tasty Tom enriched tomato mix.
FA aji edwadie nkratwe atomo.
Welcome back. This is Still What's Cooking right here on Channel One TV. My name is Apioko. Now, if you're just joining us, I haven't quite introduced my guests yet, even though they're in shot and their knife skills, I must say, are absolutely on point. I'll tell you who they are shortly. Once again, a thank you to my sponsors, Everpack, Tasty Tom, and Medea for giving us this beautiful Medea built-in kitchen. Now, today we're making a very special meal, and it's special for many reasons. One of those reasons would be that all the ingredients we're using here, pretty much all of them, you can find them in Ghana, right? And there are things that are not alien to us. There's garlic, there's onion, there are prawns from Ghana's waters. We've got some chili pepper, turmeric, lots of different things, some tomatoes. So these are not ingredients that we haven't seen before. Almighty rice is here too. But we're making a dish that perhaps many of you have not tasted before. It's prawn curry, and then we're going to do something interesting with rice and lentils. But I'll let my guests tell you exactly what that is. Now, these two gentlemen here, they are co-executive chefs, as I'm calling them. And their work aligns very closely with the quote I'm about to give you, because as you know, we always have a quote on this show. Now, diplomacy, right, is a very interesting concept. And this particular quote, which is unknown, goes like this. Food is diplomacy on a plate. Food is diplomacy on a plate. And it brings people together long before words ever can. Food is diplomacy on a plate, and it brings people together long before words ever can. Now, I've experienced this in so many instances where just because of what we're eating, we're drinking, a conversation starts, and suddenly people from two different cultures who have different beliefs are friends, and there's peace, there's harmony, and then great things happen. So, my guest today, first co-executive chef, is Zia Chowdhury, the Zia Chowdhury. He is the UN Residence Coordinator here in Ghana, and we'll tell you more about what that means when we speak to him. Zia, an honor to see you all the time, and more of an honor to have you here today.
Thank you very much. It's absolute pleasure to be here.
And I must tell you that Zia is actually a chef. I mean, he's competed on shows in other parts of the world, so cooking is really his thing, and I know you always say that it distresses you, right?
It de-stresses me, absolutely. But I'm not professional, but I do love to cook.
Yeah, we love it. We love it. And we have the Mr. Edmund Mukala, who is the representative of UNESCO to Ghana. And so, you know, go back to your JHS notes. What's the full meaning of UNESCO? There's culture in there somewhere. And so cooking is culture. He's right here and it's right up his alley. Mr. Mukala, good to have you.
Yes, pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
Next to our resident coordinator.
We love to see it. We love to see it. So, gentlemen, let me start with you, Zia. What are we cooking?
Great. Thank you again for letting us have this great opportunity. We are cooking today a very typical and traditional dish from Bangladesh.
Okay.
It's also popular in other parts of South Asia, and it is a prawn curry but with coconut. So, and as you said, every single ingredient here is sourced here, and I think most of it was actually grown here. So we're making that, and then on the side we're having rice and lentils, and that's going to be cooked together. We call it khichdi, and that khichdi is like a rice porridge. It's very nice with many dishes. Everything here is really easy to make at home.
Love it. And I'm glad you're saying this, because on this show we also like to show people what they can do with ingredients that they know. So new things.
Yes.
Impress your girlfriend if you like, but do a new recipe. So that's great to hear. But you're from Bangladesh?
Originally, I'm from Bangladesh. I grew up in the UK, so I'm a citizen of both countries.
Love it. World citizen, global citizen. It makes sense why you're representing the UN.
Thank you.
And Edmund, so you are I see you're the chopper,
Yes. The executive assistant.
The executive assistant.
Yes.
We love to hear
Yes.
it. And you, Edmund, are originally from?
I'm from Congo, but actually what you will find out, I'm also from Madagascar.
Interesting.
And this Asian type of cooking is also prominent in the Indian Ocean region and the Indian coastal countries of Africa, from Kenya all the way to Madagascar, but particularly Madagascar. And I'm thrilled to really experience again this meal, but this time live and right on the report. So can't wait.
It's beautiful. And while the flavors are not the same, I mean, prawns, I am from the Greater Accra region.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, my hometown is called Kpong on Sea. So it's literally on the coast. And prawns, crabs, you name them, anything from the sea, we eat. So prawns are actually one of my favorite proteins. And so I'm glad it's in our dish today.
Great.
Okay.
Good.
So gentlemen, let's get cooking.
Let's get
Please
cooking.
don't let me hold you back.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just tying I actually have hair. Zia, I have hair.
You have hair? I had hair. I had it.
So I have to tie it.
I'm going to start cooking. Great.
Okay. So this is sunflower. So what are we doing first?
So the first thing we're doing is we're going to heat the oil.
Okay.
Then I'm going to temper the oil, is what you call it. So we have these 5 spices, and if you put it in the hot oil, they should pop and release their flavor. That flavors the oil. And these 5 spices are the basis of many, many different dishes in Bangladesh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Great.
All right.
So we'll do that. And
It's reminding me very much of what we do with our.
Oh, it's gone off.
You know, we have lots of different kinds of stockfish in Ghana.
Right.
One of them is called momoni.
Okay.
It has a very strong smell.
Okay.
You know, but once you put it into your food, brilliant flavor. And so we usually temper our palm oil when we're doing our palava sauce, or you know, sometimes banku and okro, things like that.
Yeah.
With the momoni. Yeah.
So I have seen people cooking also in Ghana with, I think it's dried beef.
Yes.
A very small piece.
Yes.
And that also produces a great
So it's
scent.
not dry, but it's cured.
Cured, okay.
Yes. And we call it tolo beef.
Okay.
Yes, tolo beef. Yeah, it's very flavorful. You're right. See, Edmund, what have you seen?
I'm contemplating.
But I did something very special. I brought a traditional drum here for Edmund.
So
Yes,
we'll be
I
measuring
did.
the space.
I did.
And the pace
I
of
did.
the.
Because I happen to know, I didn't hear, I know for a fact that Edmund is a very great drummer. So he plays the traditional drums, or we call it djembe in some parts of
The conga.
the conga.
Yes.
So
The talking drum is still to come, but
you're going to learn the talking drum?
well, actually, I'm already learning,
Oh, my
so it's just waiting for the public performance on that.
Okay.
How are we doing over this?
Good. I'm just going to use a small onion to test the heat of the oil.
So this is sunflower oil.
Sunflower oil,
so
yes.
normal vegetable oil.
Yeah.
It's not no special kind of
No,
oil.
no, it's just a light oil, anything. So we wouldn't use palm oil in this dish because it overpowers the whole dish. So a light oil is perfect.
Okay, so we can use a coconut oil? for
Yes,
example?
yeah, a light one would be great, yeah. And while that's heating up, I'm going to also prepare the rice. So maybe I can ask Edmund to help me.
Yes.
Edmund, we need 1 cup of this and 1 of this, or 1.5, but equal measures of the rice and the dal.
Perfect.
And then we just have to, first you can wash the rice a little bit. Might be just, this is already washed, I washed it earlier.
I would just wash
so
this
maybe just 1.5 cups.
1.5 cups.
Yeah.
Edmund, what do you think about my quote that food is diplomacy on a plate and it brings people together long before words ever can?
Because if there is one space where we can be united, especially when it comes to Africa, we never really settle matters without finishing with a meal and a food. And our ancestors normally don't share a meal with somebody with whom they are not at peace with. And so sharing a meal to our cultures means that we are living in total cohesion and peace. And so food is really the root that demonstrates that there is a true diplomacy and there is a wellness and a well interaction between communities and people or tribes or even kingdoms. So it's always a sacred moment of life. And sharing a meal with someone is sharing your most intimate, sacred moment with that person. So it's at the center.
I love it.
And no wonder it is part of the intangible heritage of UNESCO.
Absolutely. There we go. Oh, I like it. Okay, so Edmund, I've got you some cups.
Yes.
They are Everpack cups, so
Thank you.
So one of those is perfect. One of
Yes.
those.
Just one? Okay.
Yeah, that's enough.
Okay. So how many people does this dish,
So
I mean,
if
in these
the-
measurements?
Yeah, with these measurements, we're feeding a family of about 5.
Okay.
Yeah, easily.
Okay. Are these small portions? Because, you know, Ghanaian families, we can eat a lot, you know? I don't know if you've realized yet.
I have, because I've eaten food with many Ghanaian friends and colleagues.
And you're like, how are you eating that much?
I see there's a lot going down there.
Okay, so the 5 spices went into the oil.
5 spices have gone in, and now it's the onion. So I think so far this is fairly similar to many Ghanaian beginnings, right?
Yes. You know, the sauces, the stews, they
Yeah.
always begin like this. But
Correct.
is there a reason? Does a recipe call for the white onions, or could we use the red ones?
You could use the red ones, just that we happen to get white in the market today. And I bought Ghanaian onions because they also sell the imported ones.
Right.
But I wanted the local foods. So that's what we got right.
Yeah, no, you're the guy. You're the guy. And I know you do a lot of marketing while you're here. How have you found that experience?
You mean going shopping?
Yes.
I found it amazing because going through the markets and the huge array of foods, some of them I didn't know. You know, we saw the big snails and then lots of different kinds of vegetable leaves. So I really enjoyed it. And I was in Nima shopping not so long ago.
The spices.
Spices. And we bought some of the smoked fish, which was great. So yeah, it was fascinating. And I really enjoyed interacting with all the, mainly women, I have to say, in the market, which was nice to see. So yeah, it was a great shopping experience for me. And I do like going to the local market. And I think Edmund is the same. We truly want to experience the full diversity of Ghanaian products because there are so many. And a lot of them are very unfamiliar to us also.
Yeah. No, but you're right about the women. So of course you'd have seen that most of our traders are women.
Yep.
And even in the farming communities, even on the cocoa farms, you'll see a lot of women. And so that's a part of our day-to-day culture that I don't think we project much. So even when we're having global conversations about empowerment of women and equity, gender and whatnot, our women have already been doing it. We're just not projecting it. And then sometimes it's also about elevating access to finance for the things that they do and other things like that. But yeah, lots of women in our markets.
Absolutely.
Love that. How are we doing with our rice? So we're cooking the rice and the lentils together.
So yes, that's perfect. Yes, doing the same amount of this.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about the lentils? Lentils are not, they are legumes, but they are not very common in Ghanaian cuisine. So can we talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So I think in South Asia, particularly Bangladesh and India, this would be one of the most regularly consumed type of protein. And so we normally cook it as a soup, which I think is very familiar in Ghana. But I don't know actually if it grows in Ghana. I'm not sure, but I do know that it is sold widely, so somebody's eating it.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in Ghana it's more like beans, right? You have more beans.
So we have beans, we have millet, you know, things. Those tend to be, and of course the groundnuts as well.
Right, groundnuts, yeah.
But similar to lentils would be our beans, and we have a wide variety.
Sure, absolutely. So normally we'd cook these two things typically separately, but you can also cook them together if you're short of time. And also the taste of it together is nice.
So it's reminding me of wachi, because we've had wachi.
Yeah, many times. Yep.
Right?
Yep,
That's
absolutely.
So this is like a wache kind of thing going on.
Yeah.
I like that.
And then if I could chip in while talking about wache, my first wache experience was in the Caribbean. And I used to think that it was Caribbean food until when I started visiting Western African region and Eastern largely, discovering that it is also one of those food that travel across the Atlantic. Yes, 400 years ago.
400 years ago.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I'm sure you've heard the jokes that Ghanaians eat eggs with everything. So it's not necessarily untrue.
And everything goes with eggs.
Everything goes with eggs. I mean, why not?
Egg stew.
Egg stew. Egg stew.
My favorite.
So we just need
because
water.
when I was sorry.
No, carry on. Great.
When I was student, and some of us in China, my classmate was Ghanaian, and so the Chinese have their own style of eggs with tomato stew, and then he will bring the Ghanaian style egg stew. We'll leave the restaurant and just go and start into his student scholarship, but feeding 5 men with a student scholarship, you really have to be very generous. And the man was very, of course, with the Ghanaian humility. So he fed us the first day, the second day. Then he realized that the third and the fourth, we keep on coming. And he said, guys, if you want to eat this, here's the basket. Put some money here. Then we'll have the stew for the next day.
That's all.
Yes.
But yeah, so that's wache. Some people too would add their veggies. We'll say leaves, And then I don't know if you've seen that it's typically served traditionally in the plantain leaf, big plantain.
Yes.
So I'll put some water?
Yes, please, just until you're up to here of your finger.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I love it when they serve food in leaves. It's also used to be a tradition in Bangladesh, India, wherever you had banana leaves, and that's so environmentally friendly. Also adds a little bit of taste.
Right.
But nowadays it's too much plastic, and I have noticed that in
Exactly.
Ghana.
Exactly.
So what can we do about that? Because you...
Well, I mean, it's recently
more?
there have been lots of
The-
conversations
much more?
about it. I think most recently in the last couple of weeks, we've had the Ghana Medical Association calling for the ban of single-use plastics
Okay.
because we're also seeing the effects of microplastics
Yep.
in what we eat. People take the plastic home, warm it in the microwave,
Yes.
you know, all of that. And then even the
Enjoy that
heat
one.
from the food,
Thank you.
how it alters things that we don't see. So, I mean, there are examples of how this has been done. You go to Rwanda, you don't see plastic. I mean, right from the
Yeah,
airport,
yeah.
it's taken away from you.
Yeah.
You know,
That's right.
you can't, you just don't see it. Water is in glass bottles, everything is in glass, and
Mhm.
it's recycled. So there are examples even close to home
Mhm.
as to how it's been done. So I think it's more about us just taking a decision on what needs to be done for us, for the good
Mhm.
of the people, and then how we proceed with it.
So I'm taking some of the oil out
Okay.
because I have quite a bit here, and I want to use that in the next dish. So now that the oil is very, very flavored, I can just take some of it out and then use it again.
Sometimes do you flavor your oil and save it for later?
Sometimes, yeah,
Okay, so
like
you
just
put it
like
in
this,
a jar and-
I could put this in the fridge, and it's now garlic infused because I put garlic and ginger in here, which I put just a couple of tablespoons of that. So here we go. So that's now ready for next time.
That's interesting.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I want to find out from you. So, where did you learn how to cook?
So thank
Because
you.
you're not just cooking, you're using all, and you say you're not a professional. But I'm sure a lot of professionals will say, why is he not a professional?
Okay, so
that's why I call myself assistant. Because when I look at the level, no, I better just go down.
So I learned from my mother. My dad also cooked a lot, so we learned from his well. And then over time, we just adapted and learned. And wherever I've been, I've tried to learn something new. So, for example, at home recently, I started using Shito sauce. And we put it in the oil, and it flavors it completely differently. And I love that as well.
That's interesting. So, do you use the hot one, or you go for a milder version?
So I have 3 different types.
Okay.
And I use the hot one when I'm cooking meat. And when I'm cooking light vegetables, I use the light one. So, I mean, Shito is a miraculous thing.
It really is.
It really is. And I've seen similar in East Asia. I mean, Edmund used to live in China for many years, but they have a shrimp and chili based one, but it looks red, whereas the Shito is often dark color, right?
And we tend to see some of that in the Chinese restaurants here.
Yes.
So they usually serve that with the spring rolls and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Gentlemen, with your permission, I want us to just go for a break.
Okay.
So you are watching What's Cooking. Don't forget it. We're going to breathe once again, and we'll be right back.
Tasty Tom tomato mix. Ofa kakra. Na ye bebre. Tasty Tom yan kwani stew dodo a ope.
Tasty Tom dear, it will surely give you value for money. Steak and little is enough to get our desired quantity of stew and soup, and it doesn't color your meat or chicken.
Tasty Tom tomato mix. I'm on my handwriting and it's sada. Then it's sanity. Into customers bar never.
Don't compromise on the quality of my food. Use Tasty Tom enriched tomato mix.
FA agye edwadeɛ nkratoɔ yi ato mo.
Tomato mix. Ofa kakra. Na ye bebre. Tasty Tom yan kwani stew dodo a ope.
Tasty Tom dear, it will surely give you value for money. Steak and little is enough to get our desired quantity of stew and soup, and it doesn't color your meat or chicken.
Tasty Tom tomato mix. I'm on my handwriting and it's sada. Then it's sanity. Into customers bar never.
Don't compromise on the quality of my food. Use Tasty Tom Enriched Tomato Mix.
FDA agye edwadeɛ nkratoɔ yi ato mo.
Hi, we're back in the What's Cooking kitchen here on Channel One TV. My name is Apioko, and I'm here with my two guests. Zia Chowdhury, he is the resident coordinator of the UN here in Ghana, and we also have Edmund Mukala, who is the representative of UNESCO to Ghana. Now, they are co-executive chefs, but you know, Zia is an executive chef, and then Edmund is an assistant executive chef. You know, I'm trying to be diplomatic here, and it's not working. But we've gone all the way to Bangladesh, all the way to Zia's ancestry and childhood and his memories. But we're finding that many of the things that we're doing in the kitchen today, as we make this prawn curry with really a rice and lentil pottage, we're also really reliving some of the things that we know here in Ghana and on the continent of Africa. All right, and don't forget, before we continue, that this show is sponsored by Tasty Tom, and we've also got Everpack, of course, and Electroland Ghana Limited, Medea to be precise, which has given us this beautiful built-in kitchen. So Zia, I'm coming over to you.
Sure.
Well, we were not on a break. You definitely were not. You've been standing behind that stove doing your thing. But while our viewers were away from us, you did quite a number of things. So I just want us to walk through what you put in there and
Sure.
where we are now.
Okay, great. So after we fried the onions, we added our garlic and ginger paste, and that brought out a lot of aroma. Once that was a bit fried off, I added the cumin powder, coriander, the turmeric, and the chili pepper. And those 4 powders, you know, I put them in, I let them fry a little bit, and then you have this really wonderful smell. And after you cook for a few minutes, the graininess disappears. Then I added a little bit of tomato sauce. By that I mean tinned tomatoes. Then we added coconut milk after about another 7-8 minutes. And now we have a beautiful sauce.
It's gorgeous.
This could be the base for many different things, but for me it's prawns today.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Yeah. And then our pot of rice and lentils.
Yes.
That's taking on so is it the lentils that have colored the rice in that way?
So the lentils a little bit, but also as half a teaspoon of turmeric.
Okay.
And a little bit of salt. And now this is cooking down. And ideally it will become a little bit more liquid inside. So, you know.
Almost like a porridge.
Like a porridge type of thing, yeah.
Okay, similar to our poto. Let me tell the Ghanaians. Have you tried in poto yet?
No, I haven't. I'd love to though.
So it's a tuber pottage.
Okay.
So you can have yam in poto. You can have cocoyam in poto.
Okay.
You can have what's the Alonso called nagoti jogbo. That's the sweet potato in poto. So one of these days I'll make it for you.
I'd love to have that. Yes.
I'm sure you'd love it. I'm sure you'd
Great.
love it.
So this is so easy because it's just, I mean, 2 main ingredients, rice, the lentils, pinch of salt, and then the pinch of turmeric. Now it's actually, in a few minutes, it will be ready to eat. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish it with a more spicy mix to give it a bit more flavor. And then that will be done. Okay. That's it.
Sounds brilliant. Sounds
great.
Okay. Now, I realize that you're using 2 different kinds of wooden spoons. The long one, I don't think I've seen anything like it before, or at least not used it personally. As for this wooden spoon, I mean,
sure.
But what's happening there?
So there's an interesting story. When my grandmother was alive, she used to teach us that when you cook food, you should use the right spoon. And with this porridge type of dish, use a long spoon because if it overboils and a piece flies out, lands on your skin, it can be really can stick to your skin like hot porridge would. So you keep your distance from the pot. Whereas this one, which is more of a liquid sauce, you can control it better with a small spoon. So that's the reason why I use 2 spoons. And this spoon, also I don't want to mix the flavors right now. Of course, you'll mix them on the plate later. But this way, I keep my distance from this hot rice, which will stick to my skin if it jumps out. Yeah.
Ancestral knowledge.
Exactly.
Ancestral knowledge.
Always. Make us some water.
Always. Okay. That's a bit.
Yep. Thank you.
Is that enough?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
There we go. Going well, almost done. So now, Edmund, do you have the prawns?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let us put them in.
Now the good thing.
Ta-da! Yeah, here. Let me take
Please
this.
lift them out because I don't want the water at the bottom. You can just.
Can I lift them up?
Yeah.
One by one.
Everyone is turning this thing into a whole theater production, lifting the bowl and
Because
throwing his hands over the plate.
The art of it is in itself is.
Great. So the beauty of this dish is that we could have added peas or spinach or potato, whatever vegetables you have at hand, to bulk out the dish. But today I'm making just the very pure form, just with the prawns. But of course, you could have had, any other items you fancy that goes with prawns would have been nice as well. So that way you just use up what's in your fridge.
I like it.
Okay.
Zia, what kinds of Ghanaian dishes have you fallen in love with? I mean, you've spoken a lot about wachi,
Yes.
but I'm sure there are others.
Well, I have to say, I do love groundnut stew with fufu. But my absolute favorite, and this I think is unusual for many people, is okra soup.
Okra soup.
The one that draws
Oh,
particularly.
you like it? You
I like
want
that,
to see the stretch?
I like the stretch, yeah.
What about it? Does
Well-
it remind you of anything or?
You know, it's interesting that when we first came to Ghana in July last year, we went to a trade fair, and my son and daughter said, can we have some money to buy something? So I gave them, I think, 100 CDs, and I said, go and buy something. And I came out a little bit later, and I thought, they're going to be having, soft drinks and maybe some crisps. What I found was they were sitting around a big bowl of okra soup with something, I think it was banku, and they were having their hand up to here, and they were eating the soup in all forms. And at that moment, I thought, I have arrived in Ghana. We're going to be fine. The kids like okra soup. We're sorted. And that was it. That was the moment I thought, yeah, Ghana's good for me. Good for my kids, good for me.
But what has Ghana been like? Let's talk a little bit about your job. I mean,
Sure.
It's not every day that people get to encounter, in general, not just you as a person who's holding this office now, Zia, but people don't often get to encounter the UN resident coordinator, right? What's your job? First of all, you're representing the Secretary General. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
So I represent the Secretary General
Of the United
of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres. But most importantly, we have a number of UN entities here, more than 30, and each of them has its own special area of expertise. So some are focusing on children, some are focusing on industrial development, some are focusing on labor, refugees.
It's like how we hear about UNICEF, we hear about the UNDP.
Exactly. So you hear about even like UNESCO, for
UNESCO
example,
is
right?
here.
About education, about culture. So my job is to coordinate these entities to make sure that we're working together well, because we're so busy, it's easy to go astray. So to give you an example, if you're working on agriculture, we're talking about food today, there are so many aspects. Are the inputs of good quality? So FAO may work on that. Are the things people growing, are they good for children's nutrition? We look at that as well. There are other aspects, like UNDP may look at, can the food get to the market well? So, we all have to work together. There's no one element. And development, of course, like anything, like cooking, there's so many ingredients make it work well. So my job, and I work with people like Edmund, all the other colleagues, to bring it together to make a good development recipe.
And so this setup and having diplomats coming in from the UN, does this have everything to do with the fact that Ghana is a member state of the United Nations?
Yes. So Ghana is a member state of the United Nations. It's also one of the very active member states, of course. And we all know Kofi Annan.
Of course.
But it's even beyond, before and after Kofi Annan. There's been so much engagement by the Ghanaian people and by the Ghanaian government. And most recently, of course, Ghana led, with a process which started many years ago. And I'm going to ask Edmund to talk about that. But we, for one, were very much pleased and proud to see Ghana push through this agenda to finally convince the world, the General Assembly, that slave trade, transatlantic slave trade and trafficking of human beings is the gravest crime against humanity. So and I know that Edmund was working, a number of us, Edmund was working with that, others also. It's about, educating the people about their history. It's about trying to find, some restitution for all the injustices that have taken place over centuries, which results we see today.
Yeah. How does it make you feel, and both of you can take this separately, but how does it make you feel that this is happening at the time when you are serving in the capacities that you are? Because, Dia, as you mentioned, these are conversations that started many years ago, decades ago. We've had diplomats who have been very careful and very diplomatic because maybe it wasn't time to speak as boldly about some of the things as it is now. We've had presidents here, home and abroad, who have also treaded very cautiously. And now you're here, President Mahama leading, and we're very proud of him as Ghanaians for doing this. But how do you feel, both of you, that at the time that you are serving in these capacities, this is what the world is witnessing?
Well, for me personally, I felt that it was a transformational moment. So to be here in Ghana, whilst the resolution was being passed in New York, to know that, there was many discussions here and that the head of state took a bold move to take it forward with a lot of support from civil society, from academics, the University of Ghana. A lot of people have done research, produced papers. But, to answer your question, really, I felt really moved to be at this point in history when finally the discussion has moved to a place where action has taken place. So, what can I say? We're privileged to be here at that time.
Yes, I will say also that, just like Zia highlighted, I think this has been a long process. It started with the abolitionists, and for me, the greatest abolitionists are the women, because without them, there would have not been any generation that could have really come with all the most barbaric and human treatment that all the enslaved have witnessed. And so those were the resilient, those who fought in various ways to bring a generation that would really stand. So they've been 400 years of slavery, and then came the abolitionists, and then after that we had many champions, the independence against colonialisms. We have the UN that was established after the Second World War, bringing new forms of multilateral and collaboration. Many of us, we talk about development in Africa, but how could you talk about development when many of the countries are still trying to seek restoration of what was lost before we start talking about even development?
Okay. So, Zia, it looks like our curry is ready.
Curry is ready.
But this is really a fast meal.
Very fast, yes. So normally if I came home at 5...
So Zia, you cook on a regular basis?
Every evening. So my wife and I, we have agreed. She cooks the lunch, I cook the dinner. At the weekend, we do half-half again. It's 50-50. And honestly, I think that helps us to share one of the household chore. I won't say burden, but it's a chore. Every day you have to cook. I've got 3 kids. We have a lot of guests, we're all our neighbors, so we split it. So I'm the evening chef.
I like it.
Good. Now I'm going to just put that here. Thank you.
And you get this
I'm going to put this here. Okay.
But has this always been the case, or this is just in Ghana, or it's something you've been doing
it's always
throughout your marriage? That's what you've been doing?
Throughout the marriage, and it's part of my small effort to bring a little bit of equity, because we both work.
I'll take it.
Yeah, we both work, and but my wife works from home, so she also has the task of managing the kids and their schooling and all those things. I travel more for work, so it's a small part. I'm not taking the full mental load of everything she does, but cooking is one thing I can help with.
So what are we doing now? So this is our rice and lentils with some turmeric in there.
So that's almost done.
So I see what you mean. So it actually it's like in potompoto without the oil in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And instead of using a yam or any of the tubers, we're using rice. So that's pretty interesting. Of course, we got lentils in there too.
Now I'm going to finish it off by frying some these whole garlics.
So I remember you said you took some of the oil from the curry base.
I took some of the oil from the curry base.
Because that's all the spices in there.
And I'm using that now. I'm just going to fry it like this. And when it's almost done, I'm going to add some more onions, and that's it. And then we'll just, I think we're just a few minutes away from finishing.
And then we put the persil, the last one.
Yep. So we have some fresh parsley here too.
Yep. Okay, so now
which Edmund has expertly chopped.
Yes.
Let me say it.
Exactly.
Expertly chopped. Edmund, I brought the drum for you, so I hope you're preparing a melody, a beat in your mind.
One thing we have not touched, which also is worth really mentioning, which you find a lot in the Asian kitchen, the utensils that have been used. In the ancient time, we used to use the potter, the clay pots. And you know that in Asia, it's back again as a fashion. Well, here, we have been neglecting it and abandoning it. But it's one of the most healthiest cooking utensil compared to some of the utensils that are quite, could be quite harmful. But the potter, because it's made of clay, and that kind of clay is always good for our digestive system. And we know how we used to use it even to cool the water and filter, even to alkaline the water that we drink. And so it's good to keep in mind. Today in Japan, for example, they will use the same pot, but they'll put just a metal on the bottom to help increase the heating system.
But then the main pot is made of clay.
Made of clay.
Or earthenware.
Exactly.
Like
all made of clay. The spoon, the big spoon, all made of clay. So we know that there are some Ghanaian artisans that are still doing it. It's not very popular, but it's good really to reconsider also using some of those traditional, because they were the most harmless system of cooking, which was again done by our elders and ancestors.
That's a very interesting point. Thank you for that. So we do have a lot of very innovative young women, young men in Ghana. So I want you to pay attention to this. The one who's been sitting down molding the clay pot and you're thinking nobody is going to buy this. This is your call to action.
Exactly.
Start looking at it.
Exactly.
We just may find an investor for your business. Who knows?
Exactly.
Start thinking about it. Okay, so we're going to just take a break. And when we come back, I'm sure by then our rice and lentil will be done. What do you call the combination of the rice and lentils?
It's called kichuri.
Kichuri. So our kichuri will be done. Our prawn curry as well. It's ready. And then we'll put the two together. And then I'll sit down with these two kings, me, the queen in the middle, and we'll eat and have some more conversations, just like we do on the show. We'll be right back.
Tasty Tom tomato mix. Ofa kakra. Na ye bebre. For Tasty Tom yan kwani stew dodoa ope.
Tasty Tom dear, it will surely give you value for money. Mistake a little is enough to get our desired quantity of stew and soup, and it doesn't color your meat or chicken.
Tasty Tom tomato mix. I'm on my handwriting and soda. Send than it's net into customers bar never.
Don't compromise on the quality of my food. Use Tasty Tom enriched tomato mix.
FDA agye edwadie nkratoi atomo.
Ya juma ra ne chakwa emu.
Wow! I have so features a stadium I am wake up no baby. TCL, NASCO, Samsung, Media. Yes, and near my papa de who we are singing na.
I'm a friend.
Hello, Miss World.
Hello, Ajumera.
What's the correct time? Accurate time.
I'm on cryo now way.
We were blasters changing room. Charlie, many blaster coach in the crowd. Hey, cannot Jesus.
Me Judy.
Clack it to the Miss World. Clack it.
Ajumera will be missing.
Hey. Wow.
Ajumera. Enti Black Star dressing room no enu nie. Tell you me own.
Me tipe fridge.
Me na be share me kutu biem dia asa ma me di ba mo.
E bin sim biem.
Wasn't say Electroland Ghana showrooms nyina minimum ho.
That very day no cry no. Again na yi. Say when you toaster na juicer. You toaster na you juicer. Why? Let's talk come ofie fu nyina. You pepia.
Electroland Ghana Limited. Showrooms at Kaswa, Ashaman, Mankesim, Takrade, Sprintex, Coca-Cola Runabout, Koforidia, Temale, and Sprintex Flower Pot.
Electroland Ghana, home of electronics and affordable luxury.
Tasty Tom tomato mix. Ofa kakra. Na ye bebre. For Tasty Tom yan kwani stew dodoa ope.
Tasty Tom dear, it will surely give you value for money. Mistake a little is enough to get our desired quantity of stew and soup, and it doesn't color your meat or chicken.
Tasty Tom tomato mix. I'm on my handwriting and soda. Send it into customers bar never.
Don't compromise on the quality of my food. Use Tasty Tom enriched tomato mix.
FDA agye edwadeɛ nkratso yi atomo.
Now this is what's cooking. My name is Apioko, and I promised you, if you've been with us from the beginning and right up until the last break, that when we came back, we'd have our two kings and the queen would be in the middle, myself, and it would be time to eat and have just a little bit more of conversation before we wrap up on today's episode. My guests today have been Zia Chowdhury, who is the UN Residence Coordinator here in Ghana. And of course, he's here with Edma Mukala, who is the UNESCO representative to Ghana. And I want to thank my sponsors. I can't thank them enough, and so I will keep thanking them. Allow me to. Everpack, we have Medea, who has given us a fabulous kitchen, which I can't get enough of. And of course, Tasty Tom, Ufa Kakra, na ye bebre. Can you say that? Ufa Kakra.
Ufa kakra.
Ufa Kakra.
Ufa fakra.
Ufa
Ufa
Kakra.
kakra.
Na ye
Na ye
bebre.
bebre.
Can you say it?
Ufa kakra na ye begre.
Bebre.
Bebre.
Yeah, so a little does a lot, basically. That's what it means.
Perfect. Perfect.
So we've got it. But gentlemen, look, this is, I can't wait to dig into this. So I should say, is there a special way to say?
Oh no, just the
okay.
Kichuri first.
Okay, so the kichuri
on one side and then the prawns on the other
So I
side.
make sure that I have some of the oil, some of the
you can actually
onions.
mix it up now.
Okay, I should mix it.
Yeah, just a little bit. That's fine.
Just like that.
Yeah, perfect. That's it.
Okay.
That mixes the oil and the spices, everything nice.
Okay. So basically, what Zia did at the tail end, if you're following. Oh my goodness.
Oh. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Doing well.
Doing fine, thank you.
Nice, nice.
You know, it always breaks my heart how my guests are so nice to you.
Yeah.
So this is my
right on time.
You're invited.
Thank you.
Why are you inviting him? Why are you inviting him?
I'm in Ghana.
He knows. He knows.
The first time I came and my staff was eating and then you're invited, and I said no, I'm not invited, and I said no, you're invited to come and share the meal. I say, is that so? So he is invited.
So this is my neighbor. He calls himself the Taster General.
Yeah.
Oh.
You won't even let me, you'll be humble and allow me to introduce you. He shows up only when the food is ready. I look at how much time we spend cooking and he only now comes. And then when he comes, after he's eaten the food that he wasn't invited to eat, he claims he's the one who has to give us grades. So he's going to grade you.
Oh, okay.
Like, who does that? So Taster General.
Yeah.
Mm.
Since we have the United Nations class prefect here. Yeah.
Actually, the United Nations class prefect.
Yes.
So you're very welcome.
Thank you.
We can also grade you as a guest.
Yes.
We can.
Only when I start grading the UN nations.
Great.
Okay.
Good.
So yeah, let's talk about. I mean, there are lots of interesting things going on here. I like how the food is just so everything
Which
is
one
so.
should I use?
Oh my goodness!
I think the golden one.
No.
The fork.
You know what? Let me give you a secret. So you leave me alone. I have a conversation.
Thank you.
You even carry your own cutlery. See, I hope I'm serving this right.
Absolutely perfectly.
Okay,
fine.
on the side, it doesn't go on
Yep,
top.
on the side, yeah. If you want to mix it yourself, of course you can.
Okay. That's enough?
That's enough, yeah.
Okay. So now we have, I mean, of course, we've cooked the food, but there's so much freshness. Let's talk about this because you have mentioned I mean, not so blatantly, but you've talked about how you love Ghanaian food, you love Ghanaian ingredients.
Absolutely.
You try very hard when you go to the markets, and you've taught your children this to think about where the food is coming from.
This is cutlery.
You know.
No, I'm going to use my hands.
Yes,
yes. If you like, I'm going to use my hands. It tastes better.
With your hands.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Because it's in your hands.
But you feel free as you like, sir.
Yeah.
We'll do that. Yeah. So let's talk about the nutrition. How you're also finding, because I know you're also into healthy eating, healthy living.
Yeah. So this dish has a real mix of everything. It's carbohydrates, has protein, it has some vegetable. We could have added more, but at least the onion and tomato, some herbs. But what's beautiful about this for me is that every item is available in Ghana, and I think most of it was actually made here. I'm not sure about the lentil, but all the other ingredients can be made here. And to me, that's very important that we try to eat as much local as we can, but also to respect the diversity of the country's products. It helps the economy, it helps the farmers. It's tasty and nutritious, right? And I love the fact that everything here is cooked from scratch. There's nothing processed here at all. And I think we can enjoy a healthy, nutritious meal.
Is that important for you that we should eat as much as possible fresh things? I mean, there's a conversation about nutrition in itself,
Sure.
but your personal philosophy, what do you think about that? I'll eat with my hands too.
Of course, sometimes we eat for convenience foods. It's difficult not to eat some processed foods, but as far as possible, I believe that we should eat as much diversity as we can, as much natural products as we can, and certainly the cooking process for me, as we saw today, it brings us together. I feel much closer to you now.
Yes.
So once we cook together, we eat together.
Edmund is jealous. He's like,
It's I think it's a lot to be gained from just respecting the traditional ingredients, cooking together, eating together. It's good for us, good for the country. And what more can I say? We don't need to import so much or have so many processed foods. This is good for us, nutritious.
Precious. I love it. What about nutrition for the kids? Am I doing this the right way?
Absolutely,
So
absolutely.
we take it.
Can we start?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay, so it's basically almost like eating
sure.
maybe one more with our hands or anything like that. Okay. So this is how you grew up eating it.
This is how we grew up eating it, yeah. And this is how I eat it today at home.
Can I pronounce myself? I'm letting the chief.
Bangladesh?
From Bangladesh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
With some Congolese Malagasy inspiration behind the.
Oh, I like this. So Ghanaians will like this because you can taste the pepper, the chili.
Yeah.
It's not as hot as we can get, but
Yeah.
you have some meals that are very hot, very spicy.
In Bangladesh, the food is spicy but not so hot. So this one you could add more chili if you like. And that's the beauty of these dishes is that you just experiment and add a little bit here, a little bit more, a little bit less, what you have in the house, and make your own dish.
This is good. This is really good.
How do you find it, neighbor?
So he's not talking.
Oh, he's not talking.
It's not going to join the conversation, just eating. So I believe he's enjoying it a little.
Yes, the lines are busy.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, wow. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it?
So do you think Ghanaians would enjoy the flavors?
Oh, yeah, definitely. The flavors are familiar. The thing with us is wherever we find ourselves, when it comes to food, we're looking for familiar flavors. So once the familiarity is there, it's something that they'll go with. Yeah.
Great. When I was a kid growing up, we used to eat this kind of food all the time. And it's much better than eating, biscuits and crisps and things which are heavily processed. So from a young age, eating spices and variety of foods, I think it really helped us to grow up healthy. But also we enjoy food, And there's nothing better than being able to go to any place in the world and say, oh, I can try this, I enjoy it.
This. So let me ask. We've spoken a lot about food today for obvious reasons. This is a show that focuses on food to a large extent. But what's some of the music that you fall in love with? Edmund, you're playing the so what would you call this in your language?
We call it the djembe.
Okay, so this is still a djembe.
Djembe, yes.
Okay. So what kind of music have you fallen in love with since you came to earlier? I heard you singing Kakalika under your breath. While he was chopping the onions, he was using the Kakalika. He was using that as the beat.
I like Kakalika rhythm, when you're chopping the onion. So you go Kakalika,
Interesting. Zia, what about you?
Well,
because you dance. You like dancing.
I love dancing.
Yeah.
But since coming here, I've made a friend in a very nice gentleman called Rocky, Rocky Dawuni. And he has introduced me to different musics here. He shared with me lots of different things about his life story. And I've really appreciated learning a lot from him about Ghanaian musical history and how it has contributed to music around the world, but also how it has picked up on different influences from around Africa. And I don't know so much about music, but I do know that when I listen to him sing and play music, I feel like dancing. Absolutely.
We grew up with listening to Kanda Bongo Man. Kwasa kwasa. Paradong madam. Paradong monsieur.
That's a Congolese rhythm.
Congolese rhythm.
Yeah.
And
but we also have high life. The high life which has been really inscribed on intangible heritage list of UNESCO. Quite a very famous music that really, just like the food, it bridges, bringing people one of the best souvenirs that they can really recollect in their life, and then visiting them, whether it's in a painful chapter of their life or the most happiest moment of their life in marriages. High life is always there to cement, to bring happiness and joy. So, high life music.
High life music all the way.
Yes,
all the way.
All the way.
All right. Gentlemen, I want us to wrap up our conversation so that we can put the cameras off and actually eat. The way I know, even though Zia's been, but there's a little more. So we can, Zia managed to eat through all the time. No, that's a skill. Well done.
No, I can talk and eat. I can eat anytime, but I enjoyed it as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Very delicious.
Thank you.
Very, very.
So, Taster General, what's your verdict? Because the way I eat in there.
It's a tribute.
Hey.
Yes,
switch language.
The tongue has been enhanced.
Very much enhanced.
Subscribe.
Wonderful.
Zia, Edmund, thank you so much for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, my guests today have been Zia Chowdhury, who is the UN Resident Coordinator here in Ghana. And it's just been a joy and an honor to share in his culture a piece of his childhood and the things that he's brought to Ghana with him, of course, across many years of expertise as a diplomat as well. And then to you, Edmund Mukala, who is the representative of UNESCO to Ghana, who's also brought the Congolese flavor and doing kakalika, chopping of onions here, playing a bit of the djembe, but also opening our minds together with Zia, of course, to many of the things that we should be thinking about as human beings, as people, for us as Ghanaians here, primarily who watch the show, Ghanaians, Africans, and it's really been an honor. And I thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you.
But thank you for the food, because I'm hungry. And These are flavors that I encourage everybody to try, play around with. Let me know. Reach out to us on social media and let us know what you've done, how you've experimented, and maybe we'll get Zia to come and give you marks. You can come with a taster journal when you do it. Once again, my name is Apioko. Thank you so much. This has been What's Cooking, and thank you once again to Everpack, Medea, also Electroland Ghana Limited, and Tasty Tom. Do you remember? Ufa kakra. Na ye bebre.
Na ye tasty.
Na ye tasty. And Zia has asked to take one of the packs home. He wants to go and use it at home to cook. So Tasty Tom, maybe you should send him a box as well. Just saying. We'll see you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the ChannelOne Newsroom from our studios at number 5, Owula Hansen Lane at Tesano in Accra. I am Nanatifu Boateng. Coming up, calls for construction and, in some cases, rehabilitation of roads intensify following reports of deterioration in different parts of the country.
The pregnancy woman to the facility at Bandai. It normally affects the person because we have to use motor key and not per how the road is. It's very bad.
Me kaise and this iponya ma omo de abo ni netie begu so say omo baba be ye kwan but enokonya me ani o ma anye hwie.
Also coming up, High Court in Accra rejects request by lawyers for former National Signals Bureau Director General Kwabena Edubuahe to suspend proceedings pending the outcome of a Supreme Court review application filed by Ofuasia Yorubi MP Kojo Opon-Nkrumah.
Unfortunate that the judge now makes a detour that he will not abide by the repeat application for injunction.
Still to come, security analysts that warn of resurgence and rebranding of political vigilante groups ahead of 2028 general elections.
This Vigilante Act 999 was a knee-jerk reaction because, so far as I'm concerned, within 24 hours, the system should have known what had happened.
And later, digital businesses set to make a strong showing at the 2026 This is Ghana exhibition, adding a new dimension to the two-day trade fair with just 4 days to the event.
For a fair like this, it gives us opportunity to educate more people and also to showcase and get close to for people to really know, because I mean, come to think of it, if I'm not coming to This is Ghana, where will I get that number of people?
Coming up in Channel One Business. Prices of several fresh vegetables eased in August, offering some relief to consumers, while fresh tilapia recorded a significant price increase across major markets in Accra according to the Channel One Market Price Barometer. Coming up in Channel One Sports. Former professional boxer Michael Ayite Okai, popularly known as Ayite Powers, appears in court following his arrest over alleged death threats against National Sports Authority Director General Yao Aponfo Ankra. Many thanks to you for choosing us. Let's bring you details of our stories now. Residents of communities along the Pandai-Salaga Road, as well as motorists and other road users, are appealing to the government to urgently rehabilitate the deplorable stretch to improve transportation and economic activities in the area. The over 40-kilometer road has deteriorated significantly, making travel difficult and affecting access to essential services. There is more in the following report by Channel One News' Northern Regional Correspondent Mohammed Aminu M. Alabira.
Traveling on the Pandai-Salaga Road has become a major challenge with large potholes scattered across the stretch. Residents say the poor road network has also affected access to health care.
When we are to carry a pregnancy woman to a facility at Pandai, it normally affects the person because we have to use motor key and not per how the road is. It's very bad.
Looking at Pandai itself, apart from maybe one community that I would say maybe it is larger than community Kojuboni in the land size. Kojuboni has the largest population among Pandai districts, and our road project this network is not good for us. So we begged His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Honorable DC Haruna to come in our aid to do our road for us.
The chief of Kojoboni has also joined residents in appealing to government to consider rehabilitating the road.
We are farmers here. Whenever we produce our product and want to export it and sell, we find it difficult. Buyers also find it difficult to come in. So we have no any option that maybe just sell it in a low price. So economically, it is affecting the community.
The rehabilitation of the 40-kilometer road, residents say, will not only benefit communities along the stretch, but it will also provide a shorter route for travelers heading south who could connect through Pandai to the Eastern Corridor. The District Chief Executive for Pandai, Haruna Abdul Karim, acknowledged the challenges posed by the road and its impact on residents.
Our President, His Excellency, the President of Ghana, made a pronouncement that that road is being put under the big push, and God willing, the next budget, the good people of Pandai and Salaga will hear about that road in their budget.
Well, let's still stay on the matter of roads because residents of Sotium in the Gas Central municipality are calling for urgent intervention to fix deteriorating feeder roads in communities including Israel, Lomnava and Yellow House. Deep potholes, eroded road surfaces and poor drainage have made movement difficult for motorists and pedestrians, particularly during the rainy season.
Feeder roads that should connect homes, businesses, and essential services in communities including Israel, Lomnava, and Yellow House have instead become daily obstacles.
NDC Ponya Mamadi Aboni Netie Big so say Baba Beye Kwan, but Anukonya Meni, O man, yes, she Netino Busunya, and Suasa trending now.
And I said this Lomnava, and I can't go in door. Sakwani na sese agawa for nam kwan so de no kre omobre na se so to dia na se kra.
Commercial drivers lament the poor road network has increased vehicle maintenance costs with frequent repairs, worn out tires and damaged suspension systems, which is reducing their earnings.
your income kɔ fam, your bibia kɔ fam. If say they be aba kwa ba uta pa tampa na kanu mi san ka wo na kra ma me si am road ni am pa ma parking me car kra me no bi ka na yi.
Now, road engineers attribute the deterioration to poor construction. They say routine maintenance is more cost-effective than reconstructing severely damaged roads.
Some of the roads are not completed before they are abandoned. So when they get to a certain stage where they are not completed and the contractors leave site, the works that they have done will not be adequate enough to withstand all the external pressures. One other thing that we know is the maintenance culture that we are always talking about.
Residents are urging the municipal assembly and road agencies to prioritize rehabilitation of the roads, with some warning that they will vote based on the government's response.
Gloria way to the same thing. That's all by us on the kitchen say finding it so far finding it.
Now, 23 people, including 11 children, are reported dead after falling into abandoned illegal mining pits in some communities in the Ashanti region. So far, 19 bodies have been retrieved from the abandoned pits, while 4 others remain trapped underground. Channel One News' Bureau Chief for the Middle Belt, Hafiz Tijani, reports.
Most pits have been left abandoned by illegal miners after they carried out their activities. The location of these abandoned pits are used as pathways by community members to their farms. Ashanti Regional Minister Dr. Frank Amwakohene, who gave a breakdown of the situation, says efforts are underway to reclaim major of the lands.
As part of the 23 people, only 19 people have been recovered from these pits. The remaining 4 of them have not still been able to find their bodies. These include 11 children whose future has been cut short because someone in his quest for money left a pit uncovered within some of these areas that leads to farmlands, among others. Looking at this problem and with the support of the minister, the national security together with the ministry has started a reclamation effort.
The minister disclosed this at the commissioning of an office complex for the Minerals Commission in Kumasi. Deputy Lands and Natural Resources Minister Yusuf Suleiman says strengthening the regulatory oversight of the mining sector is part of broader reforms the government was implementing to sanitize operations of mining firms.
This office will become the hub of Minerals Commission's regulatory oversight activities, not only in the Ashanti region, but also across the entire middle belt of the country.
Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission highlights the need to decentralize the work of the Minerals Commission in discharging its duty as a regulatory authority.
For the thousands of licensed artisanal and small-scale mining operators across the region, this means reduced travel time and resources, faster processing of application, and more responsive regulatory support. For large-scale mining companies, it means enhanced collaboration and oversight.
Now, the High Court in Accra has rejected a request by lead counsel for former National Signals Bureau Director General Kwabena Dubois to suspend proceedings pending the outcome of a Supreme Court review application filed by Ofuasia Urebi MP Kojo Opon Nkrumah. The court consequently directed lead counsel Samuel Atachia to continue his cross-examination of the prosecution's 4th witness in the ongoing criminal trial involving Dubois and his wife Angela J. Boateng. Samuel Atachia, after proceedings, expressed disagreement with the judge's ruling.
It's very unfortunate that the judge now makes a detour that he will not abide by the repeat application for injunction. Earlier on, he adjourned proceedings when the application for injunction was filed. Now, he's turning around to say that he will not abide by the fact that the 3 judges should determine the injunction by reversing what single judge did. Was strange to me. The pain of what is this case is that he wants my client to cross-examine the witness. My client is not trained to do that. And I don't want to be seen also to be defying his orders. So that is what has happened. But I believe that is unfortunate.
Now, the Bono Regional Education Directorate is urging disciplinary committees in senior high and technical schools, as well as vocational education and training (TVET) schools across the Bono region to follow due process when disciplining students to avoid legal action. The Directorate says such precautionary measures saves the school and the teachers.
There's a growing concern over indiscipline in senior high and technical and vocational education and training schools across the country. The Bono region is no exception. To address the challenge and promote effective discipline in schools, deans of disciplinary committees from senior high and technical and vocational schools across the region have undergone a one-day training workshop on strengthening the effectiveness of disciplinary committees. The participants were admonished to ensure that disciplinary measures are in conformity with the law and the Ghana Education Service Code of Conduct to avoid unnecessary litigation.
This program is geared towards sensitizing them to follow due process to ensure that there is fairness in investigation and recommendation. So at all stages of their work, they must follow due process.
Some participants shared their takeaways from the training.
Some of the things that I learned today is that when these children commit any misconduct, we have to make sure that we give them an invitation. We make them understand why they've been called to the disciplinary committee.
We've learned quite a lot from the resource persons, particularly focusing on the procedures that we have to adopt in adjudicating matters of indiscipline in our schools, focusing on the issue of ensuring there's no bias and the rules of natural justice are applied appropriately.
Wherever you find people, there are misconduct. So we are there to make sure that such misconduct will be dealt with. And in dealing with such misconduct, one, you are supposed to be fair and firm.
Indiscipline is becoming a canker in the society. And so we should not expect that only one person or only one arm or one group can do it. It calls for collaborative efforts for us to be able to discharge this important duty. And we should see it as a national clarion call.
Discipline committees in senior high schools across the Bono region have been admonished to follow the law and procedure when dealing with discipline issues to reduce litigations. For ChannelOne News, Michael Saponinfum, Sunyane.
The Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources, Ahmed Ibrahim, has questioned why Ghana has been unable to complete most of the affordable housing projects initiated across the country. He attributed the country's failure to bridge the housing deficit to the over-politicization of the issue, stressing the need for a collective and sustained approach to addressing the challenge. The following report has more.
Speaking at a ceremony where the former Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources, Kenneth Gilbert Ejay, officially handed over to him, Mr. Ahmed Ibrahim noted that other African countries are making progress in addressing their housing challenges. He said Ghana can also resolve its housing crisis if stakeholders work collectively, regardless of their political affiliations. Mr. Ibrahim added that he has engaged former ministers of the sector to draw on their experience and expertise as he seeks to deliver effectively in his new role.
Why is it that Cote d'Ivoire in the last 10 years have built about 50,000 houses? And Ghana from 2012 to date, we are building 5,000 and we can't. Even 1,005 we couldn't complete. What is wrong with us as a country? Too partisan, too parochial, too selfish. We need to eschew this, come together and bury ourselves into the vision of the president. Before standing here, I spoke to your former chief director, Reverend Osei. I spoke to your former minister, Honorable Atanya. I spoke to your other former minister, Honorable Kojo Oponkroma. I went to Collins Dada House, the former minister of Western Housing. So all the former ministers are coming to come on board
Meanwhile, Kenneth Gilbert Ejay has urged his successor to build on the progress made and introduce fresh ideas to help address the challenges confronting the built environment.
As I hand over today, I do so knowing that there is still much work to be done. I therefore encourage the incoming minister, my brother, to build on the progress already made, also to bring fresh ideas, which I know he will.
You're watching the Channel One Newsroom, still to come. Prices of several fresh vegetables eased in August, while fresh tilapia recorded a spike across major markets in Accra, according to the latest Channel One Market Price Barometer. We'll bring you the details of that story and several others shortly. Please do stay.
This is the old way. Let me show you a new and a better way. EduPark. EduPark? Yes, EduPark. A GS-approved and supported initiative for all first-year students going to SHS. By Prospectus Ghana Limited. Now you don't need to go to the market. All your trunks, mattresses, pillows, including plastic chalkboards, are all waiting for your child at the school. Note, all our wooden chalkboards are being changed to plastic ones to avoid bedbugs.
You can also register by dialing *713*821# following the prompts, or you can visit www.eduparkgh.com and tap register. You can also register at any ADB branch near you at a very affordable price. EduPark, approved and supported by GES.
G-Money, G-Money. G-Money. Feels good. Feels good. I woke up this morning feeling brand new. Got a fresh perspective and a better view. Moving with the rhythm of the things I do. Keeping what I have and adding something new. A second wallet on the same number. One step forward, never looking back. New possibilities sitting in my lap. No stress, no pressure, smooth like that. Everything aligned and I'm loving that. Life's too short for a one-way ride. Sometimes a little more feels right. A little more freedom by my side. A little more reason to enjoy the day. Why choose one when you can have two? Why stay still when another door opens up and takes you through? That's why I'm feeling like
it feels good with two. Use G-Money, an affordable and secure second wallet on the same number. Download G-Money app or visit an agent to sign up and dial *488# to get more.
G-Money, G-Money. Give yourself more.
The best part of going home is family.
Sit up! Hey, mommy, my wife is cooking something delicious. We're here.
Lizzie hot pepper sauce, spicy.
Lizzie Shito, the Shito is Shito. Lizzie Shito, over
Lizzie Shito. Please, can I take some to school tomorrow?
Yes, my son, you can. Lizzie Shito dear. Ebesu obiasu.
Lizzie Shito hot pepper sauce. Yes, spicy and
Lizzie Shito hot pepper sauce. Yes, spicy.
For bulk purchase, kindly contact 050-168-3344 or 050-155-0998. This advert is FDA approved.
North Shore Apparel.
Northern Ghana is making history. The Ghana Exim Bank and North Shore Apro Ghana Limited proudly invite you to the official opening of Phase 1 of the North Shore Apro Hub, a wholly Ghanaian-owned Apro manufacturing enterprise under the 24-hour economy initiative. Funded by the Ghana Exim Bank and partners, this landmark project will create 3,000 jobs at commissioning and up to 10,000 jobs at full operation. His Excellency, the President, John Dramani Mahama, will officially commission the facility, joined by the Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Elizabeth Ofosuejare, and the Chief Executive of the Ghana Exim Bank, Sylvester Adinam Mensah. Date, Friday 28 August 2026. Time, 12 noon. Venue, North Shore Apro Hub, Sabalugu, near Tamale in the Northern region. Join us as we celebrate Ghanaian enterprise, job creation, and a bold step towards industrial transformation.
Grateful that you stayed on with us here on the Channel One Newsroom. Let's now bring you Channel One Business with Neteli Neti Ajaho.
Channel One Business is brought to you by MTN and EcoBank.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,000 247.
Hey, Abili, wabadim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account. 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
Hello? I understand your memo ready.
Oh.
I go here. Start Joshua.
There comes a time when money matters get tricky. When paying back feels hard, we get creative. But here's a beautiful fact. Every time you pay back, you keep the line going. You make space for someone else. So don't break the chain. From Quick Loan and Smart Loan to Extra Cash, Easy Cash, Agent Flex, Ahomka Loan, Express Loan, Busia Loan, and many more. It's all in your Momo app when you need it. Borrow, sort out, pay back.
Momo.
Because when you do, Momo Day for everybody.
Hello, Natalie. How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
Oh, very well. What's happening in the world of business?
More from the Channel One Markets Price Barometer.
We can't wait to hear. Tell us more.
Now, prices of several fresh vegetables eased in August, offering some relief to consumers, even as the cost of fresh tilapia surged across mega markets in Accra. This is according to the latest Channel One Markets Price Barometer August 2026 Protein and Fresh Produce Index, which tracks monthly price movements of selected food commodities across major markets in the capital. Now, that was data compiled by the Channel One TV Research Desk under the Channel One Market Price Barometer. And I have in studio with me Sheba Araba Bening of the Channel One Research Desk. Hello, Sheba, you're welcome.
Hello, Natalie. Thank you so much.
Can you tell us what's the biggest story from this basket?
Okay, so this basket being the protein and fresh produce basket, what would be the biggest story here in this month is fresh tilapia.
Okay.
We're seeing the prices of fresh tilapia pushing from 102 cedis in July to 125 cedis in August, which is this month. And it's a bigger story because last month we saw live chicken increasing sharply from around 178 cedis to 215 cedis in July. But this month it has dropped slightly to 212 cedis in August. And the reason for which fresh tilapia's prices have increased so much is because there isn't adequate supply at the source where they're actually getting the tilapia from. And that is why the prices of tilapia are increasing. And another relief we are seeing here also is coming from vegetables. Most prices of vegetables have fallen sharply, and for most of them we are seeing that this is because of adequate supply on the market, and there's also sustained pressures when it comes to the prices of meat, which is we're looking at goat meat and also beef. These prices have been very, very stable.
Okay, so with 6 of the 9 items becoming cheaper, would you say consumers are now seeing some meaningful relief?
Yes, I believe consumers are seeing relief because take an item like garden eggs. Garden eggs fell from 75 cedis to 67 cedis. Okay, cabbage dropped from 28 cedis to 17 cedis. And mind you, there was a point in May where cabbage rose all the way to 40 cedis. And today, if it's at 17 cedis, that is indeed quite a huge relief for consumers. Green pepper also dropped from 20 cedis to 15 cedis, which is a 25% decrease. And these items are seeing these kind of prices because the rains that we saw some months back appear to have, subsided, and therefore harvest is very good now for fresh vegetables. But someone may also say that why is the decrease not so sharp for an item like garden eggs and maybe green pepper? This can also be because traders don't usually consider reducing prices. Sometimes they would rather want to increase the amount or the quantity of items they are giving you. So rather than getting 5 average pieces of green pepper, you may get about 6 or 7 for the same price of 15 cedis. Carrots would be a very good example. The price of carrots did not increase. It stayed at 20 cedis. And for an item like this, you may go to the market and based on your own bargaining skills, you may get, instead of 4 average pieces, you may get about 6 pieces still at 20 cedis. And this is because there's adequate supply on the market. And a trader wouldn't want to reduce prices, but rather want to increase the quantity of the item.
Okay, we said we were going to look at items like goat meat, beef. What has happened to them in this month of August?
So in July, we saw an item like live chicken, which I mentioned earlier. Live chicken increased in July. And at the time, the traders made us understand that it was because of the Salah season where they had to reduce prices. And so when we moved into July, they then increased their prices, to make up for the reduction that they had earlier. But now we are seeing that the price has reduced. And so maybe indeed, they actually have gone back to their regular prices and have gone away from the Salah increases. An item like goat meat and beef, we said this was also because of the preferences of traders and their own marginal increases that they would want to add to such items. For another item like garden eggs has also done quite well, if I may say. We saw garden eggs reducing from 82 cedis in June. It came to 75 cedis in July. And in August, we are seeing it at 67 cedis. And at the time, we were told that it was because of a sustained supply on the market. And indeed, the traders have kept true to their word. And we are seeing now that the prices of garden eggs is actually on a downward trend. And we hope it's sustained in the next month.
Okay, thank you very much, Shiva.
You're welcome, Natalie.
Okay. Now let's get to other stories. And government is moving to regulate the establishment and operation of electric vehicle charging stations. This comes amid concerns that the rapid deployment of facilities is putting pressure on electricity transformers. There's more in the following reports by Daniel Sakite.
Energy and Green Transition Minister Dr. John Abdullah Jinapor says legislation currently before Parliament will require operators of EV charging stations to obtain approval from the Energy Commission before setting up their facilities. He has been speaking at the 2026 Future of Energy Conference in Accra.
As I speak, there's legislation before Parliament to regulate EV vehicle usage and how we charge them. And there's a reason. We observe a certain trend. People seeing that opportunity have started setting up EV charging stations. And with new technology, in 5 to 10 minutes, you are able to charge your EV vehicle. But that will consume a lot of electricity. And so what we witness is that people set up EV charging stations and immediately the transformer gets blown. So what we are saying is that you would need permission to set up that EV charging station from the Energy Commission. That gives us the opportunity to reinforce the grid, install more transformers, so that by the time you are ready, we can accommodate your charging station. Other than that, it will keep collapsing the transformers in that vicinity or localities.
Executive Director of the Africa Center for Energy Policy, Ben Boache, on his part, disclosed that renegotiation of contracts with IPPs has saved the government about $250 million.
Last year, ASEP supported the government of Ghana under the instruction of the Honorable Minister to renegotiate the IPP contracts that we have to make them more sustainable. That work contributed to saving approximately $250 million and debt on debt, and about $7 billion for future payments and commitments. These are significant numbers, but the broader lesson is perhaps even more important. Reducing the cost of energy does not always require another power plant. Significant savings can sometimes be found in contracts, financing arrangements, risk allocation, and the assumptions underpinning infrastructure that already exists.
Let's now bring an update on crude oil prices and how the local currency is performing on the interbank market. And that's all for business. I am Neteli Neti Ajahu. Back to you, Nana.
Well, thank you so much, Neteli, bringing us the latest in the world of business. Let's now move on to some other stories. Now, some security analysts have described the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act of 2019 as a knee-jerk reaction, arguing that gaps in the law make it difficult to enforce. They say political vigilante groups are now rebranding and operating through less visible networks, including social media and encrypted platforms. Well, this follows concerns over early mobilization of groups ahead of the 2028 elections. ChannelOne News' Christopher Kevin Asima reports.
7 years after the passage of Act 999, security agencies are assessing its effectiveness in curbing political vigilantism. At a national policy dialogue on the implementation of the law, the Director General in charge of operations of the Ghana Police Service said the police have made progress in enforcing the act.
3 cases under prosecution is currently under the Vigilantism Act. 2 cases are on remand. And so far, these are the little progress we have made.
But security and legal experts at the dialogue say political vigilantism is evolving, with groups adopting new identities and operating through less visible networks.
2020 voter registration exercise turned out to be the most dangerous, the most fatal since independence. So if you look at the sequence of events, the act failed right in the year after it was enacted. Because if the act was going to be effective in 2020, we should have seen its effect.
This Vigilante Act 999 was a knee-jerk reaction because so far as I'm concerned, within 24 hours, the system should have known what had happened because those involved were within national security. We had a minister there, we had a coordinator with the IGP who all declined knowledge of what had happened. So what was the problem?
I think I can say that that act was an emotional political response to what had happened at Ayawaso. In so doing, I think we should have asked ourselves a basic question. What was the problem we were trying to solve?
The National Security Coordinator, COP Usman Abdul Razak, warned of early recruitment and mobilization of groups that could be used for political violence ahead of the 2028 elections.
Mobilization has moved online, on social media, encrypted chats, local disputes, private security arrangements, or other informal channels. We must not mistake reduced visibility of these groups as complete eradication.
Reporting for ChannelOne News, I am Christopher Kevin Asima.
Managers of Ghana's healthcare sector in the northern region have welcomed the government's free primary healthcare policy, describing it as a major step towards improving access to essential healthcare services. Primary healthcare policy will cover 14 of the 16 districts in the northern region as part of the first phase of implementation. Our Northern Bureau Chief, Shawana Yusuf, reports.
Ghana's free primary healthcare policy, launched by President John Dramani Mahama in April 2026, is intended to remove out-of-pocket payment for basic healthcare services provided at primary healthcare facilities. The policy, being implemented alongside the National Health Insurance Scheme, is aimed at improving access to health care, promoting early detection of diseases, and strengthening preventive health care.
More than 24,000 pieces of essential medical equipment have been procured for distribution nationwide. The proposed strengthening of equipment, management, and maintenance financing is therefore critical. We must move from a culture of replacing equipment after breakdowns to one that prioritizes preventive maintenance, proper utilization, timely repairs, and accountability for public assets.
The Northern Regional Director of Health, Dr. Crisantos Kubio, said several areas within the region still require investment and strengthening to improve healthcare delivery.
We are happy that additional support has been provided for us to be able to address these gaps. So we'll continue to monthly look at the plans that we have implemented and to see how we are addressing these gaps. Where they need be, then we strengthen the areas of weaknesses. And where we are doing well, we sustain those performances.
Now, the countdown to the biggest celebration of Ghanaian ingenuity is on, and with just 4 days to go, a new category of exhibitors has emerged for the 2026 This is Ghana exhibition. Digital businesses are set to make a strong showing at the 2-day event, adding a new dimension to the annual trade fair. The following report has more.
Although digital businesses have featured at previous editions, this year's exhibition will see the sector take on a stronger presence with e-commerce, digital marketing, content creation, online retail, and other technology services expected to feature prominently. Join more than 100 businesses from various sectors as the Ifwa Sutherland Children's Park comes alive with Ghanaian ingenuity. Exhibitors will showcase textiles, food and beverages, automobiles, technology, beauty products, and other innovative products and services. Additionally, several exhibitors are returning to the fair, with some attributing the growth in their customer base to the participation. They say the impact of the exhibition cannot be compared with other forms of advertising.
For a fair like this, it gives us opportunity to educate more people and also to showcase and get close for people to really know, because come to think of it, if I'm not coming to This Is Ghana, where will I get that number of people to be able to tell them about EdFree? And how many years is it going to take me to do that? It's going to take me through paid advertisement and a lot of things that you would have to do by yourself. Yes, it will go, but it will take time. But such platform gives you that wide range of customers.
Exhibitors also say the fair will give patrons the opportunity to experience a wide range of made-in-Ghana products and services while enjoying options tailored to diverse needs and available discounts.
When you have businesses having challenges with, let's say, packaging, design, digital innovation and all that, you come to our incubation hub, we connect you with our students, being guided by professionals and academics. Our students develop tailored solutions to such businesses. So as you can see, these are products from our students, our graphic design students, who are designing packages, who are doing all sort of
you're making me want to come back to school.
amazing stuff. So we are the fair to allow SMEs and businesses and organizations to visit us, come and engage with us, come and dialogue, come and explore our innovation center and work with our students. That is not the only thing we are also putting on show. There's architecture students doing marvelous. Our computer engineering students and science students are also doing very marvelous things.
The two-day exhibition is scheduled for August 29 and 30 at the Ifwa Sutherland Children's Park in Accra. The This Is Ghana exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM and is proudly sponsored by EcoBank, MTN, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Authority and the Ghana Enterprises Agency.
This is the ChannelOne Newsroom, still to come. Former professional boxer Michael Ayite Okai, popularly known as Ayite Powers, appears in court following his arrest over alleged death threats against National Sports Authority Director General Yao Ampofo Ankra. Stay with us, we'll return shortly with the details.
Your health is in your hands, but at some point, it passes on to us. At Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center, we believe that quality healthcare isn't a privilege, it's a right. Equipped with cutting-edge technology, we are fully prepared to effectively deal with all colorectal and proctological conditions. Our team of highly skilled doctors, surgeons, and nurses are renowned for their expertise in minimally invasive and painless laser, ligature, and longoproctological surgery. We are committed to providing a wide range of services to meet the diverse needs of our patients. Mintuba Hospital, your health is our priority. Visit Mintuba Hospital today or call us at 0244 581 541 or 0271 054 204. Mintuba Hospital, in to serve a peculiar health need.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson.
Me didn't tum. Mr. Friend Kalika, just call me cockroach. Now, Mr. Friend me once now.
Hey, is that you?
Improve.
Yeah.
Captain Mosquito, double the accent. Me did this sasso spray. Mr. Friend is sasso quell. Yeah, go to my sasso.
Sasso, come tum preko.
Are you planning to relocate from your company, office, or house, whether across cities to another town or halfway around the country? You want a moving company you can depend on to get you there? Let me introduce you to Logistics Movers. We are here to help you every step of the way, from planning the move to unpacking the last box and settling into your office or home. We have the expertise, experience, and market understanding and offer fast, reliable, and professional transportation services in Ghana. Our main thrust is to successfully move your business, household items safely, on time, and hassle-free. You can call us on 0246 833 539 or 0244 342 465. You can also send us an email to info@logisticsmovers.com or check our website www.logisticsmovers.com. Why expose your company or household items to theft or damages when you are relocating if it's avoidable? Logistics Movers, we help you relocate.
Your health is in your hands, but at some point, it passes on to us. At Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center, we believe that quality healthcare isn't a privilege, it's a right. Equipped with cutting-edge technology, we are fully prepared to effectively deal with 54204 Mintuba Hospital. 54204 Mintuba Hospital, in to serve a peculiar health need.
You're welcome back. Time now for Channel One Sports with Bernard Abekochiri. Senior,
good to see you.
Always.
100%.
Oh, Aite.
Aite. Charlie. Aite is in trouble. He's in trouble. He was in court today. Let's get into it, shall we now? The Ghana Boxing Authority's Interim Management Committee says boxing promoter Michael Aite Okai, popularly known as Aite Powers, failed to use the appropriate channels to address his grievances over the suspension of boxing promotion event here in Ghana. Aite Powers reportedly appeared in court on Tuesday, August 25, following his arrest by the Accra Regional Police Command. He's under investigation over alleged death threats reportedly made against the National Sports Authority Director, Yampofo Ankra. We have more in this report.
The arrest followed a video that circulated on social media in which Michael Aite Okai, popularly known as Aite Powers, is alleged to have issued threats against National Sports Authority Director General Yao Ampofo Ankra. The police have confirmed that Aite Powers is in custody and assisting with investigations. A statement from the head of public affairs of the Accra region, Chief Superintendent Juliana Obain, said investigations are ongoing to establish the circumstances surrounding the incident with appropriate action to be taken in accordance with the law. The development stemmed from a wider dispute over the regulation and promotion of professional boxing in Ghana. Earlier reports indicated that the police were seeking Aite Powers following the circulation of a video in which he allegedly threatened to gun down the NSA boss amid frustrations over the cancellation and suspension of professional boxing activities involving his promotions. Reacting to the ongoing saga, spokesperson for the Ghana Boxing Authority's Interim Management Committee, Gideon Ahiajo, says the boxing promoter failed to use the appropriate channels to address his grievances with the GBA-IMC.
There's always an official channel by which you can address issues, no matter how urgent or serious they are. You could also choose to go unofficial or take it in your own hands. IT Powers has, to me, had audience with the Director General, with GBIMC, and has even presented a bill with regards to that. I think he should have remained focused so that whatever official remedy or response can be given.
The GBA-IMC further revealed that depending on the outcome of the investigation, it will be ready to engage in an important conversation with a renowned Ghanaian boxer.
Engaging doesn't have an end until you get the results you're looking for. I want to believe that IT Powers wants the best results. In this case, getting some compensation or remuneration or whatever reimbursement or whatever he has lost. I think there's still an opportunity for him to engage properly. So if after all of this, he wants to engage, maybe he should just follow the right processes and the right results will accrue to him.
On our way from there, as part of efforts to promote the 2026 Democracy Cup, Parliament has begun a trophy tour of key state institutions across the Greater Accra region. The third edition of the Democracy Cup will see ARC rivals Accra House of Folk and Kumasi Asante Kotoko face off on Friday, August 28, 2026 at the Barbara Sports Stadium in Kumasi. We have more in this report.
The delegation has so far visited 3 institutions, starting with the Military High Command at Burma Camp, followed by the Ghana Police Service and the National Commission for Civic Education. The tour will continue throughout the week with visits to the Judicial Service, the Electoral Commission and SRAJ before culminating at the Jubilee House. The Democracy Cup will see Asante Kotoko face Hearts of Folk at the Babaya Sports Stadium in Kumasi on Friday, August 28, followed by a curtain raiser between the Parliamentary 11 and Judiciary 11. At the Ghana Police Service, Inspector General of Police Christian Tete Yohunu welcomed the trophy and expressed full support of the Democracy Cup.
I want you to convey to the Speaker that the Police Service is ready to participate and also to provide the necessary security during the march on 28th of August. And we are ready to upgrade the democracy that we have for all this.
At the National Commission for Civic Education, Clerk to Parliament Reverend Ebenezer Humojetro stressed on the need to use a competition to promote democratic values.
And what is it about? Good governance. Ends of good governance is human development. And this is what is informing Right Honorable Speaker. Now look, let's leverage on football because the values that we are talking about, the value of tenacity, the value of unity of purpose, the value of teamwork, the value of patience, the value of tolerance, these values are embedded in football.
Well, that's the very latest from the world of sports, and I am Bernard Abekoche. That's the sports boss.
Always grateful to you, Bernard. Thank you so much. Bringing us the latest in the world of sport. Well, that's how we wrap up the bulletin on the Channel One Newsroom. Do visit our website, channelonenewsonline.com, for more information on our top stories and more. Subscribe to Channel One TV on YouTube for more exclusive video content from Channel One TV. Download the Channel One News app from the Google Play Store. I am Nanatifo Boateng. Many thanks to you for watching.
Looking for everything made in Ghana? All in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors, including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creatives, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205 973 973 or 0558 973 973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, MTN, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center.
Hello and welcome to Face to Face on Channel One Television. I am Umaru Sandamadu. Today's Face to Face is not going to look like the ordinary Face to Face, so I can call it Face to Faces because I'm going to be speaking to 4 people on the show today. What is happening? Well, 6 years ago, as a country, we passed a law to deal with vigilantism and landguardism. Now, 6 years on, Election Watch Ghana has decided to put together a forum, a national dialogue that is to analyze how that law has been able to help fight vigilantism, which is political vigilantism, which happens during our elections and in our election spaces. I am the moderator, or I was a moderator of that event at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. And I want to bring you back that conversation for face-to-face tonight. So the people you'll be hearing from, former minister in the Rawlings administration, Kofi Totobi Kwachi, Professor George Mary Bob Miller. He is a lecturer in history at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi. Francis Poku was National Security Coordinator in the Kufuor administration, and Colonel Festus Abuaji is a retired Ghana Armed Forces member who is a security analyst. Let's engage in that conversation here on Channel One Television. We're going to have a conversation on the theme, Strategic Reflections on the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019, Act 999, National Security and Democratic Government or Governance. Now, what we're going to do is that I'm going to give each of the panel members 7 minutes to give us their own assessment of this vigilantism bill, which became an act, which is a law that we've been practicing for the past 7 years. So I want to just get 7 minutes each from them, perspectives. After that, I ask 1 or 2 follow-up questions, and then we'll bring this session to an end. So I would want to start from my immediate right. Former National Security, former Minister for Information, and several other portfolios. I want to hear from you. This Act 999 that we passed, it was supposed to cure something. Has it been cured? Is it in the right path? Should we have even done an act like that or not? 7 minutes, your views, reflections, and perspectives. Yes, you can just speak, yes. 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 It's off? Okay. Okay, I think that would be better. Yep.
First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to be part of this conversation this morning. And it's good to see some of my old colleagues. Anytime I'm in the company of Mr. Francis Poku and Honorable Kandapa, I remind them that we are the Ministers of National Security in the Fourth Republic, and that I'm the senior one. So it is good that I am the first to speak on this occasion, even though I concede that Mr. Francis Poku, when I was a student leader, he was the head of Special Branch, Greater Accra. And I don't know the number of times he tried to catch me when we were doing the aluta of those days. I met him those days, spoke to him, I shared with him the concerns that we had as a student movement and as youth. And I took a liking to him. So if I ended up in national security, interested in national security, he was one of the people I learned a few tricks from that you can look that you can look in somebody's face, he'll be your friend, but still attempt to catch him. Distinguished guests, on 4th of February 2019, in the aftermath of the Ayawaso West by-election and the emerging confusion, the violence, I wrote a letter an open letter to the President of the Republic, President Nana Akufo-Addo. And I was concerned about what had happened. Not because that marked the start of political vigilantism or violence in Ghana, but I was worried about the level of escalation that we saw on that day. And I raised serious questions, and I also asked that the President might consider setting up a commission of inquiry to go into the events of that day. When the letter came out that morning, in the evening, there were some radio programs, and I was the toast of against people. People really were set up to come and bash me, reminding me that in our time, in PNDC, etc., other things have happened. And I said, that is beside the point. Anyway, the next day, I received a call from the presidency, and I was asked, would I agree or would I be comfortable with the appointment of Mr. Emil Short as chairman of the committee of inquiry that I had asked for. I told the person, the emissary, that I had no opinion. I had stated what I thought was important in those circumstances that should be done. In any case, that evening, an announcement was made by the formation of the Short Commission of Inquiry. I just hoped at that time that it was not a knee-jerk reaction, but I said, we'll give it, we'll look at it with open mind and see what happens. And so I was a little disappointed when the short report came out. Quite a number of the recommendations were not accepted. One particular recommendation, which was that the security agencies, or the prosecution of the person who assaulted a member of parliament, I will not mention names. And the reason why it was said that it was not, that prosecution was not going to be possible was that the member of parliament had engaged in provocative acts. And so that cancelled the slaps that he received. And I thought that was very unfortunate. And I thought generally, the way the government took the white paper and literally expunged or did not agree with many of the recommendations did not augur well for whatever it was that was intended to be achieved. I must say, though, that there was one recommendation in the report that talked about synchronizing the election security arrangements so that at election time, the security agencies will have a clear or provide a clear framework for how the security agencies intended or would intend to manage the elections of that, for that year. I didn't see it happen in the year 2020, but I must say that in 2024, I saw clear manifestations that that particular part of the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry had been taken seriously by the security agencies. And I must commend the Election Security Task Force that was headed by the Ghana Police for a yeoman's work that they did for that election. Despite the challenges that they had, there were other actors who were also pretending to be providing security, but that was outside the framework of that which had been established by the Election Security Task Force. So, the question is now, let me try and follow my thoughts. Since the passage, so after the Commission of Inquiry report, then we had the Vigilante Act 999 that was passed. I don't know whether there was much consultation. I didn't follow it very much. But when it was passed, I thought that it would do something by way of helping to ensure that the elections, any future elections, will not encounter the same situation that we were involved in at Ayawas. Okay. Now, the question that one can ask, in the Vigilante, the Act 999, about 26 groups were identified. So the question I ask then is that, have the 26 groups vanished or they are still in existence? Ahead of the 2024 elections, security analysts reported a substantial increase in groups falling within the scope of Act 999. from the 27 groups originally identified to estimates of, they said they estimated about 72 groups. And some have reportedly re-emerged under formerly lawful entities as private security companies, political escorts, etc., etc. So it looks like for many of them, the functions have changed. The shape has changed, the functions have changed, but they are still in existence. A few days ago, sometime last week or so, was a news report of the formation of a group called the Lions. I will not add what follows because I don't want to sound partisan. They said it was the Lions, so. And somebody who claimed to be the founder of the group, one doctor something, came out and said, oh, this group was going to operate within the ambit of Act 999, which is that if you form a group that intends to help community policing, etc., etc., you will not be on the wrong side of the law. I think that the National Security Coordinator alluded to it. And I said to myself, sometimes this is the beginning of the problem. When we know that the real intention of the people who have formed that group is nothing about community. If you are forming a group for community policing, you will not attach it to a political party because every community has different political actors or persons living there. So if it is for the vigilante to enhance security in a community, it has to reflect. But if it is coming from a particular political party, then you have to watch it very carefully. So it happened that after the passage of 999, we still had many political groups. As I said, the researchers say there are about 72 of them that emerged. Fast forward, Ablekuma.